Good morning, hello, and welcome to the home of champions, karting Genk. It's time to officially get the racing action underway for the 2023 Rotax Max Challenge Euro Trophy season. We're in the Limburg region of Belgium at the world-famous karting Genk, home of champions circuit, 1,360 meters in length, 12 turns and all, running in a clockwise direction. A very big hello and welcome to those watching on the dedicated Rotax Max Euro Trophy live stream. My name is Alex Goldschmidt, your series commentator, taking you through the action all the way through 39 races over the next 2 days, 25 of which are heats. And once again, for another season, we are rejoined by E20, the all-electric in-house powertrain from Rotax in Austria. So, new for 2023, they've expanded the age remit. So we have 3 classes in competition this weekend that will compete over 3 7-minute plus an additional lap heats here this weekend, and then have a pre-final and a final tomorrow. At the front of the grid will be the E20 Seniors and the E20 Senior Masters. They will be running in the red carts. The 7s denote the senior drivers, and the 8s at the front of the race numbers denote the senior master drivers. We also have a quartet of junior E20 drivers running on the yellow liveried chassis. And I also do know that there is a fan club for one particular driver who is in this race. And I know that on the grandstand, there's about 20 people wearing Super Mats Johan Overhoff t-shirts. So I want to hear, if I can, a big cheer from the grandstand, please. Nothing like a bit of noise from the grandstand to kickstart things early. But 25 heats over the course of the day. We have a total of 201 drivers from 30 different nations. Youngest driver is 9. Eldest driver is 67 years of age. That shows how far the remit goes. And there are the drivers in the respective E20 classes. And there is the eldest driver on the grid, Hector Ramirez from Santiago, Chile, in the 801. The Chileans have always been a firm fixture, not just in the Euro Trophy when it comes to E20 here at Genk, but have also attended the last 2 grand finals. So we are just over a minute or so away from the first race of the 2023 season. We were at the Winter Cup in Karting Campilos in the middle part of February this year, where we had quite a big grid there. But to see the paddock filled to the brim and a hive of activity, great to see so many returnees, drivers moving up classes and drivers continuing on their journey in karting. Of course, we have to send our condolences to the family of the late Craig Breen, who unfortunately lost his life in a testing accident before the Croatian rally of the WRC. Craig, a firm fixture in karting, especially over in Ireland. We send our thoughts and our prayers to him and his family, but also it has been just over a year since Ashley Todd from Kart Republic UK tragically lost his life. So we are racing for Craig, we are racing for Ash this weekend here at Karting Genk. Time to take you through the first grid of 25. It is Heat 1 for E20. So, the starting grid will be as follows. Thijs Dams, runner-up last year in E20 Juniors, and also third at the Grand Finals in Portimao last November, starts on pole position. He'll be joined by Poland's Thomas Ibsen. on the front row. Then it's Mats-Johan Overhoff in the 755 from Germany. He'll be joined by the pole setter in Senior Masters, Chile's Hector Ramirez. Emma Svensson will line up on the inside of the third row with Andreas Matis, the organizer, well, the main man behind RMC Germany and distribution of products in both Germany and in Austria on row 3. Heiner Born and Kaz Poldermans. Kaz Poldermans, a journalist in the Netherlands, being mechanicked by none other than Ella Spiezia from the United States. Also, we have the Canadian contingent in a little bit more force this year, courtesy of Frédéric Lemieux and Antoine Lemieux, of course, siblings. Frédéric, she will start on pole position, both being coached by legendary Canadian Rotax racer himself, Scott Campbell. Then we've got Christopher Holst and Arthur Lorimier from Switzerland and France on the back of the grid. It will be a standing start, so the seniors and the senior masters will go on the first set of red lights when they go out, and then the juniors will be released shortly afterwards. So our flag marshal walks to the back of the senior and the senior masters grids as the power of silence propels us into the 2023 season. Lights are out, we are underway, and a good start from Days Dams. Ibsen looked to the outside early doors, but then had to slot back in behind. Now the juniors have gotten underway as they filter their way through into turns 1 and 2 on the opening tour. Top 3 have already broken away at the front end of the grid, so Days Dams leads the way. Some overtaking happening a little bit further back as the Mats-Johan Overhoff Superfan Club has gotten into overdrive, cheering their man Eln, who's now up into second position as they make their way through turn number 9. As Days Dams leads them into turn number 10, the fan club roars with great approval, cheering their man on. So Ibsen down into third. And then Emma Svensson has got herself up into 4th position overall, but also 4th into the senior classification. And it's Germany's Andreas Matis that leads the way in the senior masters classification, ahead of Hector Ramirez, Heiner Braun and Kaz Poldermans. And at the minute, it's Christopher Holst from Switzerland who leads the way in E20 juniors, followed by Antoine Lemieux, Arthur Lorimier and Frédéric Lemieux rounding out the E20 junior grid. 5 minutes and 35 seconds still to go. And at the front of the field, going through turn number 8, it is still Days Dams leading the way. Mats-Johan Overhoff did make an appearance on the Project E20 at the Portugal E-Cup late last year to try and qualify. As Ibsen looks up the inside through into turn 10, the Polish driver gets through on the German. Back up into second, goes the 756, but Overhoff will not let that go by any stretch of the imagination. And now Mats-Johan Overhoff gets the slipstream, gets the side draft and goes across the line in front of Ibsen and into the run into turns 1 and 2. Hard on the brakes for the German driver, 16 years of age, based out of Marl. But that has allowed Days Dams to get away and clear. His lead was just over 6.5 tenths after the previous lap. We're now on to lap number 3. Christopher Holst still leading the way in the Project E20 junior class, and Andreas Matis still leading the way in the E20 senior masters classification. He's currently in 5th overall. Drivers making their way back down from turn 9 as Overhoff goes defensive on Ibsen from Poland for that second position. Fastest lap of the race is, by no coincidence, the race leader, Days Dams, with a 56.660. And Andreas Matis is actually closing in for 4th overall, trying to get past Sweden's Emma Svensson, but yet to facilitate that move. But Mats-Johan Overhoff still holding in 2nd position at the moment, the 755, ahead of the 756 from Poland. As they go down the Europolan, these carts will max out at around 130, 135 kilometers an hour. They'll also have the added usage of the boost function, which is a 5-second deployment of additional power. So a total of 24 kilowatts of total output. As Ibsen tries to go for the dummy, coming out of turn 9, Overhoff was wise to it, through into turn 10 and went back into the defensive position, which is, of course, the traditional racing line. But Ibsen looking to line up a move through into turn 12. Overhoff has to hit the brakes to avoid any contact, but then gets the run coming out of turn number 12. He will be using the boost at this point. Switches to the outside and has to hold back. And Andreas Matis looks up the inside of Emma Svensson. But it is now Antoine Lemieux from Canada that is now leading in Project E20 Junior, having gotten the move done on Christopher Holst from Switzerland. As they make their way through into turn number 6 and onto the Europalan once again. But Teesdam's lead is now 1.5 seconds and climbing. We've got 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Battle for second position in E20 Senior, very much up for grabs because it's been nip and tuck between Ibsen and Overhoff at this particular moment. But the 4 drivers from E20 Juniors are not that far apart from each other. Give or take about 0.8 of a second after the previous lap. As Overhoff is closing in for second position again, going into turn number 1 and 2. The juniors make their way out of the final corner. And the E20 juniors are catching and passing Germany's Rainer Born in the number 804. So this is Heiner's first chance to test out Project E20. Normally runs in DD2 Masters. Now it's 2, maybe, well, and Lorimier has just gotten through on the 804. But Teesdams continues to lead. There's just under 1.5 minutes of this first of 3 heats. Teesdam's lead now was 1.7 seconds, but Tomasz Ibsen from Poland has closed that to 1.6. And Ibsen has just set the fastest lap of the race, 56.484 seconds. There's a little bit further back. Frederick Lemieux trying to get through on Rainer Born, but was unable to get through on turn 3. And with the boost function on the E20, you can use it for a maximum of a 5-second deployment at any one time, but then it is a 30-second recharge cycle. These carts will accelerate from a standing start to 100 kilometers an hour in around 3.5 seconds. So we now go on to our penultimate lap of this race with 21 seconds on the timer remaining. A bit further back, well, Andreas Matis has got, that is Antoine Lemieux closing in on the 887 from Germany. And Overhoff was looking for a move up the inside of Svensson, but then Antoine Lemieux gets through. And the timer now has expired. We're on lap number 8 out of 9, and Teesdams makes his way through into turn 7 off of the back straight on the Europalan for the penultimate time. So Antoine Lemieux did get pole position provisionally before a bumper penalty post-qualifying, where only one driver did not get a penalty. That was Frederick Lemieux, who ended up on pole position. She's currently 10th overall. As we're now on to the last lap of the race itself. And Teesdam's lead now drops to just over 1.5 seconds. And that was Christopher Holst getting past Emma Svensson, going through into the 12th and final corner, as these drivers now facilitate their way round this final lap. Teesdams makes his way through turn 8 for what's going to be the final time. Last year it was Taze Stevens that took the E20 Junior title. So a Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals ticket will be available after 2 rounds, so this and PFI, but it is going to be one driver that's going to win this race, and it is Taze Stevens. Out of the final corner comes the Belgium, and he takes the checkered. Second, Tomasz Ibsen. Third, Mats-Johan Overhoff. As we now wait for who is going to win, it is going to be Antoine Lemieux. 4th overall, wins in E20 Juniors. And Andreas Matis is going to be pipped at the line. Oh, dearie me, I think that was... Well, I did see that Hector Ramirez was showing as a lap behind, but I'm not too sure. But he managed to get the run on Andreas Matis. According to the timing, it is Andreas Matis that provisionally takes the win in E20 Senior Masters, but Thijs Dams wins in Project E20 Seniors overall in Heat 1 by 1.576 seconds ahead of Tomasz Ibsen from Poland. Germany's Mats-Johann Overhoff rounds out the top three, and it was Antoine Lemieux from Canada that took fourth overall, wins in Project E20 Junior ahead of Switzerland's Christopher Holst, then Emma Svensson, Andreas Matis, Arthur Lorimier, Frédéric Lemieux, Rainer Born, Kaz Polnemans, and Hector Ramirez showing down in 12th position. So taking a look back at the opening race, a good start from Thijs Dams from pole position as senior and senior masters got underway first of all. It was very close as the top three started to break away early in the opening lap or two. And then Tomasz Ibsen and Mats-Johann Overhoff went into battle. The most notable overtaking position for those two drivers was at turn 10, just off of the grandstand, where Mats-Johann Overhoff's fan club has been situated for the past 15 minutes or so. But some great dueling between these two. Very different skill set on the E20, where it's slow in and fast out. And sometimes you do have to hit the brake a little bit harder. And then we were seeing the E20 juniors get past Rainer Born. Three of them did, including that move from Arthur Lorimier going through into turn 7. And they also started to catch Andreas Matis in the E20 Senior Masters class and Emma Svensson from Sweden in the E20 Seniors division. Move from the 602 from Switzerland through on a 741 from Sweden. Trying to catch up with Antoine Lemieux, who ended up winning, but Thijs Dams took a commanding victory, nearly 1.6 seconds to the Belgians' advantage. Ibsen in second, Overhoff in third, with Lemieux and Matis winning in both respective classes. So from E20, we go to the biggest contingent out of the 201 drivers. 76 senior Rotax competitors that will compete over a course of 10 heats today. And they will conclude today's racing action, which should finish at around about 6:45 local time tonight. And then a big thank you to Tommy in the YouTube chat saying good luck to everybody. Hopefully everything goes safe and sound in each class and may the best win. All the best for even the team behind the scenes at the Euro Trophy. Thank you very much for that welcome comment, Tommy. But 76 drivers from far and wide in this class, including drivers that were competing for last year's title that was decided with one race to go at Wackersdorf. We have representatives from Great Britain, the Czech Republic, Italy, France, Malta, the Netherlands, the United Arab Emirates, Serbia, Denmark, Israel, Hungary, Australia, Croatia, and the list goes on and on. So for those currently watching on the YouTube channel, you can find in the description the live timing link and also the results to keep up to date, and also the respective timetable all the way through the day, right up until the final race starts, which is Senior Rotax Heat 10, Groups C and E at 6:30 p.m. tonight. So the 3-minute horn has sounded, asking all mechanics to clear the grid. And this is where the drivers will now start to get themselves a little bit comfortable. Some will use a myriad of different techniques to visualize what they get. Visualize the starts. The start is very, very crucial. Dual file, rolling start. So a few statistics about the season itself here at the Euro Trophy. Now, we have 4 rounds, including the opening round here at Karting Genk. And after tomorrow, 41 days will then elapse. We'll head to Val d'Argenton in Western France. Val d'Argenton will host the second round of the championship in the halfway point between the 26th and the 28th of May. A further 41 days after that, we will head to Karting d'Espagne for the penultimate round of the season. Between the 7th and the 9th of July, the 8th and the 10th of September, we'll see a new venue as we will go to the home of British karting, Paul Fletcher International in Lincolnshire, for the season finale, where we will also crown our champions from every single class this year, which will include all 8 that are running this weekend. Time for race 2. It's Senior Rotax Heat 1, Groups D and E. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So on pole position, it will be the reigning and defending champion, the UK Sean Butcher, will be joined by Elia Papacena on the front row. Vic Stevens and Austin Lee on row number 2. Archie Walker and Farin Mega, row 3. Nolan Lemare and Lewis Gilbert, row 4. Jan Pinto and Matteo Pianizzola ran at the top 10. Frederick Zevis Christensen and Lotus Tween, that is row number 6, with Montego Masson and Kai Hunter, row 7. Mathis Kalinjak, Sebastian Bach, Kamal Murad, Paul Folkwemen, the oldest senior Rotax driver in the field, Daniel Houseworth and Mika Barthelemy ran at the top 20. Completing the 30-strong grid will be Sverre Uppen, Lukas Schlegel, Scott Westhovens, William Christensen, Pat Gabbles, Bapti Schneider, Jarin Schultz, Felipe Falk, Frederik de Munt, and Ralph van der Pevert. So every single race for seniors, DD2 and DD2 Masters will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap in duration. So each of the drivers will compete in a myriad of heats over the course of the day, with it being 3 races that will enable them to score as minimal points as possible to get through to the top 30, following the ranking after the heats after tonight has concluded. Then we will have the remaining 36, we'll have 36 out of the 76 drivers, so the bottom 10 will find that their day and their weekend will be at an end come the end of today. We'll have 36 drivers going into the second chance heat to battle for the final 6 positions, and the top 36 will go through to the pre-final and the finals here this weekend that will take place tomorrow. Field now starting to get up into formation as Butcher and Papacena will control the pace of the rolling start. They've got to get into position very, very quickly indeed. So Butcher and Papacena, Stevens and Lee, Walker, Mega, Lemere, Gilbert, Pinto, Pianizzola. That is your top 10. As they make their way out of the 12th and final corner. They split. They go into the tram lines. The revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The first senior Rotax heat gets going. Good start by the pole sitter with Vic Stevens slotting in behind Archie Walker, also trying to make an early gain. Vic Stevens uses the runoff area. Archie Walker tries to pin it towards the outside of turn number 3. Is it 3 wide? Foreign Mega was in the middle of all of that going through into turn number 4. But Walker up into 3rd place. Good move that might have been from Austin Lee up the inside, as we've had one go over the back of another. That is the 333 of Jan Pinto, and that is the 330 of Denmark's Lotus Tveen, mounting the rear bumper and going halfway along the 333's kart. So yellow flags, no surprise, at Marshall post number 3 off of turn 5. So Butcher has got a lead, and it's a comfortable one, 6 to 8 kart lengths at this time. Second is Vic Stevens. Third, it's Archie Walker. Fourth, it's Austin Lee. Then it's Elia Papacena in 5th. Kai Hunter, Nolan Lemare, Fahed Mega, Lewis Gilbert and Matteo Pianizzola round out the top 10. Also looks like Puck Gubbles dropped to the back of the order as well in the for the JJ Racing driver representing the Netherlands. But Austin Lee looking to get on with things early doors to try and get through into the top 3. Drivers hustling their way through the turn 7 chicane. We're just over a minute, nearly a minute and a half completed of this 10-minute plus an additional lap race. Sean Butcher's lead after the opening lap was nearly 3/4 of a second. As they make their way through turn 10, now through the left at 11. Things are starting to close up as Kai Hunter is really with Elia Papacena and goes up the inside through the final corner. Great move by the driver from Sunderland in the United Kingdom. Was just outside of the podium as Austin Lee looks up the inside of Archie Walker through into turn 2. A little bit robust from the 372 from Germany, but he makes the move stick. Walker did have to respond to that, and now he's got Kai Hunter breathing down the rear of his exhaust pipe right now as they come through turn number 6. So unfortunately, 2 retirements already. Jan Pinto and Lotus Tveen, their kart stricken on the outside of the Jordapelaan, just off of the exit of turn number 6. Butcher's lead was slightly truncated by 2.5 tenths of a second after the second lap. So Vic Stevens looking to try and move forward. As Archie Walker has lost out to Elia Papacena, and that is Scott Westhovens, and he was off at turn number 10. Hit the foam padding on the inside just before the tyre wall, and I think might have just about gotten away with that. He is actually up to full racing speed, so no harm, no foul there. And there is the 329, Lewis Gilbert getting through on Foreign Mega, the 343 from Germany, coming through turn number 6. So that is a change for what is now 7th position. Maybe make that 6 because he's right behind Archie Walker. So at the moment, Butcher leads, Stevens, Austin Lee, Kai Hunter, Elia Papasena. That's the top 5. Now Lewis Gilbert up the inside through the final corner. The Scotsman flying his way past Archie Walker down the start-finish straight. They are side by side. Gilbert gets an assist, and in the meantime, Vic Stevens goes for the lead on Sean Butcher, gets it. And now it's opened up the floodgates. Kai Hunter up the inside of the 301 through turn number 4. Butcher not giving any quarter whatsoever, defending as if his life depended on it. And now he drops to 3rd place. A little bit further back, there is a bit of a train behind Lewis Gilbert, but they are catching. They are catching the quintet in front. And now Vic Stevens starting to break away with Kai Hunter in tow. Butcher in 3rd as Fahin Mega looking up the inside. And that was a bit wide there from, I think that might have been Matteo Pianizzola. Nolan Emery not too far adrift from this either. So we're just coming towards the halfway point of this race. And that's a great move from Elia Papasena. That was up the inside of Austin Lee. And there's Lewis Gilbert ready to pounce once again. He goes to the inside of Austin Lee as Sean Butcher retakes 2nd position as Kai Hunter now has the lead. So Butcher takes 2nd from Stevens. And also we're going to have 2 more retirements. Ralph van der Pevert and William Christensen look to be out of this race as well. As Papasena has a lunge up the inside of him from Lewis Gilbert, and the Italian has nowhere but to go left. And now there's a bit more drama coming through turn number 9. There's one off the circuit. One off the circuit and sideways. I think that might have been Papasena at that point. So 4 minutes and 33 seconds plus an additional lap still remains in this first of 10 senior road tax heat. Hunter leads, Butcher 2nd, Stevens, Gilbert, Lee, Mega, Pianizzola, Archie Walker, Paul Forquemin now up into 9th place. Sebastian Bach now rounds out the top 10. So Elia Papasena has dropped towards the bottom part of the top 20. Move up the inside. That was the 338 on the 904. So that was Sebastian Bach on Paul Forquemin. Bit of a unusual whack over the curbs through turn 7 for Vic Stevens, who still at this moment holds on to 3rd place. Just over 3.5 minutes still to go. And Hunter is still holding on to a lead. It was 6.5 tenths, now it's 0.48. So the 2 behind are closing in. Top 3 covered by 7 tenths of a second. We're now on to lap number 7. We're down to 26 drivers out of 30. So Ralph van der Pevert and William Christensen from the Netherlands and Denmark, respectively, are out of the race, I'm afraid. And some more attempts of overtakes happening, one of which was by the 396. And that is Daniel Hausworth from Austria, battling away with Matis Karnijak and Mika Barthélemy. So might have made the move on the latter, the 914 for 14th place. And now that Lewis Gilbert's got some clear air, can he start pushing and close on in on the 3 in front? He's very capable of doing so. He did finish 3rd last year in the Euro Trophy, just by a smattering of points. Half a second covers the top 3 with 2.5 minutes remaining. Top 10 covered by just over 3.6 seconds. Fastest lap of the race just been posted by Lewis Gilbert in 4th place, 54.586 seconds, as Butcher goes for the move up the inside for the race lead on Kai Hunter, gets through. So Butcher waiting for his opportunity to get through on Kai Hunter for that race lead. And now, whilst they've been scrapping, Lewis Gilbert is there. He's right on the back bumper of Vic Stevens as they come through down into turn 10. Gilbert with an opportunistic move and gets through on Vic Stevens, like millimetres between the pair. And that's allowed Austin Lee to come back into the fight as well. Farin Mega, who's come back from injury, fractured his left elbow late last year due to a moped incident. Has had surgery, as now there's going to be a change again. Vic Stevens returns the favour to Lewis Gilbert, who has a little bit of a touch with the rear bumper of the 369. And now the top two are pulling away. Butcher trying to defend whilst trying to pull away from Kai Hunter, and that is easier said than done. And Hunter's towards the inside, gets through down the Europolan, down into turn 7, and the 395 from the United Kingdom gets back through for the race lead. Top 10, it was 3.7 seconds after 8 laps. After 9 laps, it was 3 seconds covering the top 10. And we better be a bit careful, a little bit behind the top 3. Less than 60 seconds to go. There is Austin Lee, Foreign Mega. And that is also the 391 of Archie Walker. As Butcher now trying to go on the offensive. He's got to just keep his eyes and his wits about him, because Vic Stevens is there, ready and waiting in the wings. Through turn 4 once again. Now through into turn number 5. Stevens swings to the outside at turn 6 as Archie Walker tries to get the undercut on Foreign Mega, as there's a little bit of a run wide. That was by the 356 of Matteo Pianezzola from Italy. Still holding on to 9th as things stand. 12 seconds still to go. This and one more lap remains. We're on lap number 11 out of 12. And it still is a bit of a dogfight at the front of the field, with Kai Hunter leading the way. Sean Butcher in second. Vic Stevens in third. Then it's Lewis Gilbert and Austin Lee, who ran at the top 5. Foreign Mega just has lost out 6th position to Archie Walker, and everyone has been compromised behind, including Paul Forquemin, Matteo Pianezzola and Sebastian Bach. And Pianezzola drops to 10th place as a direct result of that accordion train right there. We're on to the final lap of the race. 4 tenths covered the top 3 after 11 laps of racing. Butcher switches the inside ever so briefly down the back straightaway through between turn 6 and 7 to hold on to that second place. He might still have an opportunity to have a run at Kai Hunter, but sometimes it's not always about going for the win. It's also about getting good results and consistent results. Out of turn 11 come the top 3. Stevens again switches the outside through turn 12. Is he going to get the undercut on Sean Butcher? Kai Hunter's going to win the race. Who's going to win between Butcher and Stevens? It is Butcher by next to nothing, 44 thousandths of a second. 3 wide across the line, a little bit further back, around about 16th to 18th position. But Kai Hunter takes the win in the opening senior Rotax heat out of 10 by 0.448 seconds. Ahead of Sean Butcher, Vic Stevens rounds out the top 3 with Lewis Gilbert, Austin Lee, Archie Walker, Foreign Mega, Paul Forquemin, Matteo Pianezzola and Sebastian Bach rounding out the top 10. Frederick Zebes Christensen was 11th, ahead of Kamal Murad from Australia. Mika Barthélemy, Nolan Lemeray, Mathis Kalnijak round out the top 15, with Sverre Ubben, Daniel Halsworth, Montego Masson, Jaren Schultz and Lukas Schlegel rounding out the top 20. Elia Papasena might have started on the outside of the front row but finished 21st, ahead of Puck Gubbles, Baptiste Schneider, Felipe Falk, Frederick Demant and Scott Westhovens, with Ralph Underpavert and William Christensen retiring with 3 laps completed, and Jan Pinto and Lotus Tween out on the opening lap. So it's all thumbs up and smiles before the first of 10 senior Rotax heats would get underway here at the Home of Champions karting Genk. 30 drivers would then head into the tram lines, the revs would rise and the lights would go out first time of asking. And it was a good start from the pole sitter, Sean Butcher, as Elia Papasena switched over to the left-hand side to try and cover those on the inside line. But that did give the opportunity to Vic Stevens and Archie Walker, amongst others, to get their way through the field. A little bit of tangling, and then the moment where Lotus Tween went over the back bumper of the 333 of Jan Pinto, eliminating them both on the spot. Not the greatest way to start their race weekend. Austin Lee definitely factored in as he centred up the inside of Archie Walker, 2 wheels in the air, Knight Rider style from the 379 from Germany, through turn number 2 to get past the 391 from KR Sports. And then there was the moment where, well, it looked like it was 3 karts involved because William Christensen went into the side of Scott Westhobens, who was able to retrieve his kart without any assistance. The engine's still running. And then this battle between the leaders really started to pick up pace because Vic Stevens centred up the inside of Sean Butcher, who then had Kai Hunter directly to the inside of him through turn number 4. Butcher was trying to keep it pinned around the outside, but had to relinquish that second position and dropped to 3rd. Elia Papasena was at the back of that quintet. And Pianezzola would go up the inside of Austin Lee through turn number 12 to take 4th place. So the Italian trying to make a comeback, and then Lewis Gilbert thought, well, the door's wide open for me, I'm going to go for it, and went side by side with Austin Lee, and managed to get past before turns 1 and 2. Sean Butcher would retake the lead a little bit later on in the race, ahead of Kai Hunter, with Vic Stevens swarming all over the back of them. Even Lewis Gilbert got into the top 3, and Vic Stevens decided to counter-attack. And then Austin Lee thought, well, you know what, I'm going to give it a go as well. Tried to do the switchback through turn number 4. Archie Walker managed a great move up the inside through on Fire and Mega. And then it concertinaed and compromised drivers such as Paul Forquemin. Then Sean Butcher would find himself embroiled in a battle with Vic Stevens for second position as they both came out of the final corner side by side. Kai Hunter would win the opening race. Butcher in second, Stevens in third, with Lewis Gilbert and Austin Lee completing the top 5. So, ball-out sim racing. When do juniors go on? Their first heat will be at 11:20 this morning. There is a detailed timetable in the description below in the YouTube channel. So one senior Rotax heat done, another one coming up. And we have another big grid on this one with a hell of a lot of names that have competed in this championship, not just in seniors, but also in juniors. There's Devian Ross, the 345, running with Bouvin Power. Just behind will be a few other drivers. Dion van Verven in the 377. Also the likes of Arthur Robin running with Arnaud Sarazan's team, PKS Competition, based out of the Val d'Argenton circuit in Western France, where we'll be heading to for the next round of the championship. Time for race 3, Senior Rotax, Heat 2, Groups B and C. Here is your starting order. It's Tommy van der Stroy's junior vice champion from last year and last year's junior champion from Europe, Ethan Jeff Hall. So Tommy van der Stroy's and Ethan Jeff Hall on the front row. Miska Kaskinen and Kai Hilats on row number 2. Petra Babichkova, Zomar Kovac, row 3. Mark Kimber back in seniors for the first time in a while after his DD2 escapades last year. He's on the inside of row number 4 alongside Colin Vajny, with the returning Rafael Renhofer and Devian Ross rounding out the top 10. Christophe Sala, Anya Levar, Lawrence Herbos, Dion van Verven, Mitch Hayner, Arthur Robin, Jamie Perilli, Kaz Boshaus, Martin Gaiskens and Croatia's Leon Zelenko rounds out the top 20. Tom Vuol, Rafael Jesus, Paul Hamburg, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Then we've got Zach Scowler, Andrea Kostic, Loris Koisman, Nicky Gauci, the sole Maltese representative, followed by Jules Roussel from France, and from Lebanon, Stephanie Hobeika. So the red light's on the starting gantry, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. And the lights go out. We are underway and racing. A good start by Tommy van der Stoys with Miska Kaskinen from Finland following in behind, along with Kai Hilletz. Ethan Jeff Hall left out, a little bit hung out to dry. He uses the runoff area, but what a move from Kai Hilletz around the outside of him to get up into P3 through the opening couple of corners. Zombor Kovac also has made his way up into 5th position, 3 wide, a little bit of clumsiness at the back end of the field, going over the curves through into turn 6. And down the back straightaway, it's getting a bit close for comfort through turn number 7. Some drivers are 2 wide. 3 wide never goes into that corner. We have seen it on multiple occasions. At the moment, van der Stoys leads the way. Kaskinen 2nd, Hilletz 3rd, 4th Jeff Hall, 5th Kovac. And then it is the 3:02 of Mark Kimber out of the final corner to complete the opening lap. Van der Stoys has a 2-kart length lead over Miska Kaskinen from Finland. As Ethan Jeff Hall has to defend against Zombor Kovac for 4th place going through into turns 1 and 2. Mark Kimber 6th, Colin Vajdi, Devian Rost, Petra Babišková and Belgium's Laurence Herboz round out the top 10 at this particular moment in time. Christoph Saller has dropped to 19th. Mitch Haynott down to 21st. Martin Gaiskens now rounds out the top 24. As the leaders making their way through turn 8, now into the left-hand hairpin at the near at the top part of the circuit through turn 9. Adjusting the radiator flaps on the right-hand side of the cart foot to give the engine as much air as possible. That's Miska Kaskinen. So everyone made it through the opening lap. Overtake has occurred, and that was Laurence Herboz on Petra Babišková for 9th coming out of the final corner. Kaskinen trying to attack van der Stoys for the race lead, but Hilletz is just biding his time and waiting. He's closing in on the Finn in front in the 385. Through into turn number 5 they go, now into 6. As always, classic Hilletz right there through turn 6. Nice and cleanly done. Kovac now ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall up into what is now 4th position, and will now look to try and get through on Miska Kaskinen for 3rd place. Mark Kimber, and there has been a change because Kaskinen got back up the inside of Hilletz, and now they're starting to fight. A little bit jerky on the braking was Miska Kaskinen. Zombor Kovac did get through. Kimber's now up into 4th position. Now it's going to change again, because he's got through on Ethan Jeff Hall. So you've got the young upstart in the 397 of Ethan Jeff Hall, and then you've got the very, very experienced 3-time Grand Finals champion, the only driver to win 3 categories in 3 respective grand finals as a junior in 2016, as a senior in 2021, and then did the treble with DD2 last year in November at Portimao. That driver is Mark Kimber. Both he and Callum Bradshaw these days. Good to see Callum in the paddock, dealing as doing work as a driver coach, with quite a few drivers in the paddock. 6 minutes and 30 seconds on the timer remains. And at the moment, Van der Stroys has got a lead. It was nearly 9/10 after 3 laps. And now ascend up the inside. That was on Miska Kaskinen, that was Devian Ross, that was for 6th place. As, oh dear, now someone has gone into the barriers off of turn number 10. I'm wondering, that is Nicky Gauci from Malta, unfortunately. Has ended up pointing the wrong way. As Petra Babičková gets through on Lawrence Herboz, and there is also Colin Ważny, the young Polish driver, based these days out of Bristol in the United Kingdom. He's got through on Herboz, I think. Van der Stroys' lead after 4 laps, 0.8 of a second. Lawrence Herboz has the fastest lap of the race, 54.937. A lot of trains forming up and down the grid, but it is about survival. It is about making sure you get through to the next stage of the competition. So at the front of the field, it's Tommy van der Stroys leading by 7/10 of a second ahead of Hungary's Zsombor Kovács. Mark Kimber in 3rd, Ethan Jeff Hall 4th, Kai Gilles 5th place. 6th, it's Devian Horst from the Netherlands. And then Miska Kaskinen from Finland, Petra Babičková running a little bit on her own. Herboz and Ważny side by side going down from turn 9 into turn 10. And, oh, Ważny's lost out big time. He's lost out to Arthur Robin and Rafael Renhofer in the process. Okay, they went side by side coming out of turn number 9 and through turn 10. Well, Ważny was on the got the wrong end of the stick there, I'm afraid. Well, there's an absolute swarm and a half a little bit further down the back of the field. Looks like Loris Koisman involved in that, so that's probably for the battle of the bottom part of the top 20. As now we see quite a few drivers jockeying for position. It was nearly a sandwiched Colin Ważny in the middle of a 3-wide exchange going through into turn number 7. And still it's nearly 3 wide. Someone's going to really come a cropper in a moment. Arthur Robin has to take avoiding action using the runoff area out of turn number 10. I think might have had a little bit of a touch. And that would have been with one of the drivers. So you can just see how fast-paced it is in senior Rotax, and that continues. Just under 3.5 minutes still to go. Tommy van der Stroys now has over an 0.8 of a second advantage, but there has been a change for 2nd, 3rd and 4th because Kovács has dropped to 4th. Kimber now 2nd, Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd place. Willett still holding station in 5th ahead of Devian Horst, Miska Kaskinen not too far behind the 345 from the Netherlands, as there's a little bit of an exchange, and there was a CRG chassis having a little bit of an assist, pushing them a little bit off the racing line going through into turn number 7. So Mitch Haynett looking to come back from a little bit of a difficult start to his weekend in the heats. So Loris Koisman still battling away. That is with the 373 of Talvar Racing's Paul Hamburg from Estonia. And Koisman is in 21st position, back to the front end of the field. And the top 7 are covered by, or were covered by, just under 2.3 seconds. Just over 2 minutes remaining on the timer, plus an additional lap. But Van der Stroys has kept his He's kept the racing blinkers on. He's kept on focusing ahead and not looking at what's been going on behind. Probably the fact he might look at it through his peripheral vision, but then when you have someone like Mark Kimber closing in on you, Kimber not only took the Grand Finals title last year, he also did the double in the BNL and the Euro Trophy in the same season. So Van der Stoys did have a lead of around about 0.8 of a second at one point. Kai Gilets has just put in the fastest lap of the race, 54.561 seconds. So again, it's getting a bit close for comfort between Devin Horst and Miska Kaskinen. That is for 6th position. And now there are 8 drivers in a line, rounded out by the Czech Republic's Petra Babičková. Younger brother Denny Babicek will be in action in the next heat. 50 seconds on the timer. That gap is coming down between first and second. It's now under half a second. Kim has just put in a 54.683. Van der Stoys a 54.840. So still everything at the sharper end of the field. From the leader back to 8th is closing in. The top 8 were covered by 2.2 seconds on that previous lap. And again, Miska Kaskinen trying to get past on Devian Ross to get up into 6th position. It's going to be close down to the wire. I think we're going to have the last lap board out this time. 2, 1, time has expired. Last lap board now first being seen by Tommy Van der Stoys. And that gap might be halved again. Mark Kimber is on an absolute flyer at the moment, 3.5 tenths. And he was over 0.135 of a second quicker than Van der Stoys, and now is starting to really close in on the young Dutchman from The Hague in the Netherlands. Down the back straightaway for what is going to be the final time. Deeper on the brakes goes Mark Kimber in comparison with Van der Stoys. He obviously can feel the fact that Mark Kimber is not that far behind him, but after this there's just 3 corners remaining. Van der Stoys now looks over his right shoulder, sees that Kimber is there. Through turn 10 at Cafe Corner. Now into the left at 11. One more corner remains. What can Mark Kimber do? Is he going to put the frighteners on Van der Stoys? He's going to swing wide into the final corner. Out of the final turn. 1 heat win to Kai Hunter. 1 heat win to Tommy Van der Stoys from the Netherlands. Mark Kimber got to within 0.2 of a second of the Dutchman at the end of 12 laps of racing. Ethan Jeff Hall, Zombar Kovac and Kai Gilets round out the top 5 positions. Devian Rost, Miska Kaskinen, Petra Babičková, Lawrence Herbos and Poland's Colin Ważny round out the top 10. Arthur Robin, Rafael Renhofer, Leon Zelenko, Mitch Hainert and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort round out the top 15. Kaz Boshaus, Martin Geiskens, Rafael Jesus, Zach Scowler and Dion van Werven complete the top 20. Paul Hamburg, Anja Levar, Andrea Kostic, Stephanie Hobeka, Tom Vuol, Loris Koisman, Christoph Sala and Nicky Gauci rounding out the 28 that finished all 12 laps of racing. On lap 4, we lost Strawberry Racing's Jamie Pirelli and Jules Roussel on the 3:08 entry, retired after 3 laps. So once again we geared up for another senior Rotax heat, our 2nd out of 10, as the mechanics will be on the gantry just giving their respective advices. The drivers would go into the tram lines, we would get the lights going out on the first time, and it was Van der Stoys that led the way. The field spread out 2 to 3 wide in the mid-pack as they went through into turns 1 and 2. Several drivers making good of the opportunity, including Kai Gilets and Miska Kaskinen. Gilets with a very good move up around the outside of Ethan Jeff Hall through turn 4 on the opening lap. Things would start to develop as Phillips would go up the inside through turn 6 on Dan Holland Racing's Miska Kaskinen rather easily, and both gave each other enough racing room and respect for that to happen. Kaskinen would then force the issue through turn 9, allowing Zsombor Kovac to get 2 places for the price of 1. And also the likes of Ethan Jeff Hall, amongst others, were getting through. So did Mark Kimber, as he made up places on Ethan Jeff Hall and Kai Hillitz through into turn number 10. And then Devian Voss would start battling away with Kaskinen throughout the latter part of the race. A moment for Nicky Gauci from Malta, ending up backwards the wrong way and into the foam barriers off turn number 10, promptly bringing out a yellow flag. Arthur Robin was also in the trenches, along with a certain, I think it might have been, well, it was one of the CRG drivers. It might have been Dion van Verven, the 377. More battling again with Van Verven involved, and he said that I spoke to him earlier, he said, my race suit is about quite a bit heavier, and I said, with all that stitch embroidery with the sponsors you've got. But then Van der Soys will come out of the final corner, take the checkered flag, so he picks up a heat win along with Kai Hunter. Kimber just 2 tenths away in second. The likes of Ethan Jeff Hall, Zsombor Kovac and Kai Hillitz rounding out the top 5. So now we go to our Minimax drivers, who also competed in timed qualifying yesterday. They will have 3 heats, so we have a total of 31 drivers. The order from qualifying yesterday decided the grid for all 3 heats. And now the mechanics board is shown to clear the track with 3 minutes to go until the race itself. Well, they are asked to do that now, as at the moment, our race director speaking with pole sitter Jacob Ashcroft, the youngster from Western Supermare, running with Dan Holland Racing. Had a fight on his hands at the B&L Karting Series last weekend for the opening round of the season, but also has won both the B&L Karting Series kickoff in early March and in the middle of February won the Winter Cup in Campilos. Now time for our starting grid for Minimax, race 4 of the meeting, heat number 1. So it will be Jacob Ashcroft from the United Kingdom and Estonia's Nikita Lubimov on the front row. Lucas Order and Albert Friend on row 2. Then it's Zdenek Babicek and Max Endicott rounding out row 3. Maxim Bobrishov and Oliver Warner, row 4 with Cole Denham and Felipe Reyes rounding out the top 10. Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania and Rory Armstrong, row 6. Then we have Jakub Kubera and Angelina Simons Torres on row 7. Alexander Van Meeuwen, Christian Segerson, Kai Clark, Len Abbas Vite Kubera and Vic van Kampenhout round out the top 20. Then it's Adrien Stiens, Bran van der Weken. And we've got Ryan Gandor, another one of the Canadian contingent, competing this weekend, and Jeff Verbeek on row number 12. Andreas Jellerup, Sigurd Subber, Fredriksson, Kieran Stewart, Isaac Barker, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Charlie Kitely and Ryan Rivers rounding out the 31-strong grid. So these drivers will be competing for a ticket for an entry ticket for this year's Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy that will be taking place in July of this year. So it will be the last week of July, concluding on the 29th of July. We'll also be giving a ticket away in the third round of the championship at Captain de Fagne in the second weekend of July for the race weekend for the event winner. So as with E20, it will be a 7-minute plus an additional lap race. Right, slight problem here for Vic van Kampenhout. So he is in the repair area at the moment. If that cart can be rectified before the start gets going, then he will start at the end of the pre-grid and then will be released when the field is shown to go racing. Red lights back on the starting gantry. It's been very nice having this wonderful April sunshine here at the Home of Champions, as the drivers now are in their rolling start formation. Good to see. Vic van Kampenhout will be there and ready once the race start has gotten underway. Drivers making their way out of the final corner. Ashcroft and Lubimov on the front row. They split, head into the tram lines. The revs start to rise. It is a full start that's being called. We are going to go round for another formation lap. So the Minimax drivers have got themselves into a very tidy formation. And I have to give a shout out to Vic van Kampenhout for being so patient once we had the full start called just then. Once again, it is Ashcroft, Lubimov, Stoddard, Friend, Babicek, Endicott, Bobrishov, Warner, Denholm and Felipe Reyes running at the top 10. Now out of the tram line, into the tram lines for the second time. Revs rise and lights are out. We're underway. Good start by the pole sitter, as Albert Friend looking to make his move up the inside through into second position. A little bit of a run wide through the runoff area by several drivers. They can use that on the opening lap. Too wide at multiple points below the top 5. Ashcroft leads the way. Albie Friend into second position. As there's a bit of a moment, and that's going to be nearly 4 wide coming out of turn number 6. Drivers swarming all over the back ends of each other going through into turn number 7. Vic van Kampenhout is away and has got some clean air, so the youngster from Belgium in the 124 can start to push. We'll see how far up the order he gets in the next 6 minutes and a quarter. But the top 3 at the moment are Ashcroft, Friend, Lubimov. 4th, it's Babicek. 5th, it's Denholm. 6th, it's the 188 of Max Endicott from the United Kingdom. As nearly 3 wide coming out of turn number 12. And that would have involved, that was going to be the 107 Felipe Reyes. Christian Segerson from Denmark. I could recognise his race overalls a mile off because he's wearing the Team Denmark outfit. So good to see that the opportunity for those drivers to represent their nations proudly is such a wonderful thing to see, especially in the younger drivers as well. But Ashcroft is not quite getting away at the moment. He's about a quarter of a second up the road from Albert Friend. Nikita Lyubimov, now these days running with Buvin Power, is about 6 tenths off after the opening lap. As there is a move, that is from Rory Armstrong on Max Endicott. That is for 6th position. And Max Endicott has got teammate from Argenti Motorsport, Oliver Warner, not too far behind. The team run by Danny Sweeney. So 2 minutes down, 5 to go. And Ashcroft has got a lead. It's 3 tenths now. And he's also put in the fastest lap of the race. Babicek going on the offensive. Well, he had Cole Denham actually up the inside of him. So the youngest of 4 siblings. Still plying his trade in the younger classes, but still giving a good account of himself. And he's got Rory Armstrong, who was second last week in the B&L Karting Series opening round. A little bit further back. Well, Charles Kitely has got himself way up the order, and he's borderline on the top 15. And another overtake there. Rory Armstrong is carrying the momentum through from last weekend. He's just got through on Denny Babicek. And now he is up to 5th position. They've got Cole Denham. He's got a little bit of an expanse to close between him and the drivers in front. It's about a second between 3rd and 4th on the previous lap. And now it's just over 1 second. Well, make that 1.15 seconds. Endicott and Warner still holding on to the last 2 positions, and now Endicott up the inside of Babicek. Warner was trying to get through. Babicek tried to get the undercut on Max Endicott, and the Czech Republic driver will have the inside line going into turn number 7 as Rory Armstrong is really pressurising Cole Denham for that 4th place. Armstrong's got the wind beneath his side pods at the moment, and he sends it through turn 9. That seems to be the youngster's sweet spot for overtaking, as Denny Babicek is having a massive battle, and Warner goes around the outside of Endicott through into turn number 11, and he's made it through. Of all the places, turn 11. That was an absolutely brilliant move from Oliver Warner. Gets through on Max Endicott and now goes for Denny Babicek, and then Felipe Reyes has made it a quartet to the party, and Babicek is all the way down into 9th place. Felipe Reyes now up the inside through turn 3 on Max Endicott. Felipe Reyes has made this party come alive. And then you've got a few other drivers not too far behind, including the likes of the 197. That is Lucas Tordeur, and then the 129 from JM Kart Club VACR from the Czech Republic, Jakub Kubera running on the Sodi Kart chassis. Ashcroft has started to extend his lead to about close to 7 tenths of a second, as we have just under 2¼ minutes still remaining on the timer. Might be closer to a second at this point, but the battle is still waging on. Felipe Reyes now past Oliver Warner. Great moves from the young Dutchman over the past couple of laps. So at the moment, Ashcroft leads by nearly 8 tenths ahead of Friend. Lyubimov rounds out the top 3. Rory Armstrong in 4th. Cole Denham in 5th. Felipe Reyes in 6th. Then it's Oliver Warner, Max Endicott, Denny Babicek and Lucas Tordeur. No, make that Babicek's in 10th. Tordeur has got through on the 115. So a lot of changes have been happening. And then the 176, that is Kai Clark, has just had Angelina Simons Torres and Charles Kitely go through. Now, Kitely had a very difficult qualifying, but he's making it up through the race. The youngster from Great Dunmow in Essex. A minute and a quarter still remains. There are battles to be had as Warner is trying to put the offensive pressure onto Felipe Reyes from the Netherlands in for 6th position. And at the moment, all 31 drivers are still circulating around this 1,360 metre 12-turn clockwise circuit, as looks like Charles Kitely was trying to get the elbows out there there's Alexander Van Meeuwen behind the back of that train. And there is Angelina Simons Torres, who's just been passed by George Gibbons' motorsport teammate, Maxim Bobrishov, who ventured over to Marienburg last year, competing in this class, and showed a very good account of himself, did the youngster from the UAE. So Lucas Stoddard has got past Max Endicott, and Max now drops to 9th position. Has got Jakub Kubera not too far behind. Been a difficult opening heat for Denny Babacek. So with 3 seconds to spare, we get another lap in the book. So we're on to lap number 8 out of 9, and there's the move. That is 3rd place. The charging youngster from Northern Ireland. Downpatrick's very own Rory Armstrong manages to catch and pass Estonia's Nikita Lubimov, and there is Scotland's Kieran Stewart in the pit lane, I'm afraid. It's not been a good one for the youngster, I'm afraid. And that is his first heat done and dusted, but Rory Armstrong has been absolutely flying. Not just him, but also Felipe Reyes as well from the Netherlands. They both have been doing standout jobs, not having the greatest qualifying, but they've made up for it in the race pace. So the timer did expire 45 seconds ago. The last lap board is now being prepared. Jacob Ashcroft, last time around, had a 9/10 of a second advantage over Albert Friend. Friend might have closed that gap ever so slightly on this penultimate lap, and it does go down to 0.785 of a second. Rory Armstrong, Nikita Lubimov, Cole Denham, Felipe Reyes, Oliver Warner, Lucas Stoddard, Max Endicott gets back up into 9th, going on to the final lap of the race ahead of Jakub Kubera from the Czech Republic. Then it's the likes of Babicek, Bobrishov, Simons Torres, Van Meeuwen and Kai Clark round out the top 15, but Kai Clark might be in a little bit of danger because Charles Kitely is closing in the 164 for that 15th position. So, Jacob Ashcroft has led from lights out to checkered flag, and the youngster from Dan Holland Racing picks up another victory to his tally this season so far. 9.43 tenths ahead of Albert Friend. Rory Armstrong makes his way up to finish 3rd at the end of that, ahead of Nikita Lubimov and Cole Denham running out the top 5. 6th, Felipe Reyes from the Netherlands. 7th, Lucas Stoddard from Belgium, with another 2 Brits. 6 Brits in the top 10, with Max Endicott and Oliver Warner, with Jakub Kubera running at the top 10 representing the Czech Republic. Then it was Denny Babacek, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Angelina Simons Torres, the only Spanish representative here this weekend. Then Kai Clark and Charles Kitely ran at the top 15. Maxim Bobrishov from the United Arab Emirates ends up 16th, ahead of Christian Segerson. Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania. Ryan Gandor from Canada up to 19th at the flag, ahead of Sigurd Stubberup Fredriksson. Bran van der Weken, Ryan Rivers, Adrian Steons, Vite Kubera, Len Abbas, Jeffrey Beek, Andres Jerrup, Unto Olavi Lakonen, and Isaac Barker round out the 29 that finished all 9 laps of racing, with Vic van Kampenhout ending up 30th, and Kieran Stewart, unfortunately, retiring on lap number 6. So with a combined 31 Minimax drivers on the grid for this weekend's opening round of the Euro Trophy, concentration and focus was paramount before the drivers got underway. We would have to do a second formation lap due to an initial full start, with Vic van Kampenhout having to wait patiently at the end of the dummy grid to be released. But the second time of asking saw the drivers get under. That was the full start. So the drivers would have to go back for another tour of the 1,360 metre circuit. The second time into the tram lines was a successful effort as the field spread out as soon as the lights went out, with a few drivers fanning out here and there. Some great battles up and down the order, including with the likes of Jakub Kubera and Felipe Reyes, who started making their way through the order. Top three started breaking away, where there was a lot of skirmishes and battles all the way through the order. Cole Denham getting through on Denny Babicek for fourth position, with Rory Armstrong holding station in fifth place. Some good moves from Charles Kitely, especially on the likes of Maxim Bobrishov, where they actually were scuffing sidewalls with each other going down the Europolan in the early part of the race. Rory Armstrong would showcase his skills at turn number 9, first getting past Denny Babicek in the 115 on the Paralin chassis. And then would start chasing those in front, including getting past the likes of Cole Denham later on. Max Sendicott gave a good account of himself, also getting past on Denny Babicek. They went side by side down the Europolan. Then Oliver Warner decided to show what he was capable of as he made his way a little bit further up the order, with Felipe Reyes trying to get through. But this move here, where Warner did the ultimate sort of like, I'm going to get up the inside, and then the floodgates opened. Denny Babicek had no other alternative but to lose 3 places. Very good afternoon, very good morning to Karol Stout watching. Hope you're keeping well. Plenty of moves up and down the order. Angelina Simons Torres from Spain doing a very good job in the 130, battling away with the 176 of Kai Clark and the 164 of Charles Kitely. Great. Well, there was a little bit of a moment there. Now, that was when Charles Kitely went over the back bumper of Kai Clark, going through into turn 2. And then again, Kai Clark would lose out 3 positions, because he had Alexander Van Meeuwen coming out of the final court, coming out of turn 6, and then Simons Torres. But this was the move that pretty much secured 3rd place for Rory Armstrong, youngster from Downpatrick County down in Northern Ireland, getting past Tallinn's young Estonian hard charger. There was Kieran Stewart. Oh, and the left front tyre not having a good time at all. Something stuck to it, I think. But it was Jacob Ashcroft that would secure a comfortable victory in that one, ahead of Albert Friend, with Rory Armstrong, Nikita Lyubimov, and Cole Denham rounding out the top 5 overall. There we go, on to race number 5. It's Heat 1, Junior Rotax A and B. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So, pole position to Lebanon's Christopher El Fagali. He starts on pole for this race, and he has alongside him the comeback kid from last weekend's B&L Karting Series Finals Day, Mika van der Pavert from the Netherlands, Mateo Radenkovic and Armand Hamilton on row number 2. And good to see Jordan's Hamza Al-Fayez joining the grid for this weekend. youngster from Jordan, will be joined by Goldschmidt from Belgium on the inside, well, on row 3. Krik Noren and Tom Strehler ran out the top 4 rows, with Archie Clark and Boris Maximov running out the top 10. Tino Sidler and Ollie Wise, row number 6. Welcome back to also Adas Mijalskis from the UK, who'll be joined on row 7 by Germany's Luke Korda. Juri Levar, Nemanja Jovanovic, Olivier Jonkers, Vitte Väinänen, Kasper Nissen and Knud Nielsen ran out the top 20. Julian Kovacevic, Jules Avril, Rasmus Koskinen, Max Swiderski and Mathis Lemaitre ran out the top 25. And good, I see who you are supporting, Carol. Christopher El Fagali and Hamza Al Fayez. I know you have competed against them. I have to give a shout out to Guy Sheffield from the team at Al Ain Raceway and the UAE Rotax Max Challenge. Some drivers that have already come over to these shores, well, one of which I know has already qualified for the grand finals, Tony Hogg, DD2 Masters. And also we had Kane Cherry in here for the B&L karting series in DD2 last week. So, as per the Minimax drivers, all junior Rotax heats today will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. There will be a total of 6 heats, and each driver will take part in 3 respective heats. Thereby, the less points you score, the higher up the order you are. There is also a new points system for 2023. And Ball Out Sim Racing supporting the man on pole position, Christopher El Fagali, as everyone now gets into formation. Now start to make their way through the final corner. They split into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're off and racing. Good start by Fagali. Radenkovic follows him, follows behind, and they are trying to make their way through turns 1 and 2. 3 wide at the back end of the field. But El Fagali has kept his lead of the race so far. Second is Radenkovic, Van der Pavert. Hamilton was briefly in 4th place before Hamza Al Fayez went up the inside. There is a slow kart. Oh, that's Boris Maximov. And there's kart scattering left and right of the young Dutchman. Came out of turn number 6. And Boris Maximov's race has already gone south very, very quickly before we've even completed the opening lap. Tyres screeching as they brake hard into turn number 10 at Cafe Corner. But Christopher El Fagali leads the way. Matej Radenkovic hot on his heels. Hamza Al Fayez did get 3rd off of Mika van der Pavert, but went wide coming out of turn number 12, and that's allowed Hungary's Armand Hamilton to get through, and now Radenkovic has got through on El Fagali for the race lead. That was through turn number 2, so El Fagali was powerless to stop the slipstream advantage that Radenkovic had. And then there is also Archie Clark, who's just gone in on the inside of Hamza Al Fayez through turn number 6. So the Jordanian driver, who has been coached in the UAE by one of our senior Rotax drivers, Lachlan Robinson from KR Sports. So Radenkovic has got a lot of pressure, courtesy of Christopher El Fagali, the first ever Lebanese driver to take a global karting title last year at the grand finals in Portimao. They come across the line, 2 minutes down, 5 to go. Armand Hamilton slingshots and sweeps past Mika van der Pavert through into the approach into turn 2. So the 212 makes his way through up into 3rd place, and now we'll start to chase down El Fagali and Radenkovic. Tino Sidler rounds out the top 10. Ollie Wise now up into 8th as well. That was quickly changed because there was definitely someone fancying an opportunity to look to lunge up the inside through into turn 6 on that occasion. And now it's a quartet at the front of the field. Maybe if you include Archie Clark, that will be a quintet of drivers battling for the race lead. 4 minutes 20 plus an additional lap still to go. Radenkovic leads, El Fagali 2nd, Hamilton in 3rd. 4th it is Van der Pavert, 5th it is Clark. 6th is Goldschmidt from Belgium. 7th, Hamza Al Fayez from Jordan. Ollie Wise Knoren and Tino Sidler as El Fagali loses second. And he's going to lose third very shortly, as that was a great opportunistic move. Read the situation perfectly. Did Mika van der Pavert. Hamilton got through on El Fagali through turn 2. Van der Pavert tried on turn 3 and got the job done, going through turn 4. Halfway through the race at the moment, Tom Sweller makes his way up into 11th position. Kasper Nissen, Nemanja Jovanovic and Knud Nielsen up round out the top 15. Just outside of that is Adas Mijalskis, who's about 2.5 tenths of a second away. Armand Hamilton looking to get past the 2.96 of Matej Radenkovic. 3 tenths covers the first 2. Van der Pavert is there and waiting in the wings. Hamilton going defensive through turn 4, now into turn number 5. Can Van der Pavert size up and move into 6? Thinks better of it. Will use the slipstream. Coming down the Europlan, out of turn number 6, down towards turn 7. Radenkovic holding on at the moment. Hamilton trying to close the door, will close up, but also having to defend at the same time. El Fagali finds himself in 4th position at this point still. Archie Clark and Boluet are closing down on the youngster from Lebanon. Just over 2 minutes and 20 still remaining on the timer. Lap 5 completed. Radenkovic's lead was just over 2 tenths ahead of Hamilton. Van der Pavert was in that window to possibly slipstream past the 2:12 from Strawberry Racing. I think Mika van der Pavert might be just waiting for the opportune moment to get through. A little bit further back, Ollie Wise and Tino Sidler have been battling over 9th position. Sidler has that place for the minute. Top 6 last time around were covered by just under 1.5 seconds. That looks to be a lot closer this time as we're about to complete lap 6. 1 minute and 20, plus an additional lap on the timer remains. Radenkovic still leads. Hamilton, Van der Pavert, Linus Cern, 3.5 tenths separating them. El Fagali, Clark, Louet, 1.26 seconds apart. Al-Fayez is probably about a further 8 tenths adrift. Or maybe no, make that more like 1.1 seconds. But now it's anyone's guess with 45 seconds on the timer. After this lap, we'll have 2 more to go. But Radenkovic is controlling proceedings, controlling what happens behind. As now there was a slight misjudgment by Mika van der Pavert coming out of turn 10. And now El Fagali was looking to stick the nose up the inside through turn 12. Thought better of it. Penultimate lap now underway. Radenkovic still leading. But now, let's see how close the top 6 are. It's next to nothing, 9 tenths. El Fagali trying everything he can to get past Mika van der Pavert to not allow Archie Clark or Boluet to get through. Into turn 6, Hamilton runs a little bit wide, allows Van der Pavert, El Fagali. Are Clark and Louet going to get through? Going down into turn 7. And that was very close indeed. Van der Pavert all over the place coming out of turn 7, running onto the curbs through into turn 8. Hamilton nearly gets a touch from Louet, who ends up sideways through turn 8. Hamilton down to 4th position. Louet now battling hard with El Fagali. Timer has expired. 1 more lap remains. Another clumsy mistake from Van der Pavert. El Fagali looked to the outside, and that allowed Archie Clark to get through. Hamilton's back in this, and look who's jumped in. There is, in the middle of all that, is 4 wide. Coming out of turn number 12, Al-Fayez is in that mix, and he's now up into what is now, that's 4th place. And that has allowed Matej Radenkovic to scarper away into the distance. everyone started squabbling. Van der Pavert got a bit clumsy. El Fagali tried to get through. Clark got through, went up into second. El Fagali in third now, but that has changed as well. El Fagali back up into second. Hamza Al-Fayez is not too far behind, but Matej Radenkovic has weathered the storm behind him. Goes through into turn 12 for the final time. El Fagali still battling away with Archie Clark in the 247 right up until the checkered. But what an exciting development, because Matej Radenkovic wins the opening heat. Christopher El Fagali takes second. Archie Clark, Hamza Al-Fayez, and in fifth position, Belgium's Boluet. The top six going on to the last lap were covered by 9/10 of a second, and then Radenkovic wins by 2.8 at the end of that. So rounding out the top 10, it's Mika van der Pavert, Armand Hamilton, Krik Noren, Tom Seller, and Tino Sidler. Ollie Wise would finish 11th after all of that. Nemanja Jovanovic, Olivier Jonkers, Max Sadurski, and good recovery after a very, very difficult first lap for Boris Maximov, who rounded out the top 15. Adas Majalskis, Kasper Nissen, Luc Conde, Mathis Olmetre, Julian Kovacevic ran at the top 20, with Julie Levar, Knut Nielsen, Vitti Väinänen, Rasmus Koskinen, and we did lose one driver, which was Jules Avril, on lap number 4 of the race. So the junior Rotax field would start their racing in earnest here at Karting Genk, as Christopher El Fagali led the likes of Matej Radenkovic, Hamza Al-Fayez, and Mika van der Pavert into turn number 2. Al-Fayez was briefly up into third place on the opening exchange, but then Matej Radenkovic would then start to take control of the race, getting past the 2C1 from Dan Holland Racing a couple of laps later. Then everything started to concertina a little bit further behind, because you had the likes of Armand Hamilton, Mika van der Pavert, who used the curves over aggressively to get through on the 212 representing Hungary, with Christopher El Fagali managing to get through. Archie Clark and Boluet were waiting in the wings, but then everything started going wrong for Mika van der Pavert as he made a couple of mistakes. Archie Clark got through, so did Christopher El Fagali, and then it was 4 wide coming out of the final corner. Hamza Al-Fayez was in the mix with all of that, as was Boluet. Armand Hamilton had to move out of the way because of Krik Noren in the 262 at the back end of all of that. But it also, and that was on the final lap, but it allowed Matej Radenkovic to just comfortably storm away and win ahead of El Fagali by just over 2.867 seconds, with Archie Clark, Hamza Al-Fayez, and Boluet rounding out the top 5 on that one. Driver announcement. Could driver number 374, Kai Gillets, Senior Rotax Plus entrant to the steward's office immediately, please. That's Kai Gillets Plus entrant to the steward's office immediately, please. Thank you. Right then, let's take you through our starting grid for Junior Rotax. Heat number 2. So it's going to be Timo Jungling from the United Kingdom and from the Netherlands, Casper Schormans on the front row. Thomas Behrmann and Dave Stevens, row number 2. Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Max Cuthbert, row number 3. Thomas Min-Spearing and Thomas Ingram Hill, row number 4, with Joshua Graham and Kenzo Craigie completing the top 10. Ryan Bourguignon, and then we've got Noah Janssen, row number 6. Thomas Rudokas and Matthias Jallerup, row 7. Oscar Gusho and Mikko Manila from Finland, rounding out the top 8 rows. Completing the top 20 is August Raber. And we've got Cameron Nelson, Roman Kinsinger and Sky Parker. Completing the 24-strong grid, it's Jake Menton, Sebastian Koch, Santeri Laitonen and Zain El Homosani. So Jungling and Schormans on the front row. The drivers getting into formation as they make their way through into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're underway. Good start by Timo Jungling, who leads the field into turn number 1, but Casper Schormans right to his outside. Dave Stevens looking to the inside in the 292. I think he's just gotten the race lead. No, he hasn't, but he's keeping it pinned around the outside. And there's problems for Casper Schormans, who's dropped all the way outside of the top 10. As we've got a yellow flag going through marshal post number 2 in the in-between part through turns 3 and 4. Timo Jungling managed to hold on to that race lead ahead of Dave Stevens. So Casper Schormans not having the greatest start to his first heat. The juniors will also compete in 3 respective heats. So Casper Schormans looks to be around about 12th place as the leaders make their way through into turn number 11. Jungling leads, Stevens in second. Third, that is going to, looks to be a DHR car. That is more than likely going to be Thomas Ingram Hill. Fourth, it's Max Cuthbert. Fifth, Thomas Behrmann. Joshua Graham now up into 6th. Alberto Kiko Fracassi now up into 7th. Ryan Bourguignon, Thomas Min-Spearing and Matthias Jallerup rounding out the top 10. Schormans currently 11th position, looking to climb up the order. As at the front end of the field, Timo Jungling goes on the defensive. Thomas Ingram Hill looking towards the inside, so is Max Cuthbert. They are both going to look to get past Dave Stevens into turn 7. They do get through. Stevens down into 4th place. And Thomas Behrmann now waiting for his opportunity to get past. And Alberto Kiko Fracassi has got past Josh Graham. As there's a little bit sideways there from Thomas Ingram Hill going into the braking zone into turn number 10, but he manages to keep Max Cuthbert at bay. Max Cuthbert now up the inside of Thomas Ingram Hill. Nearly opened the door there for Dave Stevens, as now Joshua Graham was trying to go briefly side by side. As all that was sideways and then some for Thomas Ingram Hill, but Thomas Behrmann sent it from absolutely nowhere to try and get through on everybody in front of him. That included Ingram Hill, and Behrmann has a little bit of a moment coming out into turn number 5. Kenzo Craigie is the back end of that train, and that has allowed a certain Timo Jungling to pull away into the distance. But Thomas Ingram Hill with the massive of all slides trying to get through as there's a little bit of a tussle, one of which that was Kenzo Craigie, I think, involved. As one of those drivers. Someone's gone wide coming out of turn number 11. That might have been Joshua Graham. Now it's getting a bit robust out there, I'm afraid. That was a little bit of that was more than just a touch. That was Casper Schomans on Alberto Kiko Fracassi, who is not exactly happy. Now it's become a bit of bumper carts, and 2 into 1 do not go. And that was Ryan Bourguignon into Alberto Kiko Fracassi. And Schomans now trying to get through on Thomas Ingram Hill for third, and that was sideways for Joshua Graham this time. 3 wide coming out of turn number 6. The 245 on the inside. That's Oscar Gushaw with Matthias Jellerup sandwiched in the middle. Roman Kitzinger, unfortunately, is out of the race after just the opening lap. So there was one casualty. And Thomas Behrman looks to be a little bit further down the order. He will be in, that is going to be 7th by my calculations as they come across the line. That is the case. Cameron Nelson, Alberto Kiko Fracassi. There's more juxtaposing here, as that was the 284 of Thomas Min Spearing through on Thomas Ingram Hill. Tay Stevens is there trying to get through as well, as now Ingram Hill up the insides of Spearing, and Stevens gives him a little bit of a hip check as well, and there is no give. There's rubbing of sidewalls going into the braking zone for turn 7. And there's more sends happening a little bit further down the order, Jake Menton being one of them. Kenzo Craigie finds himself towards the bottom part of the top 20. 2 minutes and 20 seconds still to go on the timer, plus an additional lap. The 241 of Cameron Nelson now has a fast-closing Italian in the form of Alberto Kiko Fracassi. As, oh dearie me, there's one on the back of another going down the start-finish straight. Oh, and I think someone's going to have a very noisy exhaust as a direct result. Yep, I thought as much. And that looks to be one of the Argenti carts. That could be... Yeah, that's the noisy exhaust. One driver's going to get a mechanical black flag, or they're going to come into the pit lane. So Timo Jungling still leading the way. Max Cuthbert in 2nd position. 3rd now is going to be Casper Schomans. 4th it's Thomas Ingram Hill. Sounds like it's the 214 Sebastian Koch that's got the noisy exhaust, or is that driver now pulling? Oh, that's Joshua Graham that's got the noisy exhaust. He was the one that had another kart mounted on his rear bumper. So the baffles are not clearly working. That exhaust is a noisy one, and that driver is now going to have to retire. That's a real shame for Joshua Graham. So Alberto Kiko Fracassi, in the meantime, has managed to catch up and pass Cameron Nelson, and is about 1.6 seconds behind Thomas Behrman, who is rounding out the top 7. Meanwhile, at the sharper end of the grid, it's Dan Holland Racing's Timo Jungling, who is leading the way, but he is being caught by Max Cuthbert. And the lap times were quite considerably different. They were different again last time around by about 4 tenths. Timer is about to hit 0 as the leaders make their way through into turn 6. So top 10 rounded out by Noah Janssen from Germany. Mechanical black flag has now been shown to Joshua Graham. So he's going to park that, and that's his race over, I'm afraid, as Max Cuthbert now trying to get through on Timo Jungling. Casper Schomans is now there. And Kasper Schormans looks to the outside of turn number 11. And oh, there's a touch! There's a touch between Cuthbert that unsettles Jungling. And Jungling drops down to third. And now Schormans takes the race lead going on to the final lap. You can bet your bottom dollar that Timo Jungling is going to give everything he can and make a fair and clean overtake as they go into turns 1 and 2. Jungling back up into second position. Now Cuthbert. Now Jungling gets the switch back through out of turn 3 into turn 4. So down they go into the turn 7 chicane for the final time as Josh Graham pulls the cart into pit lane. And there is a 5-second penalty coming to the way of Thomas Behrmann. And that was for pushing. I've just been informed by the live timing. But Kasper Schormans looks over his right shoulder. Timo Jungling holding on to second as they've just got one more corner to go through. And out of the final turn, it is going to be Kasper Schormans who takes the win. Timo Jungling takes second. Max Cuthbert third. Thomas Ingram Hill fourth. Thomas Behrmann on the road, fifth place, but with a 5-second time penalty. That is going to drop him to around about 12th position. Dave Stevens, Thomas Min Spearing, Alberto Kiko Fracassi, Cameron Nelson, Noah Janssen round out the top 10. Kenzo Craigie, despite being in the trenches along with several other drivers, finished 11th ahead of Oscar Gusho. Matthias Jallerup, Santeri Laitinen, Ryan Bourguignon rounds out the top 15. Mikko Manila from Finland, 16th. That has just been adjusted, so Thomas Behrmann drops to 12th place as the provisional results. Thomas Rudokas, August Raber, Sky Parker, Zayn El Homosani rounds out the top 20 ahead of Jake Menton. Sebastian Koch, Joshua Graham retires after a mechanical black flag for a noisy exhaust on lap 7. And Francis Roman Kitzinger in the 2:33 didn't even make it to the end of the first lap. So with 25 junior road tax drivers ready and being given instructions by the race director ahead of their first heats of the race weekend, it was focusing on the task at hand, making sure that the best result possible was guaranteed. The drivers would head into the tram lines and it would be pole sitter Timo Jungling that would take advantage at the start. Kasper Schormans alongside the youngster from the United Kingdom would look to go to the outside, but Dave Stevens managed to get through to try and take the race lead on the opening tour, but there was a scramble. Schormans suffered dramas, and then the likes of Thomas Ingram Hill in the 228 would find himself being passed by the UK's Max Cuthbert as Timo Jungling would surge into the distance. There was the moment where Thomas Ingram Hill was completely sideways. Thomas Behrmann would then make his way through on the pair of them to get through into that second position, but then Cuthbert and Ingram Hill would fight back. More dramas a little bit further back with the likes of Krik Koren, and then of course that moment there for Joshua Graham was not just the first drama that the 298 from the United Kingdom and Argenti Motorsport would suffer. It was bumper carts ahoy going through into turn 2, and that would later give Thomas Behrmann a 5-second time penalty for pushing, being at the back end of the train. And also overtaking manoeuvres were not exactly clean, so to speak, because there were scrambles all over the field with 3 wide at some points, with even sidewall and side pod robbing to boot. See moves such as that by the 231. That would be of Noah Janssen from Germany, who was battling away with Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Drivers were definitely giving no quarter, as there was a slight touch between Thomas Min Spearing and Dave Stevens, who were rubbing side pods and sidewalls all at the same time. And then there were more dramas a little bit further back with the 295 of Zayn El Homosani having an assist by Jake Menton from the Netherlands. Then the battle between the top three, Timo Jungling, Max Cuthbert and Kasper Schurmans, came to a head at that moment. The slightest of touches sent Timo Jungling sideways. Cuthbert got through for the lead, and then Kasper Schurmans would get through and then ultimately win. But it was Timo Jungling who held on for so long but managed to finish second best, ahead of Max Cuthbert in third place, with Thomas Ingram Hill and Taze Stevens rounding out the top five. Now we go on to race number 7 of 25 today. It's Heat 1 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's have a look at your starting grid. After time qualifying, it was David Altlechner that took pole position overall. He will line up alongside Rasmus van der Voort on the front row, with Martin van Leeuwen and Carl Gustav Borgaard on row number 2. Enzo Bol and the returning Martin Henkel Mortensen, our inaugural DD2 champion for the Euro Trophy back in 2018. That is row 3. Jakob Bezel joined by Axel Sarniala on row 4. Completing the top 10, Jules Cousin and Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis. Dennis Thum not only takes pole position for DD2 Masters, he starts on the inside of row number 6 alongside Austria's Manuel Tenchert, Nicolas Guillaume, Maxime Sechurko, Ville Villainen, Captain, Christophe Capitan. Then we've got Philip Moitzi, Victor Frostbay, Yannick Nielsen and Nicolas Picot rounding out the top 20. Sebastian Schul, Peter Bezel, Leonardo Baccaglini, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Martina Stankiewicz, Carl Klebo, Michael Becker. Then we have got Jere Kokalainen, Igor Mukin, Tony Hogg, Kuba Kubera. Then we've also got the 31, that is Kamil Kubera and Maxime Dirix. And we have one non-starter. That driver, Lucas Pernaut, taken ill last night. Hopefully, Lucas, you get well soon. So 32 drivers will take to the start as they make their way towards the start-finish straight. So Altlechner now moving up to DD2 after seniors last year. Leads the field along with Rasmus van der Voort on the front row. Red lights on the starting gantry. Due to get things underway. Revs rise, lights are out, we're underway. Good start by Altlechner. Martin van Leeuwen, the 24-year-old Dutchman based out of Zolder, is in second. Enzo Bol leads the rest of the train in third place. Bit of a difficult start for Rasmus van der Voort, who now finds himself in 5th position behind Carl Gustav Borgaard, who's a countryman from Denmark. There is Michael Becker trying to keep Martina Stankiewicz at bay. The leaders making their way through turn number 8 as we speak. And Enzo Bol is catching them up. So out of the final corner. So Altlechner leading by just over 0.17 seconds. Enzo Bol 4/10 behind the race leader. Carl Gustav Borgaard, Rasmus van der Voort, Martin Henkel Mortensen, Axel Sarniala, Jakob Bezel, Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis, Manuel Tenchert, or Jules Cousin rounds out the top 10. Now leading in DD2 Masters, it is Nicolas Picot, the 517 based out of Bordeaux, the 31-year-old Frenchman, now is leading in DD2 Masters, currently 13th. 15th is Dennis Thum, who is just behind Lithuania's Maxime Sechurko. Thum is currently second in the DD2 Masters classification. 5 minutes and 21 seconds on the clock, plus an additional lap still to go. And there is a bit of a train. It's the Axel Sarniala train. He's got behind him Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis. Jakob Bezel is there. So is Jules Cousin. Lockmellis fires it up the inside of the 469 from Finland. 20-year-old based out of Espoo, and Axel Sarniala is getting a bit manhandled, so to speak. 4 minutes and 48 seconds still to go. 4 minutes and 22 seconds on the clock still to go, and now battles up and down the order. As a little bit of a moment there for Manuel Tencher coming into the final corner. He was sideways in front of Dennis Toom, but manages to hold his nerve and his composure. But David Altlechner and Martin van Leuven have kept themselves at the front of the field. They were 85 thousandths of a second apart after what was lap number 3. Enzo Bol is just under 6 tenths off of the race leader as they bump their way through into turn number 8. Now halfway through the race as they make their way into turn number 12. Altlechner a little bit loose on the back end coming out of that corner, but still manages to keep the racing line in front of Van Leuven, who's trying to look for his opportunity to strike. Maxime Drix has been making his way from the back end of the field and now is up to 22nd out of 32. Nice little bit of a move there. That was the 4:23. Jakob Bezel on the returning Dane of Martin Henkel Mortensen, who I spoke to earlier on this week, and he said, yeah, I'm just, hopefully my car for Danish Super GT will be ready, but this is just for me, just a way to keep the reflexes and racing skills sharp, and that's not a bad idea to come back to the roots. And now Altlechner finds himself in second, but little bit of a bounce off of the sidewalls between the two leaders. Altlechner and Van Leuven swapped the lead twice in the last couple of corners, and Altlechner gets back through. Enzo Bol is about 8 tenths of a second away from this. Rasmus Vendelbo is quickly closing on the youngster from the Netherlands. Jakob Bezel is the fastest driver out there, 53.954 seconds. As Van Leeuwen is now looking to move up the inside, and he does so. He does a Danny Rick, licks the stamp and sends it through on the inside of the driver based out of Bargoed in Wales these days. David now running in Rotax Poland and Rotax CEE this year. But with 1 minute and 35 on the clock to go, there's still time for things to change. And Altlechner is still giving chase. It's good pressure that the young Polish driver is giving to the experienced driver from Zolder. And there has been a change in terms of DD2 Masters because Dennis Toom has now made his way up to 12th overall. And well, it's not him that's leading, it's Christophe Capitain now who is leading. So it was a German on pole position, a leader from France, and now another leader from France, because Christophe Capitain has just set a personal best. He's actually looking a little bit faster than the driver behind him at the 5.77. As a move from Patrick Snols-Lockmelis, that was on Carl Gustav Borgaard for 6th place, so the Latvian gets through. So at this point, we are on the penultimate lap of this race. Nearly a slight unforced error from Martin van Leeuwen. Enzo Bol is closing in. So is Denmark's Rasmus Vendelbo. So it's going to be a core set of drivers competing for the win. 8 tenths of a second separated them after 7 laps of racing. We're close to completing lap number 8 as Van Leeuwen goes on the defensive out of the final corner. Could this give the opportunity for Altlechner to slingshot past? The Polish driver is going to get through on the run down to turns 1 and 2. No counter-attack possible for the 403 from Sheepers Racing. Enzo Bol has been steadily closing in on the duo behind, and he's brought along Rasmus Vendelbo with him. The top 4 were covered by just over 5.5 tenths of a second. So this time around, it's going to be very, very close indeed. Who is going to pick up the win? Is it going to be Outleichner, Van Leeuwen? Could it be Enzo Bol or Rasmus van der Bol? It is going to be a very, very busy time in this last corner. But Outleichner is going to power out of it. And the driver from Poland is going to win in DD2 by 1.18 tenths of a second. Ahead of Martin van Leeuwen, Enzo Bol, and Rasmus van der Bol complete a very, very close top four, covered by just under 7 tenths of a second at the flag. So Jakob Bezel takes P5, and also with it, the fastest lap of the race. Patrick Snolslock-Mellis got past Carl Gustav Borgard for 7th position, ahead of Martin Henkel Morrison, Axel Saniala, and Christophe Capitain. The 599, based out of La Norville in France, takes the win in DD2 Masters. 10th overall. Jules Cousin and Dennis Thum ran at the top 12, ahead of Manuel Tencher, Maxim Sachurko, Peter Bezel, Yannick Nielsen, Philip Moissy, and Nicolas Guillaume running at the top 18. Nicolas Picot in 19th, ahead of Maxime Dirix, with Victor Frospe, Martina Stankiewicz, Sebastian Shaw, Leonardo Baccaglini, Vili Viliainen, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Michael Becker, Karl Klebor, Igor Mukin, Jere Kokalainen, Tony Hogg, and Camille Kubera rounding out the 32 strong, all within 15.8 seconds of each other. And a non-starter, and might be out for the rest of the weekend. A real shame for Canada's Lucas Parnell from KR Sport. So with 32 DD2 and DD2 Masters drivers taking to the circuit for their first of 3 heats, it would be a case of who would triumph, not just in the DD2 class, but also in the DD2 Masters field. It was Outleichner and Van der Bol on the front row, and the Polish driver in the 465 would lead the field underway into racing, with Enzo Bol in third, Rasmus van der Bol trying to get round the outside early doors on Carl Gustav Borgard and made that move stick. And also a move by, looks to be, that is the 599 of Christophe Capitain to get past Austria's Manuel Tenschert, who ended up inadvertently in the way of Dennis Thum from Germany, as Capitain and Thum were battling for the DD2 Masters class lead. And a little bit of signalling between Martin Henkel Morrison and the 423 of Bezel. But then the battle really started intensifying at the front end of the field between Martin van Leeuwen and one of the younger generation of DD2 drivers coming through the ranks, David Outleichner. A little bounce of sidewalls between the two allowed Outleichner to get through on the final corner. Van Leeuwen would then counter-attack through turn number 7 and make his way through back into the race lead. Some battling a little bit further down the order, especially with the likes of a couple of drivers, including the 424 from SP Motorsport. That would be Leonardo Baccaglini, the young Italian, making his Euro Trophy debut last year in Marienborg. Patrick Snolslock-Mellis provided a great overtake up the inside of turn 2 on Denmark's Carl Gustav Borgard, managing to keep himself within the top 6. But it was Outleichner that would use this move to get himself back into the race lead, ahead of Martin van Leeuwen, with Enzo Bol and Rasmus van der Bol closing in. And at the end of it all, Outleichner took the win, Van Leeuwen took second, Bol third, Van der Bol in fourth, and Christophe Capitain would take the win in the DD2 Masters classification. So we go into race number 8 out of 25. It's Heat 3, Senior Rotax Groups A and E. Here is your starting grid. So on the front row, from pole position, it will be the Netherlands' Jaden Teen. We'll have alongside Elia Papacena for good company. Lachlan Robinson and Austin Lee on row number 2. Matthew Higgins and Farin Mega, row 3. Mario Sidler and Lewis Gilbert rounding out the top 4 rows. Caden McQueen and Matteo Pianizola round out the top 10. Maxence Bouvier and Lotus Threen, row 6. William Helgstrand and Kai Hunter, row 7. Andrei Petrovic, Sebastian Bach, Vincent van Kerkhoven, Paul Volkwemin, Sam Bergstein and Mika Barthélemy round out the top 20. Rashid Ghanem, Lucas Schlegel, Mido Halika, William Christensen, Jaden Poper. Then we've got Baptiste Schneider, Alexander Sarvinkov, Felipe Falk, Magic Hamera, Ralph van der Pevert. And then last but by no means least, we have Marco Treppenpreis from Austria. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap on the timer. So far, we've had 2 different heat winners. We've had Kai Hunter and Tommy van der Sloys. So there are 10 heats in total. If anyone gets the clean sweep, then they're guaranteed to be at the sharp end of the ranking after heats. So the drivers make their way through the 12th and final corner. 15.5 rows, 31 competitors come out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're underway. Good start by both Jaden Teen, Lachlan Robinson and Matthew Higgins. Elia Papacena trying to keep it around the outside of turn number 2, but we have had a little bit of a coming together. That is the 904 that has gone exit stage left. That is Paul Volkwemin. Looks to be maybe a GKS Lemons power cart that might have come into contact with him as they come out of the 6th and final corner. Oh, bit of a touch on the grass for the 382. Maybe even the 362 as they make their way through into turn number 8 for the first time. It might have been the 362 of Lucas Schlegel that might have had a slight moment. As at the front of the field, Jaden Teen leads the way. And it's Matthew Higgins, Lachlan Robinson that ran out the top 3. 4th, it's Elia Papacena from Italy, but that's quickly changed because Austin Lee fires one up the inside of the Italian through into turn number 2. Top 3 were covered by just under half a second as there is Matthew Higgins going up the inside of Jaden Teen for the race lead. An 18-year-old from Trafalgar in Wales, being mechanicked by Father David, multi-time British kart champion and also multi-time American rally champion with Vermont Sports Cars, if I remember correctly, David. I hope I got that right. That was with Subaru. 8 minutes and 20 still to go. It's getting a bit closer between the top 5, maybe even make that the top 6 because France's Maxence Bouvier is closing. Jaden Teen looked for a move up the inside of Lachlan Robinson through the 12th and final corner, but could not get past the 326 representing the United Kingdom. Looks like we've had a couple of drivers drop a little bit further down the order. Mika Barthélemy and Caden McQueen have dropped down to 18th and 19th respectively. Austin Lee up the inside of Jaden Teen through into turn 6. No room for Elia Papacena to get through. The Italian gets a bit brave on the braking. So does Maxence Bouvier from France. Lewis Gilbert now has got himself up into 7th position past Matteo Pianizzola. But that is a change for the race lead. Lachlan Robinson now in front of Matthew Higgins. So we still have 7¼ minutes still to go. The mechanics on the gantry just on the outskirts of the final corner. Matthew Higgins looks to go up the inside to retake the lead. Going on to lap number 4 through on Lachlan Robinson, and he makes the move stick. Austin Lee, in the meantime, has got past Jaden Teen for 3rd place. And now a move up the inside on Lachlan Robinson, but Robinson keeps it high, wide and handsome around the outside in the 3:26. Keeps 2nd for the minute, but Austin Lee looks to go late on the brakes into turn 7. Gets through. Robinson has to relinquish that place, not for the want of trying, but stays in 3rd position ahead of pole sitter Jaden Teen. Now the train is getting lengthy. Right, top 15, rounded out by Sam Bergstein from the Netherlands, were covered by just over 5.2 seconds. Right, Robinson's just lost out 3rd to Jaden Teen. And there is, now that is more than likely Maxence Bouvier behind Lachlan Robinson. Lewis Gilbert looking up the inside of Elia Papasena, who has to use the runoff area to avoid. And just behind that is the 3:56, Matteo Pianizzola, that's just gotten through. And there's also, that's Rashid Ghanem in the mix there as well, at the back end of that train. That is Mario Sidler, 14th to 1st, after 4 laps covered by 3.4 seconds. And now, oh, that was a bit of a late lunge there from Maxence Bouvier on Lachlan Robinson. The 3:26 now down to what is going to be 5th position, and is in the firing line when it comes to Lewis Gilbert's 2020 vision right now, as they come out of the final corner. Just over 20 seconds to go until we hit the halfway point of this race. Of side-by-side action. That was Andrej Petrovic versus the 3:43 of Germany's Farin Mega. Mario Sidler was a spectator on that one. So 4 minutes and 45 seconds still remain on the timer, plus an additional lap. Matthew Higgins did have just under a 7/10 of a second advantage. That's now gone down to 6/10, courtesy of Austin Lee. Maxence Bouvier has just posted the fastest lap of this race, 54.761 seconds. Top 4 covered by just over a second. 28 drivers. Well, actually, we've had, unfortunately, Vincent van Kerkhoffen was eliminated on the opening lap. So we still have 30 drivers covered by 14.6 seconds after 6 laps. Maxence Bouvier now sends it up the inside of Jaden Teen through into turn 9. Oh, Bouvier runs a little bit wide coming out of the corner as Jaden Teen got back at him using the undercut through turn 9. So Bouvier went onto the curb, outside curbing coming out of turn 9, went sideways, nearly opened the door for Lachlan Robinson to get through. Gap now between 1st and 2nd has gone down to 0.423, and nice again. Well, that is Maxence Bouvier again getting through on Jaden Teen, and now makes the move stick. Farin Mega, that's the first fastest lap I've seen from him in a very long time indeed. Jaden Teen up the inside, back through for P3 at turn 6. Maxence Bouvier trying to go one way, then the other. Could open the door for Lachlan Robinson if the French driver is not very careful. But not only Robinson, but also Gilbert. Through into turn 9. Just under 3 minutes remaining on the timer for this one. Again, the back end just stepping out. Gilbert up the inside of Robinson through turn number 10. That's now 5th position in the Scotsman's pocket. So top 4 covered by 1.3 seconds, going on to lap number 9 of this race. Just under 2.5 minutes to go. Farin Mega now up to 11th. Elia Papacena up to 9th. Gilbert up to 5th place. As Mino Halika has dropped all the way down from around 19th position down to 28th. We still have 30 drivers running. Just seen there the 901. That is William Helgstrand battling away with Mario Sidler for 12th and 13th position. Jaden Teen still holding on to 3rd place ahead of Maxence Bouvier, who has steadily made his way up the order. But with 1 minute and 34 still to go, it might be a strawberry racing 1-2. However, the biggest thing is that Austin Lee has been closing that gap. And it's about a couple of kart lengths between them as they go down the back straightaway into turn number 7. Jaden Teen leading the 3-kart Scrabble, or maybe make that more than that. I would probably treble that and then some. That's the battle for 3rd position at the moment. We've got just under 60 seconds on the timer remaining. Matthew Higgins, 375, still leading the way ahead of Austin Lee. Gap now 2.5 tenths. Jaden Teen, Maxence Bouvier. Now Lewis Gilbert up into 5th. Lachlan Robinson 6th place. Matteo Pianizzola, Rashid Ghanem, Elia Papacena and Germany's Farin Mega complete the top 10 positions. Robinson taking a brief look over his right shoulder, going down the back straightaway at the Europolan. Lewis Gilbert now has also gotten past Jaden Thien. So has Maxence Bouvier, who's going to start defending very, very sternly as the timer now hits 0. One more lap to go. Bouvier defending against Lewis Gilbert, who's looking to get the undercut. He's got Jaden Thien right up his rear bumper. It's the 380 from the Netherlands. Jaden Teen loses out to Gilbert, nearly loses out to Robinson, and then Matteo Pianizzola tries to fire it around the outside. A little bit of a touch between Jaden Teen and Lachlan Robinson. Rashid Ghanem nearly gets compromised as a direct result of that. But Pianizzola, I don't know if he was fully in the runoff area on that particular point. The sun glare was a bit difficult in terms of obscuring my view, but I'm not too sure. Pianizzola went round the outside at turn 2, but if you do run wide, you have the possibility of going all 4 wheels onto the runoff area. But the final lap is about to be completed, and it looks like it's going to be 3 different winners from 3. As into the final corner comes Matthew Higgins, and the 375, based out of Trafalgar in Wales, wins heat number 3 for Senior Rotax Groups A and E by 0.2 of a second ahead of fellow Strawberry Racing teammate Austin Lee. Maxence Bouvier takes 3rd. Lewis Gilbert, the pride of Scotland, takes 4th ahead of Matteo Pianizzola. Jaden Thien, Lachlan Robinson, Rashid Ghanem, Farin Mega, and Italy's Elia Papacena ran out the top 10. Lotus Thien, Mario Sidler, William Helgstrand, Sam Bergstein, and Andrei Petrovic ran out the top 15. No second win for Kai Hunter. He would finish 16th at the end of that, ahead of Mika Barthélemy, Jaden Pope, Caden McQueen, and Paul Forquemin. Lukas Schlegel, Alexander Savinkov, William Christensen, Magic Hamera, and Sebastian Bach round out the top 25. 30 drivers finished it, unfortunately, with Vincent van Kerkhoffen retiring on the opening lap. We had Ralf van der Pevet, Miro Halika, Felipe Falk, Baptiste Schneider, and Marco Drittenpreis rounding out the 30-strong grid, all completing the race distance, separated by a total of 22.3 seconds. So Jaden Thien would lead the field into battle for the third senior road tax heat of the day, with Lachlan Robinson following in behind him, along with several others. But we did have a moment where Paul Forquemin would end up being on the receiving end of a touch with Vincent van Kerkhoffen, with the latter retiring from the race on the opening lap. Then it would be Matthew Higgins that would take his turn at the front end of the field, getting past rather consummately easily on Jaden Thien for the lead of the race. Lachlan Robinson would then also decide to put his 2 cents in and overtake Jaden Thien through turn number 9, thereby securing second. Robinson would then also at one point lead the race before Matthew Higgins responded and retook the lead from the 326 from KR Sport into turn number 2. Also, Austin Lee was definitely getting himself into the thick of the action. So was Elia Papasena, trying to get through on the likes of Maxence Bouvier, Lewis Gilbert and a few others. But Elia Papasena went sideways and hit the curbs going through into turn number 3, which compromised him and let a few other drivers go through. Maxence Bouvier also made steady progress throughout the course of the race, exchanging at points, places with Jaden Thien and sometimes going sideways coming out of the exit of turn number 9. Jaden Thien would then respond and go through on the French driver into turn number 6 to retake third place, as Higgins and Robinson would continue to battle for the race lead. Well, Robinson was actually behind him at that point, and he was coming under fire from the likes of Lewis Gilbert. And also going into turn number 12 a little bit later on in the race, the likes of the 918 would be making some steady progress up through the field, battling towards the back end. That was Felipe Falk from the Netherlands, proudly sporting the Brazilian flag on his side pods. But then also this battle between Maxence Bouvier, Lewis Gilbert and Jaden Thien would see them battle away over the final position in the top 3. But Matthew Higgins crossed the line first, 2/10 of Austin Lee, with Maxence Bouvier, Lewis Gilbert and Jaden Thien rounding out the top 5. Now we go to the last race before the lunch break. It's race 9 out of 25, Heat 4, Senior Road Tax, Group C and D. Let's take you through the starting order. It's an all-British front row with Ethan Jeff Hall and Sean Butcher lining up alongside each other. Kai Hilitz and Vic Stevens on row 2, with Zombra Kovac and Archie Walker row 3. Colin Vajny and Orlan Lemarais ran at the top 4 rows, with Devian Horst and Jan Pinto completing the top 10. Anja Levar, Frederik Zevis Christensen row 6. Dion van Werven and Montego Masson rounding out the top 7 rows. Arthur Robin and Mathis Kanenjak row 8. Kaz Boshaus and Kamal Murad ran out the top 9 rows, with Leon Zelenko and Austria's Daniel Halsworth rounding out the top 20. Rafael Jesus, Sverre Ubben, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, Scott Westhovens, Andrea Kostic, Puck Gubbles, Nicky Gauci, Jaren Schultz, Stephanie Hobeker and Frederick Demant round out the 30-strong grid. So the drivers get themselves steeled and readied as they exit into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights out. We are racing. Good start by the pole sitter, Ethan Jeff Hall. Sean Butcher trying to keep it pinned round the outside to keep a hold of second position. Can use the runoff area to avoid any incidents. He manages to keep in front of Kai Hilitz as there's 3-4 carts going through the running order, as Arthur Robin has a little bit of an off-track excursion. Oh, and a big hit and backwards. Oh, well, that was a very, very lucky escape. That was Mathis Kanenjak into the back, into the side of Kamal Murad. There is someone who's got a back axle that is bent significantly, and that driver is not going anywhere soon at all. Kamal Murad was very, very lucky indeed. So he got out of the way, he got out of the car, he's got out unassisted. I am so happy to see that, but there is a yellow flag at Marshall post number 3. So there will be no overtaking. Marshalling crew here, as always, trying to get things done as quickly as possible. But that was a very, very hard hit. So Kanenjak was backwards. I'm not too sure if he might have gotten a bit of an assistance coming out of turn number 5. And that was at a big rate of speed as well. But Ethan Jeff Hall is in the lead of the race. Kai Hilitz in second. Third, it is Sean Butcher. And now Hilitz goes for the lead through turn 10, and the Belgian gets through. Butcher is in third. Fourth, it's Vic Stevens. Zombra Kovac rounds out the top 5. As now Stevens looks up the inside of Sean Butcher, who has a couple of looks over his right shoulder, sees the likes of Kovac and Vajny not too far behind. Maybe even that's Archie Walker. As now Hilitz trying to battle away as Vic Stevens takes the perfect opportunity through turn number 3 to take second position away from Ethan Jeff Hall. So there is a bit of a train forming behind Vic Stevens as they make their way through into turn number 8 once again. But Hilitz has got a 3 to 4 kart length lead. So Hillertz leads the field as they come round the final corner to complete lap number 3. Second is Vic Stevens. Then it's Sean Butcher, Ethan Jeff Hall, Zsombor Kovac, Archie Walker, Colin Vajny, Nolan Emmeré, Frederick Zebis Christensen and Devian Horst from the Netherlands rounding out the top 10 positions. Jan Pinto's dropped to 13th place behind the likes of Dion van Werven and Daniel Housworth. In the meantime, Sean Butcher has managed to get through on Vic Stevens through turn 6. Back up into second position goes the London-based driver. Hillertz has gotten a lead that he can definitely control quite comfortably. But we've still got under 6.5 minutes of this race still to go. But Hillertz's lead is still around 5.5 tenths of a second. A little bit further back, there is some battling happening with the likes of Kaz Boshaus and Andrija Kostic. They are battling away over what is 14th and 15th behind Israel's Jan Pinto. There is a train starting to lengthen behind Ethan Jeff Hall as Archie Walker has got himself up into 5th position ahead of Zsombor Kovac from Hungary. Hillertz still leads the way. Gap was 0.561 after 4 laps. After lap 5, it's now just over 3.5 tenths. So we're past the halfway point of this race, where Hillertz still continues to lead, but Butcher and Stevens are still giving chase. Antigua Massa now up into 24th position. Scott Westhoven's now down into 22nd. Some good work from Stephanie Hobeker from Lebanon. She's made her way up into 23rd position in the 908, running with Dan Holland Racing this weekend. There is a definitive scrap happening for 4th place at the moment. Ethan Jeff Hall is leading that. Archie Walker is about 2 to 3 kart lengths behind going into the braking zone for turn number 6. A bit further behind that, you've got the likes of Nolan Emmeré battling away with Devian Horst, Dion van Werven and Daniel Housworth. Hillertz still controlling the race as it stands as we go into the last 3.5 minutes, plus an additional lap. He's extended a slight lead over Butcher to just over 4 tenths. Hillertz also has the he did have the fastest lap of the race, but that has just been done by the driver in 7th position. 54.898 by Frederick Zebis Christensen from Denmark in the 902. As a little bit of a slight moment there for Archie Walker. As Zsombor Kovac has gotten through, maybe even Frederick Zebis Christensen has just gotten through as well, as they make their way through into turn number 8. Leaders making their way through into turn 11 once again. Significant amount of rubber pickup on the outside of turn number 11. Coming down into turn 12. Hillertz again with the fastest lap of the race, 54.863 for the 16-year-old based out of Tremelo, not too far from this circuit. Gap now 0.483 seconds between him and Butcher. Vic Stevens in third place, Ethan Jeff Hall, Zsombor Kovac. Fredrik Zebis Christensen did also get past Archie Walker, the 16-year-old in the 391 entry, based out of Billericay in Essex. Devin Ross, Nolan Lemarais ran at the top 9 with Colin Ważny, the youngster from Poland, completing the top 10. Sverre Ubben now up into 15th position. Arthur Robert now up to 16th. Montego Masson up to 21st. Past Malta's Nicky Gauci. And Montego Masson, now Rafael Jesus, now up another position up into P23. Minute and 40 still to go on the clock. Gap has stabilised between first and second position to just under half a second. To the closing stages, Sean Butcher is having to fend off the advances of Belgium's Vic Stevens in the 369. He's shown good account of himself today. So, youngest driver in this class. You're probably looking at, there's an 18-year difference between the youngest driver and the oldest driver in this field. So with 30 seconds remaining on the timer, Vic Stevens now trying to really ramp up the pressure on Sean Butcher. Coming out of turn number 6, Butcher goes on the defensive. Stevens looks one way, then the other. Gives him the old dummy, does Vic Stevens, and up the inside he goes on Sean Butcher. Through turn 7 for P3. Ethan Jeff Hall is also there now. We are going to have one more lap after this one, as Vic Stevens snakes under braking, going through into turn 10, nearly opening the door for Sean Butcher. But Rilletz is making his way through the 12th and final turn. And now Ethan Jeff Hall goes round towards the outside of turn 12 to get the undercut on Sean Butcher. He's going to get through out of the final corner to take P3. One more lap remains, and the battle for second position is really heating up, because it's not just 3 drivers, it's 5. Zsombor Kovac and Fredrik Zebis Christensen have now joined the fray. Archie Walker isn't far off of this either. So one wrong move from one driver could cause an absolute drama for them in the latter stages of this race. Through turn 7 for the final time they go. As Rilletz is pulling away, that's a comfortable lead, that's more than comfortable. And now Vic Stevens goes defensive on Ethan Jeff Hall. Sean Butcher waiting for an opportunity, so is Zsombor Kovac. Now there's going to be a flood of karts. Behind Archie Walker, there's also Devin Ross, but out of the final corner, Rilletz is going to take the win. Who's going to get second? It could be a run to the line. It's going to be Vic Stevens. Vic Stevens, by 41 thousandths of a second, secures a second place finish ahead of Ethan Jeff Hall. Sean Butcher takes 4th. Zsombor Kovac takes 5th position, with Fredrik Zebis Christensen in 6th, Archie Walker in 7th, Devin Ross, Nolan Lemarais and Dion van Werven rounding out the top 10. Daniel Halsworth, Colin Ważny, Kaz Boshouse, Sverre Ubben, Jan Pinto round out the top 15. Arthur Robin, Leon Zelenko, Montego Masson, Andrea Kostic and Jaren Schultz rounding out the top 20. Rafael Jesus, Nicky Gauci, Scott Westhovens, Anja Levar, Stephanie Hobeker, Puck Gubbles and Frederick Demont round out the top 27 finishers. On lap 1, we lost Mathis Kanajak, Kamal Murad and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. So with 3 senior Rotax heats completed, we got underway, lights out and racing for Heat 4 of the day. And it was a good start by Ethan Jeff Hall from pole position. As Sean Butcher tried to keep it pinned round the outside of turn number 2 on Hall, on Reelitz, and having to use the runoff area to try and make his way through. Butcher would retain second, but then this big hit, Matis Karnijak, going into the side of Kamal Mrad from Australia, who was thrown clear off of the racing seat and scrambled out of the cart and out of harm's way. Both drivers unassisted, walking under their own steam. Reelitz would then take the lead very shortly after, getting past Ethan Jeff Hall with Sean Butcher and Vic Stevens in close proximity. Stevens would then thread the eye of the needle going through the final corner, getting past Sean Butcher for third place, as Zombor Kovac and Archie Walker were closing in on them rather rapidly. Reelitz would have to swing wide to go defensive on Ethan Jeff Hall, who then found he opened the door for Vic Stevens to get through for second position. Nearly had Sean Butcher through on the inside of him through turn number 4. Also, action happening up and down the order, especially with the likes of Scott Westhobens and also the 389 of Yanin Schultz from Israel, amongst others. Ethan Jeff Hall would also try and get one up on Sean Butcher later on in the race, swinging to the outside of the current reigning and defending champion through into turn number 3. And once again, he got that through, bumped over the curbs, went side by side and managed to get through. But whilst they were squabbling behind, Kai Reelitz comfortably won heat number 4. And it was a run to the line with 41 thousandths separating second from third, as Vic Stevens would take second, Ethan Jeff Hall would take third, and rounding out the top 5 would be Sean Butcher and Zombor Kovac. That concludes what has been an action-packed and dramatic first morning of the weekend. 9 races down, 16 to go. We're now going to go onto the official lunch break. We'll be back on the live stream just before 1:30 this afternoon, as we have 16 back-to-back races which will decide the ranking after heats, with E20 Junior, Senior and Master Heat number 2 kick-starting things at 1:30 p.m. local time here in Belgium. So for those watching on the dedicated live stream, thank you very much, and we'll see you after the lunch break. So welcome back. After the lunch break, we are set to get underway with the first of 16 races this afternoon. Good to see Timothy Vladimirov from the Ukraine watching as well. Yes, you were here at the B&L Karting Series last week. There is the man with the super fan club, Mats Johan Overhoff, getting set and ready. So far, we've had 7 of the 30 different nations secure a race victory, which is 23% of the nations so far. We've also had 2 winners from 2 races in junior Rotax and 4 winners from 4 in senior Rotax. But in the opening heat, it was DD2 that took the win in seniors. Hector Ramirez, by literally, I think, the closest ever finish to a race victory at the flag, won in Masters. And post-race, unfortunately, Antoine Lemieux was found to have a front fairing out of position, which thereby gave Christopher Holst from Switzerland the race victory. And now we're about to get underway with our second of 3 E20 heats here at the home of champions Karting Genk. So it's E20 Junior, Seniors and Masters. Heat number 2, let's take you through the starting order. On pole position, it's race 1 winner, DD2, who will have Tomasz Ibsen from Poland alongside. Mats Johan Overhoff and Hector Ramirez, the Heat 1 Senior Masters winner, will be on row number 2. Emma Svensson will be joined by Germany's Andreas Mattis on row number 3. Then it's Heiner Born and Gaz Baldemans on row number 4, rounding out pretty much rounding out the Senior Masters grid. Frédéric Lemieux and Antoine Lemieux will be on row number 5, thereby completing the overall top 10, and will be first and second on the grid for E20 Juniors. Christopher Holst, who won the first heat earlier on today, will be joined by France's Arthur Lorimier on the back row of the grid. Once again, like we had earlier on this morning, it will be a standing start for both classes. Marshall with the red flag is at the front of the starting grid. And then the juniors will line up behind the yellow line on the starting grid itself. So as we had, very much similar to shifter kart starting, because of the immense torque from the permanent magnetic synchronous motors on the E20s. They do also have different stages of power with regards to the tuning on the systems themselves. The flag marshal walks towards the back of the E20 Senior and Masters grid. The red lights on the starting gantry, and we are underway with a good start by DD2 once again. Tomasz Ibsen goes in behind him. Mats Johan Overhoff looking towards the outside as we wait very shortly for the juniors to be let loose onto the circuit. The red lights are on the starting gantry for them, and they are underway. A very good launch from Frédéric Lemieux as she gets off the line better than anybody else heading into turns 1 and 2, with Antoine slotting in behind in second position. As the rest of the field make their way through off of the Europlan into the turn 7 chicane, and Mats Johan Overhoff has gotten back up into second position ahead of Tomasz Ibsen from Poland, very much hot on the heels of DD2, who is still leading the way. You can hear the tyres squealing as they make their way through turns 11 and 12 as DD2 continues to lead the way. First lap about to be completed, so the Belgian in the 7:21 is leading. Mats Johan Overhoff in second. Tomasz Ibsen in third place. Emma Svensson in fourth overall, and just behind her, now leading in Senior Masters, is Andreas Mattis from Germany, who is about 0.8 of a second ahead, well, 7.5 of a second ahead of Hector Ramirez, the sole Chilean representative here this weekend. Frédéric Lemieux leads the way in E20 Juniors, just by about 2.5 of a second ahead of brother Antoine. 5.5 minutes to go, and there is still plenty to play for. DD2 managed to pull away into the distance in the opening race, But I think now that with the drivers having a bit more of an understanding of how the track has evolved since the amount of races have taken place through, there's a lot of rubber pickup on the right-hand side coming out of turn 11. That is going to increase over the course of the day, but it is line astern between the top three. Dam still leads, but Mats Johan Overhoff is a 10.5 behind. He is now starting to attack the Belgian. Tomas Ibsen is not too far behind and is waiting in the wings. And then we go to Junior E20 as Christopher Holst trying to get past Antoine Lemieux in the battle for second position. As now Andreas Mattis closing in on Emma Svensson from Sweden, as Kaz Balderman's trying to get past Heiner Born. Kaz is a journalist from the Netherlands and has really been enjoying the experience on E20 Senior Masters and has been improving every time he's been out on track. Meanwhile, a little bit of a moment for Frédéric Lemieux going through the turn 7 exit off of the Europaplan, but with just over 4 minutes remaining. Mats Johan Overhoff has lost second position to Tomas Ibsen in the battle for the overall race lead and for dominance in seniors at the minute. Andreas Mattis now slingshots up the inside of Emma Svensson. And there was a clash of bumpers between the pair. Right front of Emma Svensson's kart, the 741, and the left rear of Andreas Mattis's kart. Hector Ramirez, despite being the eldest driver on the grid, is still showing that he's got the joys of spring underneath that right foot of his. And that means he's definitely enjoying putting the pedal to the metal, so to speak. But 6/10 separate the top three drivers with just over half time completed. And because Tomas Ibsen and, Mats Johan Overhoff were battling away for second position, it allowed Dams to pull away to win by a second and a half. E20 Junior now making their way through into turn number 11, and at the moment it is Antoine Lemieux leading the way. All four competitors very tightly, well, the top three are a little bit closer than the driver in fourth position, who is Arthur Lorimier. So Antoine Lemieux leads Frédéric Lemieux, so the siblings leading the way. Antoine has got a gap of around about close to 6/10 of a second between himself and Frédéric. But the top three overall making their way through into turn 10 at Cafe Corner. And I just saw a flash of Supermats t-shirts at the bottom row of the grandstand. Absolutely brilliant. But let's see if Mats Johan Overhoff can use a bit of cunning, a bit of racecraft, and maybe even the good old boost button on the E20 to help close on in. As I said in the previous race, it is a 5-second deployment every single time you use it. So even if you don't use the full 5 seconds, the system will have to recharge over a 30-second period. And when the 5 blue lights start flashing, that means on the chronometer, on the steering wheel, that means you can deploy the extra 4 kilowatts of power. E20, the 20 stands for the standard kilowatt output of these permanent magnetic synchronous motors. A minute and a half still to go on the clock. Last time it was just over 5.5 tenths between the top three. They're about to come through the final corner as Junior E20 make their way through into turn 9. Dams now sets the fastest lap of the race, 56.7, dead on the nose for the Belgian. And Mats Johan Overhoff is losing a little bit of time to Tomas Ibsen in the run for second position. Andreas Mattis at the moment is still leading in the Senior Masters class. He's currently 4th overall, but Hector Ramirez is very, very close indeed. The gap between them last time around was 0.227 of a second, and Andreas Mattis was about a 1/10 of a second slower than Hector Ramirez. So are we going to see something a bit different? Are we going to see Mattis defend right up until the wire? And yes, 3 races within a race, folks. So we have 3 classes for E20. Great to see Tommy and Timothy Vladimirov enjoying the spectacle of 3 different classes going out there to battle on the same Sigma Sodicar DD2 chassis, front and rear brakes. And that is quite an experience in itself from my perspective, that the first time going out of the kart, you do get a sense of how heavy the braking actually is on these karts. It's quite astounding, to be honest with you. But the timer has expired. Thijs Daams looking to continue his winning run here in E20 Seniors. Thomas Ibsen still holding on to second. Mats-Johan Overhoff still rounding out the top 3. Next time round, it will be the final lap. And Andreas Matis still ahead of Hector Ramirez for the Senior Masters classification. Final lap now underway. Thijs Daams puts the pedal to the metal. It's fully charged, hopefully with a little bit of an additional boost to add to that. 5.7 tenths of a second between Thijs Daams and Tomasz Ibsen, but Mats-Johan Overhoff is closing to the 756 from Poland. Mats was competing in the B&L as a DD2 driver to get used to the front and rear braking system in preparation for this race meeting. Down the Europlan for the final time go the top 3 into turn 7. It's a hefty kart, quite considerable weight considering the battery packs that are on the inner, right literally alongside the driver within the confines of the side pods. Through into turn 10, Tomasz Ibsen was, I'm not too sure if he was a bit too overzealous with the steering, but Thijs Daams is going to come out of the final corner and accelerate fully charged across the line. The Belgian does 2 for 2 here at Karting Genk. Tomasz Ibsen and Mats-Johan Overhoff round out the top 3. But look at this. Senior Masters. What's going to happen here? Hector Ramirez is not going to get one up on Andreas Matis. No, he is not. Matis puts the boot on the other foot, so to speak, by 74 thousandths of a second. Hector Ramirez takes second position, so it's 1 win apiece in Senior Masters. But Thijs Daams takes 2 for 2. Winning by just under 6 tenths of a second ahead of Tomasz Ibsen from Poland. Mats-Johan Overhoff rounds out the top 3, covered by 9 tenths. Andreas Matis wins the Senior Masters classification by 74 thousandths of a second ahead of Chile's very own Hector Ramirez, with Emma Svensson bringing up the rear in the senior class in the 741 6th overall. Rainer Born and Kaz Baldemans complete the top 8. And they round out the Senior Masters classification with Antoine Lemieux on the road, again taking a second victory. But in the first one was denied it due to a front fairing penalty. Christophe Hulst, Frédéric Lemieux and Arthur Lorimier round out the 12-strong grid after 9 laps of electrically charged racing. Well, with the sunshine still with us in great abundance here in Karting Genk, everything was soon to be electrified for the second of 3 Project E20 heats as seniors, senior masters and juniors would line up once again. At the start, it was a textbook launch off the line from Thijs Daams from Belgium, with Thomas Ibsen slotting behind and Mats-Johan Overhoff bringing up the rear of the top 3. Emma Svensson would keep defending very early doors as Mats-Johan Overhoff managed to get through on Tomasz Ibsen on the opening lap through turn 4. Good launch off the line by Frédéric Lemieux in the battle in E20 Junior. But it would be a case that the others would start closing on in. But then Tomasz Ibsen would send the ultimate Nigel Mansell dummy up the inside of Mats-Johan Overhoff, doing again the same as he did in the previous race through turn number 12. Mats would then have to try and see if he could do his level best to catch the Polish wonder in the 756 entry, but Thijs Daams was able to control proceedings, not able to put a foot wrong there, and he makes it 2 for 2. Andreas Matis would win in Senior Masters, and Antoine Lemieux would take another win on the road in E20 Juniors. And here is the moment coming out of the final corner. Hector Ramirez did have the run and the boost assistance on Heat 1, but Andreas Matis stood his ground, came out of the final corner and said, "You're not going to do that to me." Antoine Lemieux once again made sure that he put the best foot forward and kept ahead of the 6:01 of Arthur Lorimier, who would end up finishing in second. Right, so I'm going to give a couple of shout-outs to those on YouTube. There's support coming in from Timothy Vladimirov for Nikita Lubimov, who says he'll win. Nikita will win all the races. Well, unfortunately, that isn't happening because Jacob Ashcroft already won Heat 1. Great to hear from the Charmander, who's wishing everyone, and that is you and Charman, of course, for those that don't know. He does have Charmander on the back of his race, on his race helmet as well. Wishing everyone at Argenti the very best of luck. So that's really, really good to see. Hopefully you get your backside to a Euro Trophy race this year, or maybe even the B&L karting series. But we are just literally seconds away from getting underway with our second of 3 Minimax heats, with Jacob Ashcroft already having taken 1 victory this morning. So, time for Heat 2 for Minimax. Let's have a look at the starting grid. On pole position, it will be Jacob Ashcroft, who won the opening heat earlier on this morning. Nikita Lubimov from Estonia will be alongside on the front row. Lukas Stoddard and Albert Friend on row 2. Zdenek Babicek and Max Endicott on row 3. Maxim Bobrishov and Oliver Warner, row number 4, with Cole Denham and Felipe Reyes completing the top 10. Then it's Patrikas Jokius and Rory Armstrong, row 6. Jakob Kubera and Angelina Simons Torres on row 7. Row 8, it's Alexander Van Meeuwen and Christian Segerson. Kai Clark, Len Abbas, Vitek Kubera and Vic van Kampenhout round out the top 20. Completing the 31-strong grid, it will be Adrien Steons, Bran van der Weyken, Ryan Gandor, Jeff Verbeek, Andreas Jellerup, Sigurd Stubberup, Fredriksson, Kieran Stewart, Isaac Barker, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Charles Kitely, and at the back of the grid, Ryan Rivers. So once the drivers have completed their sighting lap, it will be on to the formation lap we go, ahead of 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. Some great racecraft showcased by the youngest drivers from as young as 9 up until the age of 11 in this class. We do have one driver who is 9 years of age. That is Jeff Verbeek from Belgium in the 126 entry, running with GKS Lewins Power. The team based out of this circuit has run quite a few drivers, including Robin Freins and Jensen Button, to name but just a couple of drivers. So the Minimax drivers quickly getting into formation. They want to nail the start first time. That is incredibly crucial at this stage of the competition. So the higher up the order you finish, the less points you score. Meaning the higher up the ranking after the heats you are, that puts you in a good standing point for tomorrow's pre-final. So it's Ashcroft and Lubimov on the front row. They now make their way through the 12th and final corner, keeping us waiting and anticipating as they exit out of that corner. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The second Minimax heat is underway. Good start once again by Ashcroft and also Stoddard looking to get up the inside already. 3-4 abreast throughout the halfway point of the field. Everyone's managed to get through so far. 3 wide at the back end of the field, as Ashcroft has already scarpered away to get a 4-kart length lead. Send up the inside. That was more than likely a Dan Holland racing kart I just spotted. Going through into turn number 6. As 2 wide at points. As, oh no, my goodness, that was one of the GKS karts. Might have been Alexander Van Meeuwen that has just bumped over the curbs, going through into the exit out of turn 7 chicane and into turn number 8. Got away with that one, did the youngster. And someone has got a very heavily indented front fairing. So at the moment, the drivers now making their way to complete the opening lap. It's Lukas Stoddard who is in second position. Then it is Cole Denham from the UK who rounds out the top 3 in the 162 entry. Great start from him. Albi Friend in 4th. Jokius from Lithuania now up into 5th ahead of Maxim Bobrishov from the United Arab Emirates. Max Endicott, Jakub Kubera, Nikita Lubimov all the way down in 9th ahead of Felipe Reyes. So not exactly the start for the 1-1-2 from Estonia. But there are your drivers in 2nd and 3rd position. Ashcroft's gap after the opening lap, no surprise there, was 0.6 of a second. That could climb if those behind him start battling away, and they already are starting to do so. Cole Denham trying to get past Lucas Lauder through turn 9. The Belgian very quick to counteract that. Kai Clark up into 14th. Angelina Simons Torres from Spain rounds out the top 15. 2 minutes down, 2 laps now completed, and Ashcroft seems to extend that gap once again. It now is 1 second after 2 laps. He's done a Sebastian Vettel, like back in the old days at Red Bull. But a great move by Cole Denham up the inside of Lucas Lauder, and Albert Friend also gets through. So Lucas Lauder in 2 corners loses 2 places, dropping from 2nd position down to 4th. And a nice send up the inside there. That was Nikita Lubimov on Felipe Reyes. So the Estonian back up into 9th place. And we've already had a time penalty issued to Bran van der Weyken in the 196 entry. 2 wheels out of the tram lines during the formation. Until the red lights go out, you cannot break that formation. It's 3 seconds for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. It's 5 seconds if you're all 4 wheels out of formation on the start before the lights go out. In the meantime, Jakub Kubera is being closed in on by Maxim Bobrishov from the UAE, was down to 7th. Max Endicott holding station in 8th. Nikita Lubimov in 9th. Felipe Reyes rounds out the top 10. Rory Armstrong now into 13th behind Oliver Warner. As now Lubimov goes for a move up the inside through turn 6. That's on Max Endicott and gets through on the 188. Down the back straight once again. Halfway on the timer has been completed. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. And the lead that Jacob Ashcroft now has over DHR teammate Cole Denham is 1.1 seconds. That could be extending depending on how hard Albert Friend from Strawberry Racing is going to challenge him. Angelina Simons Torres gets up to 14th, past Kai Clark. Adrien Stions and Charles Kitely round out the top 20. 4 minutes down, 3 to go plus a lap. Jacob Ashcroft now extends his lead, pumps in another fastest lap of the race, and there is Albert Friend up the inside of Cole Denham to take 2nd position. And in the meantime, there's been another change. Jokius has lost out to Jakub Kubera. That was for 5th position through turn 2. Now Albert Friend has got to start reeling in Jacob Ashcroft. But with 2 minutes and 38 seconds still on the clock, plus an additional lap remaining, sometimes that can be a bit of a tall order if the driver in front is about 1.2 seconds up the road. But never say never, you keep on pushing. 100% flat chat, flat out, right up until the checkered. Charles Kitely up now into 18th, ahead of Adrien Stions, and is battling away with the likes of Sigurd Stubberup Fredriksson from Denmark. As there's now a 3-way scrap for 2nd position, which is being led by Albert Friend. There is Maxim Bobrishov ahead of Nikita Lubimov. And just behind them, see who we've got there, because they are changing positions hand over fist. Rory Armstrong's dropped to 15th, unfortunately, as both Kai Clark and Angelina Simons Torres have got past the youngster from Downpatrick in Northern Ireland. And now another attempted overtake this time. And that was Bobrishov being overtaken by Lubimov in the process through turn number 6. And, oh my goodness me, there's drivers going left, they're going right. Adrien Stions was definitely hugging the inside line. And this is not getting any easier for these drivers, because now, once they get into this kind of situation, you get that accordion effect, and drivers are going to fight tooth and nail. Charles Kitely, I think, has just made a move there. And that was on a GGM kart. and that was on Angelina Simons-Torres. 60 seconds remain. Ashcroft still leads. His lead now is nearly 1.4 seconds. Albert Friend and Cole Denham still battling away over P2. Lucas Tordeur, Nikita Lubimov now back up into 5th place. A three-way scrap behind Angelina Simons-Torres. That is the likes of Christian Segerson, Kai Clark and Adrien Steons. They are battling away over 16th position. And there is Rory Armstrong. It's not been an easy one for the youngster in this particular race. Ended up on the road being in the top 3. Had a great race, but it can just go to show as there's a bit of a drama there. That was for Kai Clark. Might have got a little touch from behind going into the turn 7 braking zone. And then up the inside of him goes the 153 of Isaac Barker from the UK. So Kai Clark not having a good one. But sometimes it's not always about what happens in the heats, it's always what happens in the finals. As Denny Babacek from the Czech Republic gets through on Max Endicott, that's for P7. Final lap now underway, and Jacob Ashcroft is a 2.5 seconds up the road from Albert Friend. So this is where Albert Friend is just making sure he gets his consistent high runs of scores, as in low scores, because as I said earlier, the higher up the grid you finish, the lower your points tally will be. And if Jacob Ashcroft sweeps the board, that basically gives him 0 points and puts him at the head of the field going into the pre-finals tomorrow. And still, Cole Denham is trying to put the frighteners on Albert Friend, but what this has done is brought in Lucas Tordeur. One more corner remains. Ashcroft is going to take the victory. He powers out of the final corner and we'll get the checkered. Cole Denham with a last gasp move up the inside on Albert Friend, but that could give the run to Lucas Tordeur to get 3rd. No, it doesn't. Albert Friend takes 2nd. Cole Denham takes 3rd. Lucas Tordeur takes 4th. Nikita Lubimov comes back fighting to finish in 5th, as there's an absolute swarm of Minimax drivers across the line. And to be honest with you, a lot of excitement in that race, and every single one of the 31 drivers completed it all. Jacob Ashcroft, 2 for 2. The youngster, the 11-year-old from Weston-super-Mare, untouchable so far over heat state. Albert Friend and Cole Denham make it a British top 3 lockout after 8 laps of racing. Lucas Tordeur, Nikita Lubimov, Jakub Kubera, Denny Babacek, Max Endicott, Maxim Bobrishov, and Oliver Warner, provisionally your top 10. Felipe Reyes, Patrikas Jokius from Lithuania. Charles Kitely started from the back end of the grid again, finishes 13th, ahead of Rory Armstrong, and Angelina Simons-Torres from Spain completing the top 15. Alexander Van Meeuwen, Isaac Barker, Christian Segerson, Kai Clark, Glenn Abbas round out the top 20, with Sigurd Stubberup, Fredriksson, Vitek Kubera, Adrien Steons, Ryan Rivers, Vic van Kampenhout, Ryan Gandor, Jeffrey Beek, Andreas Jederup, Kieran Stewart, Bran van der Weken, and Unto Olavi Lakonen rounding out the 31 strong that all finished all 8 laps of racing, covered by 18.9 seconds at the checkered flag. Once again, the Minimax drivers would just focus and concentrate on the task at hand to go for broke in the 2nd heat. Final bits of advice from mechanics ahead of what was going to be an enthralling 2nd Minimax heat, with Denny Babacek definitely putting his feet up there on the steering wheel. Albie Friend getting his gloves fitting nicely, with jockeys from Lithuania and Bobrishov from the UAE deciding to stand out of the carts. Jacob Ashcroft there making himself feel a little bit more comfortable in the seat as the revs rise and the lights went out for heat number 2. It was a good start from the right-hand side of the grid, or the left-hand side of your screens at home, as Albert Friend again tried to keep it pinned to, well, Nikita Lubimov and Albert Friend tried to keep it pinned around the outside through turn number 2. And everyone made it safely through the first corner, but that was the moment for Alexander Van Meeuwen. Not too sure what happened, but good to see that his race helmet is as bright as the livery on his GKS Lemons Power Esprit chassis, but he had a bit of a scare there. Nikita Lubimov, in the meantime, would make some steady progress, having got past Max Endicott and Felipe Reyes, amongst others. Jacob Ashcroft would constantly continue to dominate proceedings as Albert Friend went into battle with Cole Denham, and as the 191 from Strawberry Racing would make sure he got through for second position and would try and chase him down. Denny Babacek with a nice send up the inside of Max Endicott through the 12th and final corner of this 1,360 metre circuit here at Karting Genk. And that was just part of the show that we saw for the Minimax drivers, but Jacob Ashcroft still continues his dominant run in the Minimax class. Albert Friend taking second, and then Cole Denham and Lucas Dorder running at the top four, with Nikita Lubimov from Estonia completing the top 5 overall out of 31 drivers that completed the race.
Wenn er stehen bleibt, komme ich nicht, ne?
So 4 different winners from 4 different senior Rotax heats. Can we make it 5 in a row? Well, let's find out with Heat 5. Groups A versus D. It's race 12 out of 25 today. Here's your starting grid. So on pole position, it's the pole sitter from yesterday's time qualifying, Jaden Thien. Alongside him will be Sean Butcher from the UK. It's the UK and Belgium on row 2 with Lachlan Robinson and Vic Stevens. Matthew Higgins and Archie Walker make it an all-British row number 3 with Mario Sidler and Nolan Lemare representing Switzerland and France on row 4. It's the UK and Israel completing the top 10 with Katie McQueen and Jan Pinto. And it's Maxence Bouvier, Frederick Zevis Christensen, William Houtstrand, Montego Maassen, Andrei Petrovic, Matisse Carnijak, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Kamal Mrad, Sam Bergstein and Daniel Halsworth from Austria running out the top 20. And running out the 31 strong grid, it will be Rashid Ghanem, Sverre Ubben, Miro Halika, Scott Westhovens, Jaden Pope, Puck Gubbles, Alexander Savinkov, Yarin Schultz, Magic Hamera, Frederick Demant, and then we've also got, last but by certainly no means least, Marco Trittenpreis from Austria. So the drivers now on their formation lap ahead of 10 minutes, plus 1 lap of racing. So far, the winners have been Kai Hunter, Tommy van der Stroys, Matthew Higgins and Kai Rillerts. Those are your 4 winners so far today for senior Rotax. Now the drivers will be making their way through the final corner. Your top 10 will be, well, it'll be the front row, Jaden Thien and Sean Butcher. And always the inside line heading into turns 1 and 2. That side of the grid has an advantage. But despite having that advantage, it doesn't always pan out that way. And look how close the field are as they now start to gather speed. They split. They head into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Senior Rotax Heat 5 is a go. And a good start by Sean Butcher. Absolutely launched it off the start and got through around the outside of Jaden Thien to take the race lead into turns 1 and 2. Lachlan Robinson is squabbling for real estate. He's now in 4th position as that is the steering broken on the right front of Andrei Petrovic from Serbia. His heat is done and dusted. There's also somebody off. And that was off of the exit of turn number 6, and you can see the frustration with Andrea Petrovic on that particular occasion. There is one driver at the back end of the field. And I'll try and pick them up very, very shortly who that was. It might have been one of the drivers from France, not 100% sure. Could have been Maxence Bouvier or Matisse Carnijak. But at the moment, it is Sean Butcher who got the jump on Jaden Thien on the start, and now Thien is starting to respond. 3rd place, Vic Stevens. 4th place, Lachlan Robinson. Archie Walker rounds out the top 5, followed by Matthew Higgins, Nolan Lemare, Katie McQueen now up into 8th, ahead of Frederick Zevis Christensen, and Jan Pinto from Israel rounds out the top 10. Marco Trittenpreis I've seen has dropped down to the bottom of the order as the 320. That was Rashid Ghanem, a little wide coming out of turn number 6. But look at the scrap at the front of the field. Top 4, line astern pretty much. Butcher leads it. Thien in 2nd, Stevens in 3rd. Lachlan Robinson rounds out the top 4. A little bit further back. Nolan Lemare going side by side with Archie Walker down into turn number 10. But Jaden Thien takes the lead off of Sean Butcher through turn 10. That is the 912 of Marco Trittenpreis. And now Lachlan Robinson is strategically staying behind the 3 in front because if he gets an opportunity, he's going to take it without hesitation. Into turns 1 and 2 again. Now Vic Stevens up the inside of Sean Butcher. Butcher runs wide. Robinson through to 3rd. Higgins now right up the back bumper of the 301 from London. Robinson now trying to put the frighteners on Vic Stevens. Robinson's got to do something very, very quickly if he wants to try and catch Jaden Thien. Doesn't want to leave it too late. On this particular occasion, he holds fire. Discretion is the better part of valor, especially going into the braking zone at turn number 7. So Andrej Petrovic, unfortunately, out of the race with broken front right steering. Jaden Teen is now starting to extend the lead. There has been a change just behind. Must be one of the RS competition carts. Might have been either Caden McQueen or Fredrik Zebis Christensen that might have just gotten past Nolan Lemarais. So across the line, we complete lap number 3. It's Teen leading by nearly 7 tenths. Head of Stevens, Robinson, Butcher, Higgins, Walker, Zebis Christensen, who was the one that got past Lemarais. And then Maxence Bouvier gets past on Caden McQueen as he rounds out the top 10. But there's a change. Vic Stevens loses out to both the KR Sport Giro of Robinson and Butcher. And now the floodgates have opened quite clearly. And that means that you've also had Matthew Higgins and Archie Walker get through on the 369 from Dams Racing. Fredrik Zebis now looks up the inside through turn number 10. Marco Trettenpreis gesticulating in the pit lane. And now Archie Walker slides up the inside of Matthew Higgins through the final corner. Great work there by the 391 from KR Sport, a little bit further behind. Looks like Kamal Murad has definitely got the bit between the teeth. And now it's all kicking off in front of him because Archie Walker has lost out to Matthew Higgins and Fredrik Zebis Christensen. Right behind him, that's Vic Stevens up the inside through turn number 6. That's going to open the door for the 906 of Maxence Bouvier. And there's a little rubbing of sidewalls between Stevens and Walker going down the Europalan. There's Kamal Murad from Australia. Caden McQueen is not too far behind either. But Jaden Teen has a lead of 8 tenths of a second. But keep your eyes on the pair behind him. Robinson and Butcher will pull each other along. Good friends on the track, good friends off the track. You get those two together, that is a combination that you cannot keep your eyes off of. When they start working together, just watch what happens. Robinson will now let Butcher pass. That's a sign of good teamwork. 5 minutes and 10 seconds still to go. So on that occasion, Butcher now might have the pace advantage in comparison with Robinson. But Butcher has carried a good amount of form coming through into this round after winning the B&L Karting Series opener last weekend. Four minutes and 22 seconds on the timer remaining, plus an additional lap. Fredrik Zebis Christensen looking to try and get past Matty Higgins. As all, that is the 909, that is Magic Hamera. He will now be retiring from the race. We've also had Frederick de Munt also retire. A massive train behind what looks to be possibly Nolan Lemarais. He's currently 8th at the moment. He's just been passed by Kamal Murad as someone was 2 wheels on the grass coming down the back straightaway. But look at what I said earlier on is that Butcher now has closed in on Jaden Teen. And at the moment, Butcher has yet to win a race. Neither has Jaden Teen. Neither has Lachlan Robinson. 3.5 minutes to go. Still all to play for. Butcher is now that close. He can sense an opportunity. He won't take it through turn number 6. Down the Europalan, he'll just let Jaden Teen drag him along. Robinson will get the double toe from the 2 in front, through into turn number 8. With 2 minutes and 58 seconds on the timer remaining. How many total drivers are there this weekend? 201 drivers from 30 different nations. Now you can see that with regards to Jaden Teen starting to defend, Butcher is waiting. Robinson goes to the outside through into turn 12. Matthew Higgins is now there. So is Maxence. And now Butcher looked for the lead into turns 1 and 2. Switch to the inside of Jaden Teen. Jaden Teen anticipated it nicely. Counter-attacked, as he should do. He's entitled to do so because he's got the racing line advantage. But look at that, line of 6, and now Butcher opens the door easily. Jaden Teen could find that Lachlan Robinson might be going towards his inside. For a brief moment he was. Through into turn number 7. Robinson now starting to defend against Matthew Higgins. Maxence Bouvier and Frederick Zebis Christensen running out the top 6. Butcher leading the way with a minute and 40 on the clock to go. Plus an additional lap. Top 6 this time, covered by 9/10 of a second as Higgins again. Oh, nice lunge. Very late lunge, but well done there by Lachlan Robinson to make it now 2 KR Sport Karts leading the way. Butcher leading the way, Robinson in second. Jaden Teen holding on to third for the minute, but will Matthew Higgins pull the trigger? He might do very, very shortly, depending on how much time there is left on the counter. A minute and 12 seconds still remain, plus an additional lap. Now Higgins looks for the move. Oh, that was very late, but he dived perfectly. Oh, and Teen just rubs sidewalls with Maxence Bouvier coming into turn number 11. And now Teen realises, I'm not going to get first, I'm not going to get into the top 3, I've got to fight for fourth now. Penultimate lap underway. Butcher has the lead of just under 7.5 tenths ahead of Robinson. Matthew Higgins now in third place. Jaden Teen drops to fourth. Maxence Bouvier. And look, there is a train following them along, because behind Frederick Zebis Christensen, there is Kamal Murad from Australia with GKS. And there's the likes of Nolan Lemeray, Vic Stevens, and Caden McQueen rounding out the top 10. And a little bit of a close call between Sverre Ubben and Sam Bergstein. They're battling away over 16th position. And now Kamal Murad looking for possibly higher than a top 7 finish. I thought that was very close between Maxence Bouvier and Jaden Teen, but the last lap board will be out this time. Sean Butcher now has a comfortable lead at this moment. Last lap underway. So still a KR Sport 1-2. As Butcher and Robinson just over 0.74 of a second adrift of each other, but it was that opportunity that Sean Butcher needed to get past Jaden Teen to get through. But the battle for second is really heated up because Matthew Higgins slungshot past Lachlan Robinson. Robinson going through into turn number 7. Robinson was slightly sideways going into the approach into turn number 8. But Butcher is just a couple of corners away, but it's the train behind for second position, led by Lachlan Robinson. But Sean Butcher is going to make it 5 different winners from 5 different races. And that's it, job done for the London-based driver. But Robinson is going to hold on for second by a whisker. 57 thousandths in it. Matthew Higgins takes P3. Jaden Teen in fourth. Maxence Bouvier. Frederick Zebis Christensen rounds out the top 6 ahead of Vic Stevens. Kamal Murad, Nolan Lemeray, Caden McQueen completes the top 10. Archie Walker, Montego Marson, Mario Sidler, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Sverre Ubben, Jan Pinto, Sam Bergstein, Rashid Ghanem, Jaden Pope and William Hogstand ran out the top 20. Miro Halika, Alexander Savinkov, Scott Westhovens, Matisse Karnijak, Daniel Houseworth, Puck Gubbles and Janin Schultz complete the running order, with Magic Camara retiring with technical dramas on lap 4. Frederick Demant and Marco Drittenprice rounding out the top 30. And unfortunately, on the opening lap, we lost Andrei Petrovic. So, halfway through the seniors at this point, 4 races already completed with 4 different winners, as the drivers would be anticipating. And it was the start from Sean Butcher that set the tone for the race itself, because he got a better launch off the line ahead of Jaden Teen, who might have just slightly bogged down. Vic Stevens was round the outside, so was Archie Walker. Lachlan Robinson rounded out the top 3, but with quite a few drivers trying to get through. Andrei Petrovic was an early casualty due to broken steering, as we found that one of the drivers from France, I think it was the 917 or Marco Druttenprice, there was Andrei Petrovic with the right front, quite literally askew from the actual steering on the kart itself, and that ended his race early. Jaden Thiem would then mount a counter-offensive on Sean Butcher to retake the race lead early doors, as Vic Stevens and Lachlan Robinson were interlocked into battle. Marco Druttenprice would have technical dramas. There was a spark plug being changed on the engine at that point whilst he was in the pit lane. Also, drivers, that was a drama there for Frederick Demant, who was looking at the right-hand side, but at the front of the field. The duo from KR Sport, Lachlan Robinson and Sean Butcher, would manage to get past Vic Stevens, with Matthew Higgins nearly having a clatter of side pods with the Belgian. And there was also the returning Marco Treppenpreis, his race done and dusted. But the battle at the front of the field would start really heating up, as Archie Walker would go into battle with Matthew Higgins. The likes of Frederick Zevis Christensen and Caden McQueen also throwing their hands into the ring. Higgins would then later pass Archie Walker, and Frederick Zevis Christensen would also oblige as they battled their way through turns 3 and 4. Magic Chimera retired on lap number 4, with the technical drama meaning he was pushing his car down the entrance to the grid. Even further battles up and down the order, as the 396 from KR Sport would also be battling away with a few other drivers at the back end of the grid. But it was 6 drivers, line astern, at one point were covered by about 7/10 of a second, and that was the point when Sean Butcher managed to get through on Jaden Teen. Lachlan Robinson was also trying to find his way through, but Butcher would command an emphatic race victory, becoming the 5th different winner from 5 different races. Now time for race number 6 for senior Rotax, and we go into battle for groups B versus E. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Tommy van der Stroys and Elia Papacena will be on the front row. Behind them on row 2 will be Miska Kaskinen and Austin Lee. Petra Babichkova and Farin Mega round out row number 3. Mark Kimber and Lewis Gilbert making an all-British row 4, with Rafael Renhofer and Matteo Pianizzola rounding out the top 10. Christoph Sala and Lotus Tween round out the top 12. Lawrence Herboz and Kai Hunter on row 7. Mitch Haynert and Sebastian Bach row 8. Jamie Perilli and Paul Fokwemin round out the top 9 rows, with Martin Gaiskens and Mika Barthelemy rounding out the top 20. Tom Vuau, Lukas Schlegel, Paul Hamburg, William Christensen, Zach Scowler, Baptiste Schneider, Loris Koisman, Felipe Falk, Jules Roussel and Ralph van der Pevert round out the top 30 on the grid. So the drivers make their way out of the final corner. And heat number 6 about to get underway under starters' orders. Are we ready? Are we steady? Heat 6, Senior Rotax gets going first time of asking. And the two on the front row clash on terms of a little bit of side pod rubbing as everyone tries to make their way through. 3, 4 wide towards the back end of the field. And we have had a turnaround. Someone's been spun and there has been a direct correlation into an incident straight after, one of which was, well, Paul Hamburg was one of them that was caught up in the crossfire, and Loris Koisman had nowhere to go. And we've also got dramas for the 357. That is Christoph Sala. And, oh, dearie me, there's someone from, now there's a Strawberry Racing cart that has just had a drama. That might be Jamie Perilli in the 392. And we've got yellow flags at Marshall Post 2. There's Paul Hamburg helping the marshals to extricate his cart off of the circuit. And I think we might have had one of the drivers from PKS competition out by the sidelines as Miska Kaskinen now is challenging Tommy van der Stroys for the race lead. Third place, Lewis Gilbert. Fourth place, Austin Lee. Fifth, it's Elia Papasena. Oh, dearie me. So Tom Vuau was one of them. Jamie Perilli also involved. And I think Kai Hunter might have had a drama himself. Yeah, he's just crossed the line, I think. Yes, he has. Kai Hunter started off the day with a win. And that has not been a great one for the Brits. Miska Kaskinen now leading the way, but Tommy van der Stroys has come under fire from Lewis Gilbert, who's up the inside, as Austin Lee gets a little bit of a touch. He's sideways. That was from Elia Papasena. Papasena up through into fourth position. And one cart has definitely lost its front fairing at the top of turn 9. I've just seen that. So someone has lost their front bumper. But Miska Kaskinen leads the way. 5 different winners so far. Could we be on course for a 6 at this way? The way things are at the moment, it is very much looking like that could be the case. So we have Miska Kaskinen, Lewis Gilbert, Tommy van der Stroys, Elia Papasena. Papasena having a better run this time. Austin Lee rounds out the top 5. Mark Kimber, Matteo Pianizzola, Petra Babichkova, Lawrence Herboz and Farin Mega round at the top 10. And we've already lost the 4 following drivers, Loris Koisman, Paul Hamburg, Tom Vuau and Jamie Perilli. It looks like Kai Hunter was the one that was turned around and managed to get pointing in the opposite direction. Now Lewis Gilbert up into second. He will start hunting down Miska Kaskinen for the race lead. Austin Lee has been in with a shout of a race victory here today. There is Matteo Pianizzola. And Petra Babichkova loses not just one, but maybe 2 positions, maybe even 3. Well, you make that 4 because Lawrence Herboz, Farin Mega, Rafael Renhofer and Paul Fouquemin have just got past the Czech Republic driver. And that was through the run out of turn 12 and into turns 1 and 2. So she now drops to 12th position. Make that back up to 11th because she's just got past Paul Fouquemin down the back straightaway, down the Europolan. Tommy van der Stroy is not too far away. Oh, little bit of a mistake coming out of turn number 10 by Elia Papasena, who's got Austin Lee hot on his heels. So Papasena still in 4th. Now the fighting begins between those 2 drivers, and Mark Kimber is just behind them waiting to pick up the pieces, but Tommy van der Stroy is back up the inside of Lewis Gilbert for 2nd position. The 311, the 14-year-old from The Hague in the Netherlands, gets through on the 17-year-old Scotsman from Dulroy in Ayrshire. That was a bit of a late lunge there from the 914. Oh, and dearie me, that was the 354. That was Mitch Haynett caught up in the crossfire. That was Mika Barthelemy sending it from absolutely way back when. I think he might have been in Stein in the Netherlands, let alone being here in Genk to send that manoeuvre. My goodness, but thank goodness that Mitch Haynett did not get bumped off the track significantly to compromise his running. Five minutes and 22 seconds on the timer, plus an additional lap still to go in this 6th senior road tax heat out of 10. So we're at the halfway point. And now Ralph van der Beveren becomes the latest driver to retire from the race. So that is 5 drivers down to 25 we go. We're now on to lap number 6. And at the moment, Kai Hunter, who is still in 25th position, has put in the fastest lap of the race. So he has got a significant amount of clear air as the 19-year-old for Sunderland. Or from Sunderland. Miska Kaskinen, however, is carrying on with the business at hand, but the chain is starting to grow behind Tommy van der Stroy. And between Tommy van der Stroy and Matteo Pianizzola, that is a gap of just 1.9 seconds. Right, there is a rear bumper that is definitely askew on the right rear, and that is the 922 of Belgium's Martin Geiskens. And still, the pace is as frantic as ever here in senior road tax, as one of the marshals has gone to pull Martin Geiskens' Kart's bumper et al. Away from the scene. As, nice little move there. That was on Lawrence Herboz by Farin Mega. So Farin Mega makes his way up into 7th position. So it is getting a bit close for comfort with those in front. Elia Papasena makes a mistake through turn 7. Nearly opens the door through into turn 8 for Austin Lee, to allow him to get through for what will be 5th position. Mark Kimber, last time around, was about 1.1 seconds behind Lewis Gilbert, but has he started closing that gap? It might not be the case, but both Gilbert and van der Stroy have started pushing like crazy. 2.5 minutes still to go. Van der Stroy has again put the 2nd successive fastest lap in a row a 54.942 last lap on lap 8. The lap before that, it was 4/1000ths of a second slower. And Miska Kaskinen did a 55.3 because he's got no assistance. Lewis Gilbert now has the fastest lap to his credit, 54.915. As soon as one driver has it, then somebody else decides to take the fastest lap. It's sort of like swings and roundabouts. You just don't know who is going to be who's going to have the fastest lap at the end of this race. But still, with 2 minutes to go, now those laps for Van der Stoys and for Gilbert are going to be not as possibly quick as they might hope. But if they do enough to keep Miska Kaskinen from Finland very, very honest indeed, and try and close that gap now. Gap between first and second was just over 2/10. So Van der Stoys is in that window. He's now getting closer. He uses a little bit more curbing than Kaskinen through turn number 3 to start reeling in the fin. Through into turn 6. Kaskinen defends on the racing line. Van der Stoys knows that he's just got to hold station, stay behind them for the minute, but this is going to allow Lewis Gilbert to slightly close as well. A little bit further back, and there has been a little bit of a coming together. Mitch Hainer and the 3:57 of Austria's Christoph Sala. Less than 60 seconds on the timer remains. And Miska Kaskinen from Finland is currently holding on to the race lead. Lewis Gilbert, however, is looking a lot stronger at this point. 45 seconds to go. 2 more laps, including this one. We're on to lap number 11 out of 12. Top 3 covered by just over 5.5 of a second. The top 3 haven't really been separated that much over the past few laps. So 1,360 metres remain as Lewis Gilbert was looking right up the inside of Tommy van der Stoys coming out of the final corner. 0.442 separate the top 3. Who out of these 3 drivers could become the next winner? Van der Stoys already has a heat win to his credit. Could he become the first double winner of the day? Or could Lewis Gilbert and Miska Kaskinen possibly spoil that party? As now Van der Stoys sees that Lewis Gilbert is to his immediate right-hand side. Van der Stoys doesn't really defend significantly there, but Lewis Gilbert just keeps the car pointed exactly where it needs to be. But it will not be enough for the Pride of Scotland to try and chase down the flying Finn at the front of the field. 6 races so far in senior road tax. Now, with the 385 from Finland, it's Miska Kaskinen who comes out of the final corner. It's 6 from 6 here at Karting Genk. And it's a run to the line for second position as Lewis Gilbert pips Tommy van der Stoys by 48 thousandths of a second. Mark Kimber takes 4th, Austin Lee takes 5th, Elia Papasena, Farin Mega, Matteo Pianizzola, Paul Forquemin and Mika Barthélemy round out the top 10. We've also had a couple of penalties being issued post-race. The 303 gets a time penalty for pushing, and the 918, which is Felipe Falk, gets a 5-second time penalty. Well, it's the 303 gets a 3-second time penalty. That's Petra Babičková for 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the start, and Felipe Falk gets a 5-second time penalty for pushing. So outside of the top 10, it's Lawrence Herbrose, Sebastian Bach, William Christensen, Rafael Renhofer, Zach Scowler, Jules Roussel, Baptiste Schneider, Christoph Sala, Mitch Hainert, and Lotus Tveen that ran out the top 20. Lukas Schlegel, Petra Babičková, Felipe Falk, and Kai Hunter ran out the top 24. Well, it's 24th now for Petra Babičková because the timing has just been adjusted. Martin Gaiskins out with a flailing rear bumper. And that has changed again, so Felipe Falk rounds out the top 24. Martin Gaiskins out on lap 6. Ralph van der Pave at lap 3. And on lap 1, we lost Loris Koisman, Paul Hamburg, Tom Vuau, and Jamie Pirelli. So coming into this 6th senior Rotax heat, it was 5 from 5. With Tommy van der Stroys and Elia Papacena on the front row. It was anyone's guess whether van der Stroys could become the first double winner of the day. The revs rised and the lights went out. They all flooded their way into turns 1 and 2. As Miska Kaskinen was hot on the heels of Tommy van der Stroys. Austin Lee was also on the right-hand side of the grid heading into turns 1 and 2. But then this moment here is when we saw that Kai Hunter was turned around, and then it caused a carambolage effect, whereby Paul Hamburg and Loris Koisman were out on the spot. A little bit later on, there was also a touch for the 357. That was of Christoph Saller, who nearly ended up being compromised completely. And also, drivers were going left and right, trying to avoid the Austrian. This was the moment when Miska Kaskinen managed to get through on Tommy van der Stroys through turn number 6, with Lewis Gilbert in hot pursuit. And also this moment here, where we had the 914 of Mika Barthelemy going up the inside of Petra Babičková, and Mitch Haynert from TB Kart Netherlands getting a little bit of a scare in the process through turn 6. Then there was the moment where Martin Gaiskens had a rear bumper that wasn't quite fully attached. The right-hand side completely off the kart, and it wasn't going anywhere. And also further dramas as Christoph Saller got another touch on that particular occasion. This time, Mitch Haynert, the instigator, and completely not exactly 100% happy with what happened. And Miska Kaskinen makes it 6 different winners in senior Rotax here on Heat Day with 4 to go. Now we go to the midway point of the Junior Rotax Heats. It's Groups A versus C. Let's have a look at your starting grid. So the grids have been decided through qualifying yesterday. So it will be Christopher El Fagali and Timo Jungling on the front row. Mateo Radenkovic and Thomas Behrmann round out row number 2, with Hamza Alfayez and Alberto Pico Fracassi row number 3. Rick Noren and Thomas Spearing on row 4. Archie Clark and Joshua Graham round out the top 10. Tino Sidler and Ryan Bourguignon on row 6. Aras Mizalskis and Thomas Rudokas on row 7. Jury Levar and Oscar Gouchot, row 8. Olivier Jonkers and August Reiber round out the 9th row. With Kasper Nissen and Romain Kitzinger rounding out the top 20. Julian Kovacevic, Jake Menton, Rasmus Koskinen, Santeri Leitinen and Mathis Ometre round out the 25-strong grid. So far, we have had 2 different winners. We've had Mateo Radenkovic and Kasper Schroman, so 1 win for Belgium, 1 win for the Netherlands. Could we have a 3rd different winner in this race? Or we could have a 2-time winner in this one. Both drivers on the front row have finished in the top 3 in their respective heats last time out. The red lights are on the starting gantry as the field slowly makes its way out of turn number 12. They split, they go into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out, we are underway. As the field makes its way into turns 1 and 2, as Radenkovic right behind El Fagali. As they make their way through into turn 2, a couple of drivers using the runoff area, which they are able to do in the opening lap to avoid any potential incidents. After the opening lap, if they go all 4 wheels outside of it, as that was a lunge and a half from Thomas Behrmann trying to get through into 3rd place. But he went a bit too deep, ended up back into 4th position. As at the front end of the field, it is Christopher El Fagali leading. 2nd, it's Mateo Radenkovic. 3rd looks to be Timo Jungling. 4th is Thomas Behrmann as Hamza Alfayez fires it up the inside through into turn number 10, and that was on Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Josh Graham not too far behind either as Mateo Radenkovic takes the lead through turn 12 off of Christopher El Fagali. Lap 1 in the books. 6 minutes to go plus an additional lap. And there were 6 100ths apart with the 2 in front. So Jungling, Behrmann, Alfayez, Fracassi, Graham, Spearing, Clark and Bourguignon round out the top 10 positions. And so Alfayez trying to battle for position. That would have been with more than likely Joshua Graham or Thomas Spearing. But the leaders making their way through into turn number 9. So out of turn number 11, Radenkovic will then lead them over to complete lap number 2. El Fagali just trying to keep a good run of consistency in his 3 respective heats. A little bit further back, a battle really happening now with the likes of Ryan Bourguignon, Archie Clark. That's probably for the bottom part of the top 10. And just behind them, they've got Krik Noren from the Netherlands. Aras Mizalskis in 12th. Santeri Leitinen has dropped to the back end of the field. So 25th position for the Force Racing Finland driver. And good to see that Hannes Uberfeld is in the YouTube chat as well, cheering on Julian Kovacevic. Move up the inside. That was Tino Sidler on the 282 of Aras Mijalskis through into turn number 7. So the Swiss driver running with JJ Racing gets through on the UK driver along with Argenti. So 4th, 5th and 6th being hotly contested. As now Alberto Kiko Fracassi up the inside of Thomas Behrman to take 4th place. Joshua Graham from Argenti Motorsport is in 6th and is right with the 2 in front as they make their way into turns 1 and 2. Graham slightly holding back, just waiting for the opportunity to get through at a moment's notice. And now Joshua Graham sees the opportunity. Slight touch between the 2. They both run side pod to side pod down the Europalan. And Graham is going to have the inside line. Neatly gets through. Hamza Al-Fayez, who's in 7th at the moment, is closing in on the pair in front. But Mateo Denkovic is not quite getting away. Christopher El-Faghali still holding on to 2nd position. Joshua Graham on the previous took the fastest lap, 57.712. And now it's El-Faghali. Then it's Kiko Fracassi in 4th that takes the fastest lap. As up the inside goes the 272 of Ryan Bourguignon on Archie Clark. Just behind them they've got Krit Knuren and Thomas Min Spearing. Spearing up the inside of the 272 of Bourguignon. Oh no! And there's a touch between Bourguignon and the 262, I believe that was, of Krit Knuren. Tried to get out of harm's way. They came through into, and we've got another driver having a little bit of a drama. That is the 228. It might be the it's the 226 of Thomas Ludokas. Oh, moment there for Julian Kovacevic. And it was contact between the 272 of Ryan Bourguignon and Krit Knuren. Bourguignon tried to cross over to the other side of the straights, and it didn't quite pan out as expected. Now there has been a change for the race lead in the meantime. Christopher El-Faghali now leads ahead of Mateo Denkovic. Timo Jungling, Alberto Kiko Fracassi and Joshua Graham round out the top 5 positions. Thomas Behrman in 6th place, but now in 7th and holds the fastest lap of anybody with a 57.307 second lap time. Jordan's Hamza Al-Fayez. And he is closing on Behrman. And what's more, Al-Fayez has gotten past, now up into 6th. And now another change for the race lead as Radenkovic gets through on El-Faghali. Jungling and Fracassi waiting in the wings for their turn. All 4 were covered by just over 7/10 of a second. After the previous lap, as now El-Faghali looks up the inside, sticks his nose in. And that means that Radenkovic has to respond. And Timo Jungling and Alberto Kiko Fracassi, are they going to all get past? Yes, they are. So a good job there by all 3 drivers. So within a handful of corners, Radenkovic drops from the race lead down to 4th position as a move has just transpired. That's Hamza Al-Fayez now up into 5th place, having just got past Josh Graham from Argenti Motorsport through into turn number 9. Great work by the Jordanian driver. Two more laps to go, including this one, and the top 2 covered by just under a 1/10 of a second, as Jungling now looks to try and get the race lead from Christopher El-Faghali. El-Faghali hangs on for the moment. Fracassi is waiting in the wings. Radenkovic has fallen a little bit further back, as Joshua Graham has got back past Hamza Al-Fayez. Oh no, Joshua Graham ends up in the back of Mateo Radenkovic, who's turned around at turn 6. I think that was just an unfortunate incident there, as everyone was battling for real estate, and now the top 3 are squabbling quite hard right now because El Fagali leads. Jungling and Fracassi round out the top 3 positions. Yeah, it just goes to show how quickly things can change, as now Timo Jungling loses out to Alberto Kiko Fracassi for second as we go into the final lap of the race. Now Jungling decides, well, you might want to have second, but I want it more, and decided to fire it up the inside of the Italian. And Matteo Denkovic drops down to 11th position after that touch from Joshua Graham. And now Jungling and Fracassi battling away through turn 7. There's Hamza Al-Fayez waiting to strike at a moment's notice, but only has turn 9 and then 3 more corners to see what he can make the best out of it. El Fagali makes his way through into turn 10 for the final time. Al-Fayez swings it out wide through into turn 10. He could open the door for Thomas Behrman, and he does. But it's going to be 3 different winners from 3 different races. Christopher El Fagali comes out of the final corner. He's going to win the race. Second, it's going to go to Timo Jungling. And then the squabble behind. Alberto Kiko Fracassi, I think, has gotten third. Yes, he has. Hamza Al-Fayez, 4th. Joshua Graham, 5th. Thomas Behrman in 6th. Krik Knorren. And it's Archie Clark, Thomas Min-Spearing, and Tino Sidler that round out the top 10. 11th, Matteo Radenkovic, unfortunately dropped down the order due to the contact with Joshua Graham. With a couple of laps to go at turn 6, he finishes ahead of Kasper Nissen, Olivier Jonkers, Aras Majalskis, Jure Leva, Matti Sometre, Rasmus Koskinen. Ryan Bourguignon also having dramas and was backwards down the grassy part of the inside of the Europolana ahead of Ryan Bourguignon. August Raber, Roman Kitzinger, Santeri Leitonen, Thomas Rudokas, with Oscar Gusho, Julian Kovacevic and Jake Menton rounding out the 25 strong, all completing the 9 laps of racing. The juniors again provided some drama as well with this moment for Ryan Bourguignon. He got a tag coming into the path of Krik Knorren, and luckily enough, the French driver managed to continue over the course of the race. The lead did change multiple different times, especially with the fact that Christopher El Fagali and Matteo Radenkovic were looking to go one up on the other, and Radenkovic was looking for 2 victories in a row, being the only driver to do so. Fracassi also factored into this race, managing to slide his way past sideways on Timo Jungling for second position to try and chase down the Lebanese wonder that is Christopher El Fagali. It all came to a head towards the end of the race itself, as El Fagali would take the victory quite convincingly, whilst everyone else would squabble over the scraps on the dinner table. Timo Jungling taking second, third was Fracassi, fourth was Al-Fayez, with Joshua Graham and Thomas Behrman rounding out a very, very closely packed top 6. So now time for heat number 4 for junior Rotax. It's groups B versus D, and here is your starting order. So on pole position, it will be Mieke van der Pavert from the Netherlands, and it will be an all-Dutch front row, courtesy of Casper Schormans. Armand Hamilton and Dave Stevens from Hungary and the Netherlands round out row number 2, with Borlouet from Belgium and Max Cuthbert from the United Kingdom completing row number 3. Tom Strellet and Thomas Ingram Hill complete row number 4, with Boris Maximov and Kenzo Craigie completing the top 10. And it's Ollie Wise, Noah Janssen, Lucas Konda, Matisse Jererup, Nemanja Jovanovic, Mikko Manila, Vitti Väinänen. Then it is Cameron Nelson, Knut Nielsen and Sky Parker who complete the top 20. Then we have Jules Avril, Sebastian Posch, Max Sidersky and Zain El Homosani from the United Arab Emirates. Right, heat 4 about to get underway. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out first time. Good getaway from the field as Mieke van der Pavert leads the field into turn number 1. Casper Schormans looking to put it round the outside, as we have had a couple of carts turn around. One is backwards off of the exit of turn number 2 and is trying to get going. There is also the 224 I just spotted. I think that's Borlouet. He's at the back end of the field as the field makes its way through into turn 6 for the opening time. And there is Borlouet. He started up in 5th position as they all make their way through turn 7. Line is set at the moment, single file at the moment, which is a very, very good way to get through the opening lap. So the drivers making their way through into turn number 10 at Cafe Corner. Mieke van der Pavert leading the way. Second, it is Armand Hamilton. Casper Schormans drops down into 3rd position. 4th, it is Dave Stevens, as that is the 244 Kenzo Craigie up the inside of the 292 from the Netherlands. And now Kenzo Craigie has had an absolutely brilliant start from the 5th row on the grid. Now the lead has changed. Armand Hamilton is leading the way. He's got past Mieke van der Pavert on the run down to turns 1 and 2. Kenzo Craigie was looking up the inside of Casper Schormans as there has been a change. Boris Maximov gets past the 231 of Germany's Noah Janssen, going through into turn number 6. 5.5 minutes plus an additional lap still to go in heat number 4 for juniors. There's still 2 more to go later on today. So far, 3 different winners from 3 different races. As Kenzo Craigie up the inside through turn number 12 on Casper Schormans. Great work by the 244, now part of the Mercedes Junior program. First time he ever visited this circuit was as a Micromax driver at the Golden Trophy a couple of years ago. And put it on pole position. Now the racecraft that he's developed over the past few years has really started to showcase itself, and that's why Mercedes have gone for him as a junior prospect. Moment there, well, that was the 228 Thomas Ingram Hill Gets passed by Cameron Nelson going through into turn number 6. 4.5 minutes still to go, and it is Armand Hamilton that leads the way as that's the 2-3. Oh, that's very, very close there. Tom Strehler versus Dave Stevens, and the Latvian gets in front, and there's more of a tangle between the two. Dave Stevens not very happy, I think, with how Tom Strehler managed to go up the inside of him through turn 9. Not too sure, but there was definitely contact between the pair coming through into turn number 10, and Dave Stevens not at all happy with the situation. And now Mika van der Pavert retakes the race lead. Armand Hamilton back into second position. Kenzo Craigie in third ahead of Casper Schormans from the Netherlands. Fifth, it is Dave Stevens in the 292, followed by Tom Strehler from Latvia, as now the move is trying to be attempted by Kenzo Craigie. Rubs the wheel against the side pod. Does Hamilton. And now Craigie finds himself in second position ahead of Schormans. Hamilton down to fourth ahead of Stevens. Then it's Tom Strehler and the 234 and Max Cuthbert. And Armand Hamilton has now dropped down to fifth place. Armand Hamilton back up the inside, look for a late lunge, mistake there from Dave Stevens. Armand Hamilton opens the door, and that has allowed Tom Strehler and Max Cuthbert possibly to go through. But now it's a three-way scrap at the front end with just over 3 minutes remaining. Mika van der Pavert leading from Kenzo Craigie. Casper Schormans in third position as they make their way through turn number 2. Tom Strehler up the inside of Dave Stevens, and it looks like it's getting a bit close for comfort behind the top 3. Strehler from Latvia. Now it is Stevens. There is Cuthbert up the inside of Hamilton through into turn 6, and there is Noah Janssen and also Boris Maximov. Matthias Jellerup out of the race, I'm afraid, in the 218. Strehler really trying to fend off Dave Stevens for fourth position. Top 3 now making their way down into turn number 10. As are the rest of the field. And all 23 drivers, including Finland's Victor Väinänen, and who rounds out the grid, were covered by 8 seconds at the end of the 4th lap. We're on to the end of the 5th lap. And it's a 10th between first and second. It's 3 tenths between the leader and third place. Ollie Wise has dropped to 15th position. And it's a little bit further back. Tom Strehler has lost out to both Dave Stevens and also Max Cuthbert. And there's Kenzo Craigie up the inside of Mika van der Pavert through turn 6 for the race lead. Oh, and there's a little touch from behind, courtesy of Casper Schormans. But Kenzo Craigie and Schormans will get through on van der Pavert down the Europalan. And Kenzo Craigie leads the way in Junior Road Tax Heat number 4 with 1 minute and 38 plus an additional lap still remaining on the timer. So through turn number 11. And it's Craigie leading the way. Schormans, van der Pavert. Fourth it's Dave Stevens. Fifth it's Max Cuthbert. 6th, Tom Strehler. Armand Hamilton rounding out the top 7 as Kenzo Craigie drops from first to third, courtesy of the slipstream through towards turn 2, as Casper Schormans takes the race lead ahead of Mika van der Pavert. Kenzo Craigie's still there, but look behind. Dave Stevens and Max Cuthbert make it a 5-kart train in the battle for the race lead and for the victory for heat number 4. No double winner quite yet. Casper Schormans looking to change that, as was Matej Radenkovic in the previous race. As there is Dave Stevens up the inside. Robust move on Kenzo Craigie, and Max Cuthbert also gets through on the 244 from Argenti Motorsport. Now you add 2 more drivers to that battle, making it 7 in total. 23 seconds on the timer remains. 2 more laps to go, including the one that we're just about to go on. Lap 7 completed. Schormans goes defensive on van der Pavert. Cuthbert sends it from nowhere and tangles into van der Pavert, and who collects Tom Strehler as a result of it. Cuthbert went for a late lunge, and van der Pavert got the touch. And that was a real shame for him. And we've just had a 5-second time penalty. That is going to Tom Strehler in 6th position, having been deemed by race control for pushing. And also, Tom Streller has got a 5-second time penalty in addition for using all 4 wheels on the runoff area after lap number 1. Final lap board is out for this race. Kasper Schormans is leading the way. Max Cuthbert is only two and a bit tenths of a second behind in second. Armand Hamilton in third. Dave Stevens, Thomas Ingram Hill, Cameron Nelson and Kenzo Craigie round out the top 7 positions. Mika van der Pavert, 8th. Boris Maximov and Tom Streller round out the top 10 positions. Tom Streller will be given an additional 10 seconds, which will put him right at the back of the field come the end of this race. It's a total of 10 seconds. That is an absolute race destroyer for the youngster from Latvia. But we're coming down to the final few corners. Kasper Schormans, I think, just giving a signal to Max Cuthbert saying, let's stay as we are. We don't need to fight. This is going to be a good result for us and the team. Through into the final corner. It's going to be a JJ Racing 1-2. Kasper Schormans becomes the first double winner of the weekend in junior road tax. Ahead of his teammate Max Cuthbert. Armand Hamilton takes third. Dave Stevens, Thomas Ingram Hill, Cameron Nelson and Kenzo Craigie ran at the top 7. Mika van der Pavert, Boris Maximov and Tom Streller will round out the top 10, but Tom Streller will be demoted all the way down to 23rd position post-race after the 2 5-second time penalties, one for using the runoff area, one for pushing. Mikko Manila, Ollie Wise, Nemanja Jovanovic, Noah Janssen, Boluet, Zainel Homosani, Max Siderski, Luke Konda, Jules Avril, Knut Nielsen, Sky Parker, Viti Väinänen and Sebastian Koch will round out the field ahead of the soon-to-be demoted Tom Streller, with Matthias Jeller unfortunately not making it past the opening lap. So we're past the halfway point in the heat stages of the junior road tax ranks, as everyone would head back to their carts and steel themselves ahead of the battle here at the Home of Champions for heat number 4 of the weekend. Do say that racing helmets are a sense of identity for the drivers, especially with Sonic on the side of Mika van der Pavert's crash helmet. But the red lights went out for heat number 4 for junior road tax, and it was van der Pavert that led the way into turns 1 and 2. Jordan's trying to keep it pinned around the outside as Armand Hamilton takes Stevens, but then there was a big moment for Boluet with Matthias Jeller getting caught up in the crossfire and the Dane retiring on the spot. Van der Pavert in the early stages would lead the way, but then it was Kenzo Craigie from Argenti Motorsport who was trying to make the best of intentions, having initially a rub with the right rear wheel of Armand Hamilton against his left side pod. Hamilton and Dave Stevens would also be entrenched into battles, both making uncharacteristic mistakes, allowing the likes of Dave Stevens, the likes of Tom Streller and Max Cuthbert to get through. But then Kenzo Craigie would take the race lead a little bit later on in the race and get a little bit of an assist that nearly pushed him into the side of Mika van der Pavert, and both Kenzo Craigie and Kasper Schormans would get through. Then, towards the end of the race, it was Kasper Schormans and Mika van der Pavert that would get through on Kenzo Craigie to take first and second position at that point. But the dramas didn't end there. A little bit further on down the order, Max Cuthbert went into the side of Mika van der Pavert, sending the SP Motorsport driver into the path of others and accidentally collecting the left rear wheel of Tom Streller in the meantime, with a hand up saying, sorry about that, wasn't my fault. However, it was the pairing of Max Cuthbert in second, Kasper Schormans, that would bring in JJ Racing 1-2, with Schormans provisionally becoming the first double winner of the weekend here at Genk. So we go to heat number 2 for DD2 and Masters. Here is your starting grid. So, firstly, we had a slight issue this morning, so we are going to have a 10-minute plus an additional lap race. So David Outlechner and Rasmus Vendelbo will be on the front row. Martin van Leeuwen and Carl Gustav Borgaard will be on row 2. Enzo Bol and Martin Henkel-Morrison, row number 3. Jakob Bezel and Axel Sarniala, row 4. Jules Cousin and Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis, row number 5. Dennis Thum will start from pole position in DD2 Masters from the inside of row number 6. We'll have Manuel Tenchet alongside Nicolas Guillaume, Maxime Suchurkov, row 7. Ville Villainen, Christophe Capitan, Philip Moitzi, Victor Frostbay, Yannick Nielsen and Nicolas Picot ran at the top 20. Sebastian Schul, Pere Bezel, Leonardo Baccaglini, Ilias Kaliakmanis, so Mokavicino 04. There is a Greek driver in this field. He starts 24th. 25th, Martina Stankiewicz ahead of Karl Klebor, Michael Becker, Jere Kokalainen, Igor Mukin, Tony Hogg, Kamil Kubera and Maxime Derix. As Lucas Panot looks to, again, not start, still not 100%, so may not be taking any further part in the race weekend. I'm sure I'll have that confirmation in due course. So the drivers will now make their way through in towards the final sector of the circuit and prepare themselves for 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing. So it will be Outlechner, Vendelbo, Van Leeuwen, Borgaard, Bol, Mortensen, Bezel, Sarniala, Cousin and Lockmellis. That is your top 10. Pole sitter for DD2 Masters starts on the inside of row number 6. That is Dennis Thum. The drivers now make their way out of the 12th and final corner. The revs will now start to build as they start to gather speed. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out for DD2 and Masters heat number 2. Good start by the poleman Outlechner. As again, Van Leeuwen looks to go up the inside early doors, but at this particular moment he's not able to get through. Drivers trying to negotiate their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. Can sometimes be a little bit of a handful through into turn 6, and someone's caused a massive drama, and that is the 409 Sebastian Schul from Denmark. Went barreling into turn number 6. Might have put Martina Stankiewicz up into the air. I think it was a Birol ART chassis that went all 4 wheels up into the air and off of both axles. It's getting a bit fast and frantic out there as Maxime Derix looks to try and make another resurgence up through the field, a little bit further back. Martin Henkel-Mortensen getting his elbows out and he's gesticulating to Rasmus Vendelbo alongside him, and they started squabbling, and Patrick Snolls-Lockmellis said, well, if you two are going to bicker like children, I'm going to throw it up the inside, and did not hesitate whatsoever. So that was not what you need to do. Side by side down the start-finish straight, and now Martin Henkel-Mortensen has got company in the form of Axel Sarniala. Eight and a half minutes still to go in this penultimate heat as the drivers make their way down towards turn number 10 at Cafe Corner. Outlechner still leading, and there's a bit of fighting at the back end because now Christophe Capitat is ahead of Dennis Thum and is wanting to hold on to that race lead as Martin Henkel-Mortensen trying to go a bit deep under braking, going through turn 12 on Rasmus Vendelbo. Vendelbo, that was 4 times he looked over his right shoulder in rapid succession coming out of the final corner. And Sarniala looking up the inside of the 2018 DD2 champion. Henkel-Mortensen keeps it purchased on the racing line. And Christophe Capitan still at the moment more than likely holding on to that top spot. But then Jakob Bezel is not too far behind Axel Sarniala. That is the battle for 7th position overall. So at the moment it is Outlechner, Van Leeuwen. Keep your eyes on Enzo Bol in third. Then Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis, and a send from the other side of the Belgian border from Jakob Bezel. Launched it up the inside. Through on Axel Sarniala, and has got the place. Manuel Tenchett is not too far adrift either. Neither is Carl Gustav Borgard, who rounds out the top 10. But David Outlechner is still holding on. 3 minutes in, 7 to go, plus an additional lap. And now Van Leeuwen looks for the move up the inside. That's going to open the door for Enzo Bol. Outlechner could find himself dropping to third place. He's on the outside, being hung out to dry through into turn 7. And now that's 3 places. He's lost 3 in one corner. Down to 4th goes David Outlechner as Martin Van Leeuwen takes the lead. Enzo Bol in 2nd, and we've had a little bit of a coming together, and we've had a penalty go the way of the 4:09, and that is somebody who's just been caught causing a collision. That was Sebastian Schul. That was the incident with Tankevicius. We did have a couple of carts going down the order, and one of which I think was the 418, possibly. Oh, dearie me. Ilias Kaliakmanis and I think Nicolas Guillaume were the 2 drivers that have dropped to the bottom of the order. It was the 413. Oh, moment there for Enzo Bol as Outlechner now fighting back. Oh, Rasmus Vendelbo's definitely fired up. So is Martin Henkel Mortensen. And they round out what will be the top 5. And now Enzo Bol has lost out to Jakob Bezel in the process, so he's down to 7th. And Christophe Capitan sends one up the inside of Manuel Tenchett in the 484. Now this is going to get spicy, folks. You're going to have to hold on for the ride because nothing is rest assured. That was a good move there from Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis to keep ahead of David Outlechner. Rasmus van der Boot still holding on to that 4th place, but he's got Martin Henkel Mortensen and Jakob Bezel just behind him. And there's Martin Henkel Mortensen. He moves to the inside of Rasmus van der Boot, and there is Jakob Bezel, but he's alongside Mortensen, as now Outlechner is challenging Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis. Up to 4th goes Jakob Bezel from 6th place. Some great reactive driving from the Czech Republic driver. And Axel Sarniala caught up with anybody, but he has caught up with Martin Henkel Mortensen as they go through turn 10 into the left at turn 11. Now Axel Sarniala up the inside of the Dane, and then Henkel Mortensen. Let's not forget he did a clean sweep back here at 2018, a long time ago, 5 years ago in fact. But it's great to see him as part of a very high quality DD2 field. So out of the race, Sebastian Schul, Nicolas Guillaume and Ilias Kaliakmanis. 29th in the moment is Camille Kubera in the 5:29. As now there is a move that is from Bezel on more, that is, it's more than likely Petter Bezel. That was Petter Bezel on Martin Henkel Mortensen. Enzo Bol and Carl Gustav Borgard still continue to run at the top 9. Christophe Capitan now finds himself. Now, is that a genuine 9th position? I think that is. Because he is ahead of Manuel Tenchett and looks like possibly Ville Villainen. 3 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Axel Sarniala gets up the inside of Martin Henkel Mortensen again. So Van Leeuwen leads by nearly a second from Outlechner. Lockmelis down to 3rd. Jakob Bezel, Axel Sarniala, Petter Bezel, Enzo Bol, Martin Henkel Mortensen, Carl Gustav Borgard, and rounding out the top 10, it is our class leader in DD2 Masters, Christophe Capitan. Now up the inside, oh, there's a little bit of a touch between Martin Henkel Mortensen and Enzo Bol. 13 years difference in age. And then that allows the opportunity for Carl Gustav Borgard to get through on the 427. Now, all right, Martin Henkel Mortensen has just been passed by Christophe Capitan. I never saw that one coming. So Christophe Capitan definitely doing a very good job. He's kept a few drivers between himself and also Dennis Thum, of all people. 2 minutes and 25 still to go. Dennis Thum has got Manuel Tenchuk round the outside of him, going through into turn 3. The German manages to keep a hold of that position, going through into turn number 6, as Maxime Derix has got the fire very much lit in the belly. He's just got through on Jules Cousin. So by my reckoning, that puts Maxime Derix into the top 15. So just under 2 minutes to go. And at the moment, it was one win earlier on for David Altleichner. But Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands, the 24-year-old from Zolder, is leading the way by a healthy margin. Just over 3/4 of a second from David Altleichner. Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis in third position. Jakob Bezel, Axel Sarniala, Peder Bezel, Enzo Bol, Carl Gustav Borgaard, Christophe Capitan leads the way in 9th position overall in DD2 Masters. And he's got between him and Dennis Thum, Martin Henkel Morensen and Ville Villainen. Oh, and we've got a time penalty for pushing. That goes to the 491 of Nicolas Guillaume, who has retired from the race. Still, the battles are waging on up and down the order in the latter stages as we go on to what is now our 11th lap of racing. Fastest lap of the race is the driver in 4th position. There has been a change because Christophe Capitan has just been passed by Ville Villainen. So there's only one car between the Frenchman and Germany's Dennis Thum for the DD2 Masters class lead. Capitan took the victory in the opening one earlier on today. So the timer expires on this race. Martin van Leeuwen goes on to the final lap with a lead of just over half a second as Altleichner has just put in a 54.463. Jakob Bezel with the overall fastest lap of the race, 54.367. For the driver from the Czech Republic in 4th position. Down the Europlan, out of turn 6 for what is going to be the final time, but also the penultimate final lap of both classes racing here this weekend, well, here today. Heat 1, it was David Altleichner. Heat 2, from the Netherlands, it's Martin van Leeuwen that takes the victory. After 12 laps by nearly half a second ahead of race 1 winner David Altleichner. Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis takes 3rd ahead of Jakob Bezel with Axel Sarniala, Peder Bezel, Enzo Bol, Carl Gustav Borgaard, Ville Villainen, Christophe Capitan rounding out the top 10, and Capitan again takes a victory in DD2 Masters, his 2nd in a row. Martin Henkel Morensen 11th ahead of Dennis Thum, who finishes 2nd in DD2 Masters. Manuel Tenchuk, Maxime Derix, Victor Frostbay, Philip Moitzi, Maxime Stachurko, Yannick Nielsen, Leonardo Baccaglini, and Jules Cousin ran out the top 20. Martina Stankiewicz in 21st ahead of Karl Klebo, Nicola Pico, Michael Becker, Jere Kokalainen, Igor Mukin, Rasmus Vendelbo, Tony Hogg, and Camille Kubera rounding out the 29 that finished the race. Unfortunately, on lap number 3, due to a 2-kart incident involving Ilias Kaliakmanis and Nicolas Guillaume, both were eliminated on the spot, coming on the run down to turn 10, with Sebastian Schue out after an incident on turn 6 in the opening lap, and Lucas Bernot again a non-starter. With a mix of experience and youthful vigour in this second heat, it would showcase that all over the way of this second out of 3 heats. With old faces making a return, some final words of advice, and then the focus setting in for those on the grid. So as the revs began to build, and then the anticipation finally came to a close, race 2 got underway for DD2 and Masters as Outleichner led the field ahead of Martin van Leeuwen. Enzo Bol trying to make sure that he was in the thick of things, as was 2018 DD2 champion Martin Henkel-Mortensen, who showed the signs of what took him to the title in our inaugural season back in 2018. But he would still have to fight against those that are quite new to this class. Martin, having moved on to other things, would battle away with the likes of Enzo Bol, the likes of Axel Saniala, amongst others. But still, he still managed to keep things going. But it was Martin van Leeuwen that led the way and ultimately took the checkered flag ahead of David Outleichner, Patrick Snolls-Lock-Mellis. Christophe Capitan would take his second DD2 Masters win of the weekend, and what's more, rounded out the top 10. Now we go to the final barrage of heats here at Karting Genk. So we get underway with our third and final heat for Project E20 Junior, Senior and Senior Masters. Here is your starting grid. As per the previous two heats, it is as follows. Thijs Dams and Thomas Ibsen will start on the front row. Thijs Dams, a two-time race winner this weekend, starts again from pole. Mats-Johan Overhoff and his fan club, I'm sure we're in the grandstand again, will be starting from third position. Hector Ramirez starts from fourth and will be on E20 Senior Masters pole position. He's won one race. Today, Emma Svensson from Sweden will start from fifth, and alongside her will be Andreas Mattis, who won Senior Masters Heat number 2 earlier on this afternoon. Heine Born and Kaz Baldemans round out the complete 8-strong grid for E20 Seniors and Masters in 7th and 8th respectively. So it's also going to be a Lemieux front row with Frédéric alongside Antoine and Frédéric. She will be on pole position. Christopher Holst and Arthur Lorimier will be on the back row of the grid. So it's going to be the same type of formation start. So once the flag marshal walks to the back of the E20 Seniors and the Masters, the red lights will show up on the gantry and it will be lights out and away we go. And then the juniors will be released. So lights are out, off and racing we go. Another brilliant start from Thijs Dams as Mats-Johan Overhoff tries to go around the outside. I hope he's not, well, he might be using the boost button to try and get that facilitated. And he's just got up the inside of Thomas Ibsen, who retaliates through turn number 4. They are side pod to side pod, but you better watch out because that was Emma Svensson. Emma Svensson got through on Thomas Ibsen, and now she's up into third place. In the meantime, with what's happening, we've got Antoine Lemieux leading the way in E20 Juniors. But that was a spectacle there on the opening lap in the final heat. Emma Svensson went, right, I'm going to send it. And now here comes Thomas Ibsen up the inside of the 741 from Sweden, gets through for third position. And then leading the way, I cannot believe I'm saying this, what on earth has Kaz Poldemans had at the lunch break? Because he's leading E20 Senior Masters ahead of Hector Ramirez, who's going to go for the race lead into turns 1 and 2. The driver from Santiago, Chile, as Kaz Poldemans goes wide and he goes to the back end of the field. Andreas Mattis round the outside, coming out of turn number 3, and he takes the Senior Masters lead ahead of Hector Ramirez from Santiago in Chile. Rainer Bourne looking up the inside of the 801. Now he goes through for second position, and Kaz Poldemans might be using that boost button right now. He's going to get the inside line for turn 7, but Ramirez hangs it round the outside, has to slot back into position, and Hector Ramirez down to the back of the that's definitely gotten a bit feisty in this final E20 Seniors and Senior Masters Heat, hasn't it, folks? Meanwhile, at the E20 Junior contingent, as Thijs Dams makes his way through into the final corner to complete lap number 2 of this race. Andreas Mattis, looking to make it 2 wins out of 3, is closing in on Emma Svensson for 4th overall, but still leads in Senior Masters. Juniors, however, it is the 604 of Antoine Lemieux that is leading the way and has taken 2 heat wins on the road, but the first one got a drop down penalty for a front bumper, and thereby will be looking to make sure that he is at the front of the field going into tomorrow. So for those wondering on the live timing, there's a duplicate of Antoine Lemieux showing up, but don't worry, don't concentrate on that. Concentrate on the driver in 9th position. Kaz Poldemans having a great battle with Hector Ramirez at the back of the Senior Masters field, but Mats-Johan Overhoff is hoping to try and go for a win, but he's got just over 4 minutes, plus an additional lap to do so. He's got to use that boost as much as possible, but also strategically. But Thijs Dams also knows this technology very, very well. And Thomas Ibsen, when you look at it, these younger drivers have a real understanding of technology. There is Emma Svensson ahead of Andreas Mattis, with Mattis still leading the Senior Masters class. Second in that is Rainer Born. Also, so it's a German 1-2 and the Senior Masters classification. It's P2 at the moment for Germany in the E20 Seniors. it has been a dogfight between these three at the sharper end of the field all day long. 6/10 cover the top three. Emma Svensson still in 4th overall. She's just put in her fastest lap of the race, a 58.147. And Antoine Lemieux still leads the way in E20 Junior by just over 4/10 ahead of Switzerland's Christopher Holst, who took the opening win of the day here earlier on this morning when E20 kick-started the 2023 racing season here in the Euro Trophy, not including the Winter Cup that we had at Karting Campilos back in the middle of February. Also, Arthur Lorimier is very close behind in 3rd place. They were covered by not much, probably the best part of 0.8 of a second. And now it's really getting close between the top three. 0.6 of a second separates them, going on to what will be lap number 6, which is now lap number 6. There they are. Days Dams might have his 100% success rate broken, but there's only 2 minutes plus an additional lap for the two behind to mount an offensive. And now is when they're going to use the boost on the back straight away. You're going to get nearly a full 5-second deployment into the braking zone, into turn 7. And Emma Svensson still holding on to 4th overall. Andreas Matis still, well, he's got a country mile between himself and Heiner Born. Hector Ramirez, in the meantime, has got past Kaz Baldemans. But less than a minute and a half to go in the final heat for E20 here at the opening round of the Euro Trophy in 2023. Last time the gap between 1st and 2nd was just under 2.5 tenths. Now it's nearly 3 tenths. And look, there they are. They're coming through the grandstand. I just saw the Supermats fan club, even which has his race number from this weekend on the T-shirt as well. Also, great battle between Emma Svensson and Andreas Matis at this point, even though they are in respective classes. It's still for 4th overall, and Emma Svensson's doing a good job. But, oh, right, Thomas Ibsen has just got past on Mats Johan Overhoff going through the exit of turn number 9. That was in the background when Svensson and Matis were going through down the Europalan into turn 7. So again, Ibsen has tried to get through. Now Mats Johan Overhoff goes towards the outside and slingshots past, uncharacteristically round the outside of the start-finish straight, towards the left-hand side of the circuit. And there they are, going through into turn number 5 for what's going to be the penultimate time. This has given Days Dams an opportunity to pull away into the distance, and he's got a lead of probably what's going to be now north of a second, as Mats Johan Overhoff goes into the tight defensive line into turn 7 for the final time. So time has expired in this race, and Days Dams is going to be on course for a clean sweep of victories here on Heats Day. One more lap remains after this, and Tomasz Ibsen trying to put the frighteners on Mats Johan Overhoff, but the German is resilient. Now the boost is going to be used as a defensive and an attacking countermeasure at the same time. Final lap underway. The gap is just over a second, so Mats Johan Overhoff will have to do his level best to keep it on the black stuff, keep the tight defensive line ahead of Tomasz Ibsen, as Days Dams is basically just under half a lap away from picking up a clean sweep. Bearing in mind that he finished runner-up in the Euro Trophy last year to Dave Stevens. And Days Dams, now having moved up to seniors, moves up to seniors in E20. Mats Johan Overhoff defending. One more corner to go. Mats Johan Overhoff is doing everything he can. Tomasz Ibsen looks for the inside line, but out of the final corner, it's a clean sweep for Belgium's Days Dams in E20 senior. Mats Johan Overhoff takes second. Tomasz Ibsen takes 3rd position. And Emma Svensson will come home 4th overall, 4th in the E20 seniors, and it's 2 wins out of 3 for Germany's Andreas Martis in the E20 Senior Masters classification. Hector Ramirez finishes in 6th overall, 2nd in Senior Masters, followed by Heiner Born, who's 3rd in the class. Antoine Lemieux takes another victory in E20 Junior in the 6:04 by over 6.7, well, by 0.67 of a second ahead of Christopher Holst, who won the opening heat, with Arthur Lorimier, Gaz Baldemans rounding out the top 11, and Frédéric Lemieux rounding out the complete grid. So that is, it's time to power down, hit the control out delete buttons ready for tomorrow morning. But Taze Dams is the one that has done the clean sweep all day long. And that puts him on pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. So the drivers getting prepped for their final race of Heats Day, fully charged and ready to go. A calm moment, despite it being the power of silence with the Project E20 machines running on the Sodi Sigma DD2 chassis. Thumbs up once again from Hector Ramirez from Chile, the eldest competitor on the grid. Taze Dams was looking to get the clean sweep, and once again would start from pole position. And the start said it all. Taze Dams would look over his right shoulder as Tomasz Ibsen and Mats-Johan Overhoff would go into battle, and Overhoff would do one of the best manoeuvres of the weekend in E20 so far, going to use the runoff area to accelerate up the inside of Tomasz Ibsen. In the meantime, in E20 Junior, it was Antoine Lemieux that got the best run of anybody and would lead the field all the way through the race, right up until the end of the 9 laps. But also, Emma Svensson managed to spring a surprise of her own in the opening stages, having initially got past Tomasz Ibsen from Poland. And then it all came to a head. Hector Ramirez, Heat 1 winner, would find that Heiner Born would send it up the inside, and Hector would have to avoid, run a little bit wide, and up the inside of him went the Netherlands' Gaz Baldemans. But at the end of it all, it was a clean sweep for Taze Dams. Second finally went to Mats-Johan Overhoff, with Tomasz Ibsen rounding out the top 3. Emma Svensson would come home in 4th. Andreas Martis would take his 2nd win of Heats Day here in Senior Masters. And once again, it was Antoine Lemieux from Canada that would take the spoils of war in E20 Junior. Firstly, I'd like to send a get well soon message. I hope you're watching, Lucas Perno. Thanks to Jordan Chamberlain from KR Sport and Lachlan Robinson's mum, Tracy, for informing me that Lucas will not be partaking in the weekend's events due to the fact that he has been to hospital and he has had his appendix removed. So, Lucas, get well soon, buddy. And I know for a fact we'll see you later on this season. So rest up, gather your strength. We'll be looking forward to seeing you back racing in DD2 later on this year. So we have, at this moment, a further 7 races to go. And we're about to get underway with our 7th Senior Rotax Heat. And we have had 6 different winners from 6 different races. And you can add to the list that I said earlier on of Kai Hunter, Tommy van der Stroys, Matthew Higgins, Kai Rilletz, now Sean Butcher and Miska Kaskinen. Race 18 about to get underway. It is Senior Rotax, Heat 7, Groups A and C. Here is your starting order. Total of 31 drivers will take part in this race. Pole position will be Jaden Teen, alongside will be Ethan Jeff Hall, Lachlan Robinson and Kai Rilletz on row 2. Matthew Higgins, Zombor Kovac, row 3. Mario Sidler and Colin Vashni, row 4. Kenny McQueen and Devian Horst ran out the top 10. Maxence Bouvier and Anya Levar, row number 6. William Hoogstrand and Dion van Verven, row 7. André Petrovic and Arthur Robin rounding out the top 8 rows. Completing the top 20 is Vincent Van Kerkhoff and Kaz Boshaus, Sam Bergstein and Leon Zelenko. Rounding out the 31-strong grid, it is Rashid Ghanem, Rafael Jesus, Miro Halika, Brandon Klein-Nagelvor, then Jaden Pope, Andrea Kostic, Alexander Savinkov, Niki Gauci, Magic Hamera, Stephanie Hobeka and Marco Drittenprice. And I just had an Instagram message from Lucas saying, always watching, thank you mate, see you real soon. Get well soon, buddy. Look after yourself. I know we will see you back. So another 10 minutes plus an additional lap of racing for this particular encounter. As I said earlier, we've had 6 different winners from 6 different races. So the drivers now getting into formation ahead of this 7th race out of 10 for Senior Rotax. The biggest grid this weekend. A total of 76 drivers. 10 minutes are on the timer. It's down to Jaden Teen and Ethan Jeff Hall to control the pace. They slowly filter their way out of the 12th and final corner, with Marco Drittenpreis bringing up the rear of the field. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Heat number 7 for seniors underway. Jaden Teen leads the field going into turns 1 and 2. Kai Hulitz around the outside, trying to get through maybe into third position. We have had a moment at the back end of the field. Someone is now rejoining. Possibly could be, just judging by the number, that might have been maybe the 318 of Sam Bergstein, who started in 21st. There's more drama happening, and we've got one driver over the other. An exhaust has come off, and that was the 903 of Miro Halika. There's the 382 involved in all of that. That was Alexander Savinkov. Someone has definitely lost an exhaust, and that might have been, I'm not too sure who that was, but whoever it was not at all happy. Jaden Teen leads the way. Second is Ethan Jeff Hall, but now it's going to be Kai Hulitz as he fires one up the inside of the 397 through turn number 12. So Jaden Teen leads. Kai Hulitz second. Ethan Jeff Hall, Matthew Higgins, Lachlan Robinson complete the top 5. Zsombor Kovac is in 6th position, and I think it might have been Nicky Gauchi's exhaust that came off in the crossfire. So Miro Halika was on over the back bumper of Nicky Gauchi, and Gauchi was the one that was slamming the steering wheel in complete frustration. But the top 6, line astern, coming through out of turn number 7. So looking at who is in the top 10 at the moment, the drivers that have yet to secure a victory. Jaden Teen is one of them. Ethan Jeff Hall hasn't, but now here comes Hulitz up the inside, through into turn number 12. A bit of banging of wheels between Ethan Jeff Hall and Jaden Teen. Higgins has won a heat. Robinson hasn't. Kovac hasn't. So 2 drivers out of the top 6 have yet to win a heat here today. Hulitz will want to make sure that he takes 2 wins, and then that puts him at the top of the rankings, so to speak. Nice move there by the 365. That was Mario Sidler on Caden McQueen. And, well, Caden McQueen is currently right with Devian Horst and Zsombor Kovac. Devian Horst now, well, just behind Lachlan Robinson. That is Matthew Higgins. So Robinson now up to 4th. Hulitz trying to push the envelope, push the tempo, and get away from those behind as they come through turn number 12. So Alexander Savinkov and Nicky Gauchi out on the spot after the turn 6 exit incident. And now Robinson drops down a position courtesy of Matthew Higgins, looking up the inside through turn number 4. That's Devian Ross, who bumps over the curbs. That compromises Robinson and allows Caden McQueen through on Robinson. Now, what on earth has happened to Robinson? He dropped like a proverbial stone coming out of turn number 4 because Russ just launched it up the inside of him. So Caden McQueen got through. So now Zsombor Kovac finds himself in 5th position. Caden McQueen now up into P7. Following behind Devian Ross, but Kai Hulitz continues to lead. It's now what is going to happen behind. Marco Drittenpreis is about to be lapped as Robinson runs a little bit wide. Not too sure if he did that on his own or whether he might have been assisted. Marco Drittenpreis stays out of the way, but then goes straight onto the racing line right in front of Devian Ross, and that nearly allows the opportunity for the drivers behind Zsombor Kovac and Caden McQueen to get through. Michael Drittenpreis just staying out of harm's way, but he can't slow. Well, he needs to sort of try and do his best to keep out of the way. That is a lap down. So that is the Austrian going a lap down in that particular occasion. It's not been an easy one for the Austrian, but Kai Hulitz is not getting away. 4/10 was the gap last time around after the completion of lap number 4. Jaden Teen now trying to become the 7th different winner in as many heats here today at Karting Genk, the home of champions. Caden McQueen a known quantity in UK karting, now really starting to be at the sharp end of the grid, which is somewhere I know he should be. But he's worked hard with the team at RSC with Robert Schlunsen. Now he's battling away with one of the stalwart Hungarian chargers in senior Rotax, that driver being Zsombor Kovács. Jaden Teen is not that far behind Kai Hillertz. The gap between them was just over 3/10. I still remember the time when Jaden Teen ran away with Kai Hillertz's bike at Marienborg last year. That went viral on social media. But Hillertz is all about the business. As soon as the visor goes down, the lights go out. He is one of the front runners in senior Rotax, showcased what was capable last season. And now with a new team and a new adventure, it has changed everything in terms of how he's done. Oh, right. 915, Anya Levar, that looks like. She is pointing the wrong way on the exit of turn number 9. In the meantime, Jaden Teen has lost out second position to Ethan Jeff Hall. And there's also another car. That's Vincent van Kerkhoven. Oh dear. The Belgian driver from GKS has also been in the wars, and so he looks to be out of the race. So we have lost the following drivers: Alexander Sarvinkov, Nikki Gauci, Stephanie Hobeka. I haven't seen come through the third sector, so she might not be competing in this race anymore. Marco Trunkenbreis is a lap down. Anja Levaert and Vincent van Kerkhoven are out. And now a change for second again. Jaden Teen better watch himself, because this could be the moment for Matthew Higgins to get through on the inside of the 380 from the Netherlands. He thinks better of it on this particular occasion. Dorian Hoss and Zsombor Kovács have pulled away from Caden McQueen, who currently still holds a tight grasp on 7th position. Now a defensive countermeasure by Ethan Jeff Hall. Jaden Teen tries to anticipate it. Nearly Constantine's the field behind him. And Zsombor Kovács looking towards the inside. There's Caden McQueen. He's going on the undercut on the Hungarian. Great move by Caden McQueen. As now Jaden Teen goes side by side with Ethan Jeff Hall into turn number 2. And Ethan Jeff Hall loses out not just 1, not just 2, not just 3. It's 4 positions. Oh my goodness, and he's right in the crossfire between Caden McQueen and Zsombor Kovács. So now Jaden Teen up into second. Matthew Higgins, Devian Horst make the very, very best of it. Caden McQueen does a very, very good job to get himself into, what is that now? That is 5th position on the road. So the Brit having his best effort so far. Devian Horst up the inside of Matthew Higgins. That's going to make them both run wide. Caden McQueen trying to take some kind of advantage there, but thought better of it. Wants to get a solid result on the board. Does the 913 from Milton Keynes. And now he looks to the inside of Matthew Higgins, wrestling with the steering wheel. Zsombor Kovács gets through. And there is, that was Arthur Robin from PKS Competition getting through as well. Oh, and we've had a moment. We've had a moment going through turn number 3. Turn number 3. And is that Ethan Jeff Hall? It is. Oh, dearie, dearie me. That might have been a little bit of a touch between him and Maxence Bouvier. So Ethan Jeff Hall gets back in the kart, and that race is going to be one for the 14-year-old from Lancaster to forget. So Hillertz continues to lead the way. And Hillertz makes his way out of turn number 11. There's Jaden Teen. No win for him just quite yet. Maybe something in the later stages as Arthur Robin makes his way past Zsombor Kovács. And Caden McQueen's going to get a double slipstream down the start-finish straight. Is he going to go for a move? No, he thinks better of it. Waits for the opportunity as we go on to what is now our 11th lap. And so far, well, it was Yeah, Ethan Jeff Hall drops all the way down to around 24th position. Alexander Savinkov and Nicky Gauci out on lap 1. Stephanie Hobeker, Anya Levar and Vincent Van Kerkhoff and also out on laps 4 and 5 respectively as Caden McQueen fires it up the inside through turn 7 on Zombor Kovac. And that's to retake what is 5th position on the road. Time has expired, one more lap to go. And Kai Rilitz is on the way to taking the first double victory of the weekend so far. For now, Matthew Higgins fires his way past Zombor Kovac with just a couple of corners to go. Final lap underway. Kai Rilitz has an extensive lead of 1.9 seconds. Jaden Teen and Devian Horst battling away over 2nd place. Top 10 rounded out by Poland's Colin Ważny in the 366. As our leader makes his way through into turn number 9 for the final time. And Ethan Jeff Hall looks to be a retirement. He's pulled that cart into the pit lane. So last year's junior Rotax European champion won't have the greatest score to his tally. But out of the final turn, it's going to be 2 for 2 for Kai Rilitz. But who's going to get the run to the line for 2nd position? It's going to be Jaden Teen, or is it? It is by 64 thousandths of a second. Jaden Teen takes P2. Devian Horst takes 3rd ahead of Arthur Horbaugh. Great job by Caden McQueen. Is one of the GKS carts. That is more than likely. That was Jaden Pope who went across the line after going on to the grass. So Matthew Higgins takes P6 ahead of Zombor Kovac. Mario Sidler, Maxence Bouvier and Lachlan Robinson complete the top 10 provisionally. Dion Van Verven, Colin Ważny, Rashid Ghanem, Leon Zelenko, Rafael Jesus, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort made it up to 16th at the end ahead of Andrei Petrovic, Sam Bergstein, Kaz Boshouse, Magic Hamada makes it to the end and finishes 20th ahead of Andrea Kostic, William Haugstrand, Miro Halika, Jaden Pope in 24th, Marco Trittenpreis rounding out the 25 that finished the race. Ethan Jeff Hall opting to pull into the pits with 2 laps to go. Vincent Van Kerkhoffen, Anya Levar, Stephanie Hobeker, Nicky Gauci and Alexander Savinkov retiring from the race. With 60% of the senior Rotax heats completed, it was time for race 7. Another 31 of these 76 drivers were definitely up for the challenge of going for the race victory. And there were multiple drivers that were in clear competition with each other. Kai Rilitz, one of 6 different winners up until this point, was looking to become the first double winner, along with several other drivers that fancied their chances on this 31-strong grid. It was a great start for the pole sitter Jaden Teen, as Ethan Jeff Hall would look to his left immediately. Lachlan Robinson would try and make good his intentions as Rilitz sent it around the outside through into turn 2 on the opening lap. But there were dramas already at the beginning of the running order as the 318 of Sam Bergstein would come into drama. And then this moment here, where over the back of Nicky Gauci would end up being Miro Halika, ripping off the Maltese driver's exhaust and then coming into contact inadvertently where the likes of the 912 of Marco Trettenpreis and the 382 of Argenti Motorsports, Alexander Savinkov. Savinkov and Gauci would be out on the spot. 382 returning to the pit lane. Lachlan Robinson was trying to make some headway until this moment here where Devian Ross bumped over the curbs, compromised Robinson, and then Robinson had nowhere to go and dropped to several positions back, and then even slipped onto the rubber pickup coming out of turn number 5, compromising his tyres. Also, some other drivers getting their elbows out as Lachlan Robinson again drifted wide later on in the race through turn number 12, with the likes of Dion van Verven getting through, Colin Vajny amongst others. Ethan Jeff Hall would be interlocked with Jaden Thien with a very, very stern battle between the two, as Kai Gillitz would start to open up an advantage. Then Ethan Jeff Hall would send it up the inside of Jaden Thien to get through for P2, and Matthew Higgins trying his very best to try and get through on the Dutchman as well, going into turn number 3. Coming down into turn number 10, drivers were making some robust moves and sometimes being line astern. Caden McQueen from RS Competition also showed his hands, especially showed his hand when it came to this overtake on Matthew Higgins, which also allowed the likes of Zombor Kovac and Arthur Robin from PKS Competition to get through. Ethan Jeffel would drift wide coming out of turn number 2, and then contact with another competitor would retire the 397 just a few moments later, as he would get out of the kart, try and get it put back onto the circuit and retire with just 2 laps remaining. Jaden Thien, however, would still continue to battle with Devian Vos, but it came down to the wire as Gillitz would take the checkered flag, becoming the only double winner in senior road tax over the past 7 races, with Jaden Thien edging out Devian Vos for second place on a drag race to the finish line. And just before we go through the grid, that is Rafael Renhofer having dramas on the dummy grid. Greetings to my good friend from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, Roger Young. Good to see that you've got a glass of red in one hand and watching. Good to hear from you, buddy. Hope you're keeping well over in Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan. But here's your starting grid for the 8th race out of 10 as Rafael Renhofer wondering what on earth is going on. Here is your grid for heat number 8 of Senior Road Tax B versus D. Tommy van der Stroys and Sean Butcher, both a race winner today, as is the driver in 3rd position, Miska Kaskinen. He's on the inside of row number 2, alongside Vic Stevens, Petra Babichkova and Archie Walker. Row number 3, Mark Kimber, Nolan Emery. Row 4, Rafael Renhofer due to start now from the dummy grid as opposed to P9. Jan Pinto will start 10th. Christoph Sala, Frederick Zebis Christensen, Lawrence Herboz, Montego Marson, Mitch Haynard, Mathis Kanajak, Jamie Perilli, Kamal Murad, Martin Gaiskens and Daniel Hausworth round out the top 20 positions. Tom Vuau, Sverre Ubben, Paul Hamburg, Scott Westhoven, Zach Scowler, Puck Gubbles, Loris Koisman, Jarin Schultz, Jules Roussel and Denmark's Frederick Demant round out the 30-strong grid. So this afternoon we have had winners from the following countries: Canada, Belgium, Germany, the United Kingdom, Finland, Lebanon, the Netherlands and France. So we'll have heats 9 and 10 at the tail end of this of the day to conclude what has been, well, reminded me very much of how busy it was at Karting Campilos for the Winter Cup. Well, this is only the first round of the championship. We've got 3 more rounds after this. But can somebody else join Belgium's Kai Gillet as a 2-time race winner? The top 3 have each won a heat apiece. As now the red lights are on the starting gantry. 10 minutes plus an additional lap await us as they go into the tram lines. They split, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The Rotax roar brings to life senior Rotax heat number 8 as Rafael Henhofer gets released. And the field makes its way through into turns 1 and 2. As that was a bit of a bumpy ride there for Tommy van der Stroys. As we have got, oh dearie me, we've got madness at the back. And quite a few drivers, I think, well, that's the 922. Martin Gaiskens, and oh dearie me, double drama for 2 GKS Lemons power carts. I think the other one might be Sverre Ubben in the 344. Yes, that is the case. I've just seen the side pod. So already down to 28 drivers within 3 corners. And leading the way, it's Archie Walker. Archie Walker has managed to weather the storm, and he's now leading the way. The 16-year-old from Billericay in Essex leads ahead of Tommy van der Stroys, Mark Kimber. Now it's Miska Kaskinen ahead of Petra Babičková, who's just been passed also by Sean Butcher. Butcher now up into 5th position. The wind has definitely picked up in the surrounding climate as now Butcher goes side by side with Miska Kaskinen. Heading into turn number 7, Butcher's got through. Now up to 4th goes the Brit. Mark Kimber now has got through on Tommy van der Stroys. And Archie Walker leads a race for the first time here today. Eight minutes and 15 seconds plus an additional lap still to go. Van der Stroys is putting the pressure on Kimber, but he doesn't buckle under that easily. As Lawrence Herboz has just been passed by Nolan Emre, Miska Kaskinen has just been passed by Petra Babičková, as Archie Walker loses the lead to Mark Kimber, but still hangs on to 2nd for a moment. But Van der Stroys round the outside of him through turn number 4. Mighty overtaking prowess once again by the youngster from The Hague. A little bit further back, it's getting a bit close for comfort once again for the likes of Lawrence Herboz. Kamal Murad is there, so Sverre Ubben and Martin Gaiskens are unfortunately watching by the sidelines, not how they would have wanted things to happen. Sean Butcher gets through on Archie Walker for P3. So now it's time to see if another pairing from KR Sport, one half was in the last race, the other half in this race. Let's see if Butcher and Walker will work together. They are under the same awning. Just 3 minutes completed, 7 to go. And Butcher can help drag Archie Walker along for the ride. Petra Babičková is in 5th, and there is Loris Koisman from Kraft Motorsport. And the steering is gone on the left-hand side, and, well, Petra Babičková has just been given a 3-second time penalty for braking formation with 2 wheels outside the tram lines at the start. So down to 27 drivers as now Sean Butcher launches it up the inside on Tommy van der Stroys through turn number 9 to take 2nd. And van der Stroys finds that Archie Walker was very close to the left rear wheel of him, going through the exit of the very same corner. Van der Stroys just needs to keep a calm head on young shoulders. As Archie Walker is closing in. On the 311, one of the young upstarts in the senior Rotax ranks. We did see Archie Walker at the Winter Cup last year, but due to schooling commitments, aka GCSEs, that took priority. and was racing predominantly over in the United Kingdom last year, but has made a welcome return to Europe. Now we're coming up to the halfway point of this race, and still leading is now Mark Kimber. Sean Butcher has got to within a 2/10, and now Butcher's gone for the lead and got it. Kimber now goes through, back up the inside. Van der Stroy's looking up the inside, Butcher to the outside. Through turn 4, Archie Walker could get through at turn 5, and he does. So Butcher initially took the race lead. Down back to 4th goes the Brit. Vic Stevens and Mino Halika are there, and now Van der Stroy's is trying to see if he can unsettle Mark Kimber. That's not easy. And Kimber won't make many mistakes, considering the fact he's a 2-time DD2 title winner from last year. Van der Stroy's last year was in juniors. So Petra Babišková swapping positions once again with Nolan Lemeret from France. Van der Stroy's was possibly looking up the inside, but then looked over his right shoulder, saw Butcher there and went, well, if I open the door, someone else is going to open it with me. And Butcher's lost out again. Oh, dearie me. It's not been a good one there for Sean. But Mark Kimber still leading the way. When I spoke to him earlier on this week, he said, you know what? I couldn't resist the temptation. I had to do it. And it's good to have him back on the grid. So the top 6 last time were covered by just over 6.5 tenths of a second. Battle for 7th is really between Nolan Lemeret, Christophe Sala and Kamal Murad, as there's a move from Miska Kaskinen on Vic Stevens through turn number 12. The quartet, Kimber, Van der Stroy, Walker and Butcher, covered by just under half a second. With 3.25 minutes still to go, it's about who is going to show their cards. Butcher now trying to get the undercut on Walker. And then, well, you see Kamal Murad and Christophe Sala from Australia and Austria, respectively. And there is Butcher up the inside of Walker through into turn number 8. Miska Kaskinen is there or thereabouts with the 391 from KR Sport. So is Vic Stevens from Dams Racing. 2 minutes and 38 seconds remain on the timer. As there goes Kaskinen. Walker runs wide. Kaskinen and Stevens both through. So the Brit now drops to 6th position. Van der Stroy's trying to do his best to keep on terms. And then there has been a change because Walker has got back past Kaskinen. Babišková is there with them on the road, but in terms of actual time, she will drop a few positions back, and at the moment that will be looking to be 10th position at the highest for the Czech Republic driver. And there is Tommy Van der Stroy up the inside through turn 9 on Mark Kimber to now take the race lead back. Back end switches under braking going into turn 10. Butcher is there with them. Great racing from these 3 drivers at the front end. One young charger, one current champion, and one who made history at the grand finals and has bags full of experience. Through into turn number 1 and 2 once again. Van der Stroy looks to join Gilles as a 2-time heat winner today. Kimber wants to make it 7 out of 8 different drivers. Kamal Murad battling away, and he slingshots up the inside on Archie Walker, who tangles. That was with Nolan Lemeret coming out of turn number 6, and neither of them were giving quarter on that one. I think it's more a case of, was Nolan Lemeret possibly the aggressor on that? I'm not 100% sure. Benedek Vida has just joined the YouTube chat as well. Another name from Rotax Euro Trophy history. Now we go on to our penultimate lap, and Tommy van der Stroys has a slender 0.2 of a second advantage over Mark Kimber. Sean Butcher makes it the top 3, completed by just under 0.4 of a second. Kimber looking left, looking right. Butcher looking to the outside through into turn 7. And now Vic Stevens and Miska Kaskinen enter the fray as they head into turn 9 for the penultimate time. The 10-minute time limit expires. One more lap to go, so we've got about 1,650 metres of racing left to go in this 8th heat of senior Rotax. Van der Stroys takes the tight defensive line. So does Kimber. So does Butcher. So does Stevens. Babichkova is there waiting in the wings. Now it's the dogfight as the final lap gets underway. And now we've had a penalty for the 316 of Zach Scala from the Yaz Heat Racing Academy for causing a collision. And now up to turn 6 for the final time. Van der Stroys goes defensive. Now who's going to get the waft? Who's going to get the run down the back straight? It is going to be Van der Stroys. But the way things are looking at this moment, with 2.5 tenths covering the top 3 after 11 laps of absolutely brilliant racecraft from the 3 up front. Now, Van der Stroys has got to anticipate the 2 behind, and then some. Out of turn 11, one more corner remains. Van der Stroys keeps it tight and pinned on the inside line. Butcher is going to try and go for the run, so is Kimber. Who's going to get it? It's 2 wins for Van der Stroys today. Second goes to Kimber, third goes to Butcher, covered by 0.174 seconds. Winning margin for Van der Stroys, 64 thousandths. So, 6 different winners from 8 different races provisioning at this time. Tommy van der Stroys, 14 years of age, last year's BNL Karting Series champion and last year's vice champion for the Euro Trophy in juniors, has just shown that by moving up to seniors, he can play with the big boys. He wins by 64 thousandths ahead of Mark Kimber. Sean Butcher in third, 0.174 cover the top 3. Vic Stevens, Miska Kaskinen, Petra Babichkova, who will be demoted by 3 seconds down to, by my reckoning, 14th position, and that has been changed. Miska Kaskinen finishes behind Vic Stevens. Kamal Murad, best finisher of the day for the Aussie, in 6th ahead of Archie Walker, Nolan Lemeray, Christoph Salah, Frederick Zebis Christensen rounds out the top 10 with Mitch Haynert, Mathis Kanajak, Jaren Schultz, Petra Babichkova, Scott Westhovens, Jules Roussel, who sets the fastest lap of the race of a 55.271, finishes 16th. Jamie Pirelli, Jan Pinto, Lawrence Herbos and Rafael Renhofer ran out the top 20, with Frederick Demant, Paul Hamburg, Tom Vuau, Pat Gubbles, Daniel Hausworth and Montego Masson rounding out the 26-strong grid. Well, it was 6 different winners from 7 different races. We were hoping that somebody else could join the fray in terms of different winners this weekend on Heat State. Drama for Austria's Rafael Renhofer, however, as his KSCA Sodi kart was stuck in the pits as he frantically worked on the left-hand side of the kart, and then would raise his arms as if to say, what's going on? And he would start from the dummy grid. Heat number 8 for senior Rotax would get under a cloud of exhaust gas from the Rotax Max Evo engines as Tommy van der Stroys would lead the field into turns 1 and 2. Miska Kaskinen looking to make early good his intentions, but then it was Archie Walker that sprung a surprise on everybody, making his intentions to lead a race and go for a victory. However, a little bit later on, it was the pair of Mark Kimber and also Tommy van der Stroys that would demote the Essex-based driver down to 3rd, as Tommy van der Stroys kept it pinned round the outside of turn number 4 in a fantastic, dazzling overtake. Boris Koisman would be one of the casualties out of this race, out of 4, as his left front steering would be broken coming out of turn number 12. And then more dramas as drivers were really getting robust with elbows out, especially the 3-4-8 of Kamal Mrad, who really showed his spurs here today in heat number 8. Sean Butcher would then overtake Archie Walker around the halfway point of the race and start going after Mark Kimber and Tommy van der Stroys to go for his second victory of the day so far. Miska Kaskinen also showcased the speed that took him to a victory in heat 6, and he was followed by Vic Stevens as they both got past Archie Walker on the 12th turn. Kamal Mrad would also get through on Walker at turn 6, and then Nolan Lemeray came into contact with Archie Walker's right rear wheel, and both of them escaped with that one. But Tommy van der Stroys, by literally nothing, would take his second win of the weekend, joining Kai Gillets as a 2-time heat winner, with still 2 more heats to go in senior road tax. Now it's time for the third and final heat for Minimax. Here is your starting grid. 2 wins out of 2 for Jacob Ashcroft. Can he do the clean sweep today? Because he once again starts from pole position. Nikita Lubimov rounds out the front row. Lukas Stoddard and Albie Friend round out row number 2. Denny Babacek and Max Endicott, row 3. Maxim Bobrishov and Oliver Warner, row 4, with Cole Denham and Felipe Reyes completing the top 10. Patrick Jokius and Rory Armstrong, they ran at row 6. Rory Armstrong actually had a puncture. Big thank you to his dad, Andrew, for sending me a photo. Quarter valve and got a puncture on the opening lap, so that's why he struggled. Then we got Jakub Kubera in 13th position. Angelina Simons Torres running out row 7. Alexander Van Meeuwen, Christian Segerson, Kai Clark, Glenn Abbas, Vitek Kubera and Vic van Kampenhout ran out the top 20. Completing the 31-strong grid is Adrien Steons, Bran van der Weken, Ryan Gandor. Then we got Jeff Verbeek, Andreas Jerrerup, Sigurd Stubberup, Fredriksson, Kieran Stewart, Isaac Barker, Unto Olavi Lakonen, Charles Kitely and Ryan Rivers. The wind has picked up once again as the flags on the start-finish straight are flapping around in the breeze. It's 7 minutes plus an additional lap to complete the Mini-Max Heat stages of the competition. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Mini-Max Heat 3 gets underway right now, and a good start by Ashcroft as he leads the field once again going into turns 1 and 2. Zhubimov and Friend to the outside. There has been a little bit of a drama behind at the back end of the field through turn number 3. Oh, moment there for the 152 coming out of turn number 4. And that was Jokius from Lithuania. That was someone very, very wide going through turn number 6. So that was definitely an Argenti kart, and it might have been possibly Oliver Warner in the 123 as it's getting a bit feisty towards the bottom part of the top 10. They are scrabbling for traction and real estate, and everyone is trying to get through. And into turn number 12 goes our race leader. And of all people, I'm not at all surprised Jacob Ashcroft is leading the way. Cole Denham starting to make some inroads. So is Rory Armstrong. Lap 1 completed. The race leader, Ashcroft, has a lead of just over 0.4 of a second ahead of Lucas Stordeur. There is Albert Friend in second. Well, he's now in second position. He got past the Belgian, coming through into turn number 3. He got the job done there and then. Jakub Kubera, Cole Denham, Rory Armstrong now up into 9th place, ahead of Alexander Van Meeuwen, Maxime Bobrishov, Felipe Reyes, Kai Clark, Angelina Simons Torres, and what a start from Vic van Kampenhout from 20th on the grid, now up into 15th. And now there is another change, because behind Albert Friend it's no longer Lucas Stordeur, it's Nikita Lubimov. Denny Babacek now rounds out the top 5 positions, and there is Max Endicott in 6th. Babacek up the inside of Lucas Stordeur, and they both keep each other out. Well, they both stay out of harm's way on that one. And Babacek gets through, uses the old think gesture on the right-hand side of his helmet. And Max Endicott running a helmet livery, very much in the vein of what Jenson Button used to do back in the day, in his early days in his Formula 1 career. Now Endicott looking up the inside through on Lucas Stordeur, gets through at turn 6. So up to 5th goes the Briton. And then Stordeur launches it up the inside, runs a little bit deep going into turn 7, but still manages to retake the position. That's 5th on the road for Stordeur. Armstrong is not too far behind them either. And neither is the 162 of Dan Holland Racing's Cole Denham. Alexander Van Meeuwen rounding out the top 10 as we have 4 minutes and 10 plus an additional lap still to go in this final heat. And Albert Friend is pushing. Rory Armstrong last time around set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute .269 for the youngster from County Down in Northern Ireland. Albert Friend goes nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than Jacob Ashcroft is now. That's 2 positions lost through turn 2 for Max Endicott as Rory Armstrong and Cole Denham have got through on the 188. We're now halfway through this race as that is Felipe Reyes trying to go side by side with the 129 of Jakub Kubera going down the back straight. And we have had a 3-second time penalty handed to Ryan Rivers, who's now up into 22nd position. 2 wheels out of the tram lines before the start the formation could be broken. And now Ashcroft will see Albert Friend behind him. The gap was 2.5 tenths. Now it's 1.5. Albert Friend now looks for the lead, and he goes up the inside through into turn 2. Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend are good mates off the track. But Jacob Ashcroft knew it was not the right place to fight that overtaking opportunity for Albert Friend. The minute that Albert Friend saw that opportunity, he went for it. Ashcroft gave him racing respect, racing room, and helped that move to be facilitated rather easily. But Ashcroft is still with him. So you can bet your bottom dollar that Ashcroft will want to go for the clean sweep. But he won't pull the trigger quite yet. He'll work with Albert Friend and make sure that the battle is between them. However, look behind. Things have changed because Denny Babacek, Rory Armstrong now round out the top 4. Nikita Lubimov now in 5th position. Cole Denham. What a drive from Alexander Van Meeuwen from Belgium. Now up into 7th, ahead of Lucas Stordeur. Max Endicott and Kai Clark round. Well, there we go. Armstrong does the old switcheroo on Denny Babacek through turn number 6. And the youngster from Northern Ireland up into 3rd position again. Now it's a case of seeing whether Cole Denham, who's got past Nikita Lubimov for 5th place, will go up the inside of Babacek. So we're going to get 3 more laps, including this one. Cole Denham switches to the outside through into turn 10. A little bit of a bump from behind on Lubimov, courtesy of Van Meeuwen. Babacek defends. Cole Denham looks to the outside through turn 12. Is he going to get the undercut? But Alexander Van Meeuwen is going to get the side draft on Nikita Lubimov. And now at the front of the field, this is when it happened. But now Albert Friend clatters into the side pod. A little bit of an exchange between the two. They were rubbing sidewalls coming through turn 4. Oh, Ashcroft went for the lead. Albert Friend decided to throw one back up the inside of him. And that was very, very close. Neither of these drivers want to give up the victory, but there we go. Up the inside at turn 8 goes Jacob Ashcroft. Albert Friend now knows he's got a chance. He's got this plus an additional lap to try and get that lead back. But Ashcroft will not give it up without a fight. Ashcroft takes the tighter line. Friend sweeps to the outside to get the undercut. Last lap of the racing day for minis underway. Ashcroft leads. Friend in 2nd, just behind by over a 10th. Rory Armstrong in 3rd position. Denny Babacek, Cole Denham. And there's the switch back through turn 3 and a bump over the curbs. And Albert Friend gets through. Now, bearing in mind, both these drivers won their ticket to Portimao by being in the Micro and the Minimax classes at last year's Grand Festival. Friend won the Micromax class and Ashcroft won the Minimax class. It was held last year at Kerpen. This year it's coming to the Home of Champions between the 1st and the 3rd of September. And now look at the gap. Look at the gap. Rory Armstrong is no longer 1.9 seconds behind. But who's going to get it? Who's going to get the final win of the day? It's going to come down to this. Armstrong's going to be a dark horse. He's going to try and see if he can get a slingshot. Is it going to be Friend? Is it going to be Ashcroft? It is Albert Friend that wins the final heat for Minimax by a 1/10 of a second. Top 3 rounded out by Jacob Ashcroft and Rory Armstrong. Armstrong, get this, was 2 seconds off of the race leader with 1 lap to go. And he was in with an earshot. Denny Babacek takes 4th. Cole Denham takes 5th. Alexander Van Meeuwen, Nikita Lubimov, Max Endicott, Lucas Stordeur, Jakub Kubera round at the top 10. Felipe Reyes, Kai Clark, Angelina Simons-Torres, Maxim Bobrishov, Patrikas Jokius, Vic van Kampenhout, Christian Segerson, Ryan Rivers, Adrien Sions, Oliver Warner, Len Abbas, Bran van der Weyken, Charles Keightley, Sigurd Stubber Fredriksson, Vitek Kubera, Andreas Jerrup, Jeff Verbeek, Ryan Gandor, Kieran Stewart and Unto Olavi Lakonen rounding out the 30 that finished. And unfortunately, with 1 lap to go, we lost Isaac Barker. Up until this point, Jacob Ashcroft had been the tour de force in Minimax. He was looking for a clean sweep. Some of the drivers would warm themselves up, like Maxim Bobrishov, with a few standing jumps before getting in the kart. with 31 drivers making their way into the tram lines. It was Ashcroft that got the good start. Albert Friend would try his level best to stay with the 122 from Western-super-Mare as he was behind Nikita Lubimov going through into turn number 2, but a little bit of a melee at the back end of the field, including the likes of the 116 of Kieran Stewart, the 114 of Unto Olavi Lakonen, and also the 164 of Charlie Kitely. Denny Babacek looked to have a bit of a resurgence after a very difficult heat number 2 for the Czech Republic driver, managing to get through on Lucas Lauder and also the likes of Max Endicott in the 188 for Argenti Motorsport. But then Albert Friend decided, you know what, I'm fed up with being second, I want a victory. He then went up the inside through turn number 2 on Jacob Ashcroft, who waited patiently and bided his time and returned the favour through the very same corner a few laps later on. However, Albert Friend decided otherwise. A little bit of slight touching between side pods as they went through turns 3 and 4. And Albert Friend would keep it pinned with a slight sidewall rub between the pair going through into turn 5, with Albert Friend ending up in the race lead. Then Friend would end up going slightly wide and sideways through turn 8, giving back the lead to Ashcroft in the process. But with the two squabbling, it would be Albert Friend that would take the victory in the final heats by just over a tenth, and Rory Armstrong managing to claw back a nearly 2-second disadvantage to end up third, just 2 tenths behind the eventual race winner.
That's what the helmet's for. Yeah. It's taken us about 6 laps to wake up from the last two. So. Be fucking. We wake up before then, might be alright. How you getting?
Now we get underway with our penultimate junior road tax heat. It's heat number 5, groups A versus D, race 21 out of 25 today. Let's have a look at the starting grid. So on the front row will be Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon and Kasper Schormans from the Netherlands on the outside of the front row. Mateo Denkovic from Belgium and Dave Stevens from the Netherlands will be on row number 2. Then it's Jordan's Hamza Al Fayez and Max Cuthbert from the United Kingdom on row number 3. Krik Knoren on the inside of row number 4. Representing the Netherlands will have the UK's Thomas Ingram Hill alongside. Archie Clark and Kenzo Craigie making an all-British row 5 and complete the top 10. Tino Sidler and Noah Janssen from Switzerland and Germany, that's row 6. Adas Majalskis and Matthias Jalowitt, that's the UK and Denmark, row 7. Then it's Juri Levar and Miko Manila from Slovenia and Finland, row number 8, with Olivier Jonkers from Belgium, Cameron Nelson from the UK, Casper Nissen from Denmark, and Sky Parker from the United Kingdom, by way of Wales, rounds out the top 20. Julian Kovacevic, Sebastian Koch, Rasmus Koskinen, Zen El Homosani, and Mati Sometre round out the 25-strong grid. So far in the junior road tax ranks, there has only been one double winner. Could he get 3? That driver is Kasper Schormans, who has won Heat 2 and Heat 4. The other 2 drivers that have won heats, one of which is alongside him, one of which is on the row behind him. So the top 3 drivers are the 3 winners so far. Christopher El Fagali and Mateo Denkovic along with Kasper Schormans. So the drivers make their way out of the final corner. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We are underway for junior road tax heat number 5. And El Fagali leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Let's take Stevens. We've had someone spinning at the back end of the field who's just gone rally crossing. Doing a bit of a Valtteri Bottas like he did with Mercedes at the Red Bull ring. Cutting the grass with his front bumper. And that might be, I think that might be Olivier Jonkers that has just got off the circuit. As the drivers make their way through into turn number 8. A little bit of an advantage starting to build for Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon, as he makes his way out of turn number 9. Radenkovic in second. Third, it is Schormans. Fourth, it is Stevens. Fifth place, it is the 262 of Krik Knoren. Hamza Al Fayez is behind them. Well, he's just had that possibly could be. That's one of the KR Sport carts up the inside of him, I just think. And that will be Archie Clark. So Archie Clark, the 247 from the UK, gets past Jordan's Hamza Al Fayez. Last time I saw Hamza was actually at the MENA Karting Championship Nations Cup in 2021 in the Sultanate of Oman. As I've just seen 271, Juri Levar was a little bit slow coming out of turn number 6. Not too sure if there might have been a slight touch. Oh, and there's a slowing. 241. That is Cameron Nelson from Dan Holland Racing. He's looking a little bit slower. And I think, right, turn 8. I think that kart is going very, very slow indeed. El Fagali leads. It's very close between the top 4 as we head on to lap number 2 of this race. There is someone going very, very slow down into turn number 9, or turn 10. Radenkovic launches it up the inside of El Fagali. Will Schormans get through too? No, he does not. And nearly opens the door for Dave Stevens and Krik Knoren to get through. And that is going to be game over for Cameron Nelson, I'm afraid. Oh, Max Cuthbert, that's a big casualty. He was at the sharper end of the grid all the way through the early part of today's running. And now, as we come to the tail end of it, Max Cuthbert has a race to forget. They're going to be down to 23 drivers. But the top 5 at the moment representing Belgium, Lebanon, and then 3 drivers from the Netherlands in rapid succession. So Radenkovic leads, looking to get 2 wins out of 3. El Fagali having to defend as, oh, that was a bit of a bumper run. Oh, dearie me, exhaust has gone. Exhaust has gone for Kasper Schormans. And that is his race done, I'm afraid. And that means it was Tay Stevens getting a bit rambunctious going through into the final corner as Schormans was trying to muscle his way past El Fagali. And Tay Stevens had nowhere to go, went over the back end of him. And that is Kasper Schormans' exhaust going noisy, I'm afraid. So, just goes to show you might be a 2-time race winner, but anything can happen in the heat stages, and that is a score that is going to affect Kasper Schormans' ranking after the heats. So he's going to have to pull that in. And I think there was a little bit of a sign said to Tay Stevens saying, what on earth are you doing? But now it's a bit of a fight behind. Tay Stevens looking to come back. Up the inside he goes on Archie Clark. Hamza Al-Fayez from Brand Racing looking up the inside of Archie Clark through the final corner as well. Has to hold on for 6th place at the minute, but he's been closed in on by Tino Sidler. Thomas Ingram Hill, Adas Mijauskis, as a very slow Kasper Schormans becomes the 3rd retiree as El Fagali looks up the inside of Krik Noren through into turn number 6. He gets the advantage at the moment. There's a clash of wheels once, twice down the back straight away. Archie Clark now has been passed by Tino Sidler. And that is for 6th position as Hamza Al-Fayez now finds himself in 5th place. A good, solid, consistent run for the Jordanian driver. A wonderful chat with him and his mum earlier on this week. When he was on his push bike. Oh, Archie Clark, just keep a little bit of a wide berth of the runoff area, please. And now, Tay Stevens is again trying to close in on Christopher El Fagali. That's for 3rd place on the road as Radenkovic looks to become a 2-time winner. Oh, someone's on the grass and there's been a little bit of an incident. But they both, whoever that was heart in the mouth stuff. Not too sure. That might have been possibly Thomas Ingram Hill having a little bit of a moment. Possibly involving one of the drivers from Argenti Motorsport. So through into turn 8 go the leaders, and into turn 9 goes our race leader at the moment, Matej Radenkovic. As now there's been a change. Christopher El Fagali back down now to 4th as Tay Stevens. Oh, now here comes Hamza Al-Fayez up the inside of Fagali. And there is the 210 of Tino Sidler. And El Fagali has to try and get the undercut on Tino Sidler, but there is Archie Clark up the inside. Through out of turn number 12, and El Fagali defends and keeps the position for the minute. He's now down into 6th place. Less than 60 seconds to go in this penultimate junior Rotax heat. El Fagali looking up the inside of Tino Sidler. Archie Clark sees the door open as well. It was the big barn doors at the farm being wide open, and then he slingshots past El Fagali through into turn number 7. 35 seconds remain on the clock. Leader now coming through down towards turn number 10. So 3 retirees. Schormans on lap 3, Nelson on lap 1, and Max Cuthbert out on the opening tour. But Krik Noren battling away with the likes of Hamza Al-Fayez and also Tay Stevens. That's the battle for 2nd on the road behind Matej Radenkovic, who now has a lead of 1.447 seconds. So this will be the penultimate lap 8 of 9 out underway. Al-Fayez looking to move up, possibly into a top 3. He's going to look up the inside of Tay Stevens through turn 6. Neatly timed by the 299 from Jordan. So Rasmus Koskinen, the last of the drivers still running around this circuit. And a 5-second time penalty for pushing going to Mathis Aumetre from France, who's currently sitting in 20th position. That'll demote him to the back end of the field. Timer has expired. One more lap remains, and Mateo Dankovic is looking to join Kasper Schormans as a two-time race winner. Hamza Al-Fayez is defending from Dave Stevens in the battle for P3. On to the final lap we go. The lead is now 1.4 seconds between first and second, and there is Dave Stevens up the inside of Al-Fayez for third place through turn number 2. A little bit further behind. Archie Clark has been passed by Christopher El-Faghali for 5th place. They've got Switzerland's Tino Sidler just behind. With Kenzo Craigie, Matthias Jellerup and Thomas Ingram Hill rounding out the top 10. He's now making his way through the 9th corner of this 12-turn clockwise circuit. As Al-Fayez, has a little bit of a touch with Stevens, who ends up on the runoff area. Al-Fayez still trying to get through, but it is going to be Mateo Dankovic out of the final corner. He joins Kasper Schormans as a two-time heat winner as Tay Stevens. As, oh dearie me, coming across the line. That was very, very close for, I think that was for Christopher El-Faghali. Tay Stevens ends up 5th, but Radenkovic wins by 1.392 seconds. Hamza Al-Fayez, Christopher El-Faghali and Tay Stevens ran at the top 5. Archie Clark, Tino Sidler, Kenzo Craigie, Matthias Jellerup, Noah Janssen complete the top 5. Great run by Zainal Homosani from the back end of the grid to finish in 11th, ahead of Kasper Nissen, Sebastian Koch, Olivier Jonkers and Mikko Manila rounding out the top 15. Julian Kovacevic, Jure Levar, Thomas Ingram Hill, Mattis Ometra, Sky Parker, Rasmus Koskinen and Adas Majalskis round out the running order of 22 drivers, with Kasper Schormans retiring with a broken exhaust after contact with Tay Stevens on lap 3, Cameron Nelson out on lap 1 and Max Cuthbert out on the opening lap. So with 2/3 of the junior road tax heats already completed, heat number 5 would possibly see a person that could do the clean sweep. But we would have to wait to see if that would transpire, as everyone was waiting. It was the calm before the storm. Any number of drivers were in clear contention at the sharper end of the field. As the drivers headed into the tram lines and the lights went out for junior road tax heat number 5. Also, the fact that Mateo Dankovic would have an opportunity earlier on in the race, but it was Christopher El-Faghali from Lebanon that led the field into turns 1 and 2. There was a moment a little bit further behind as the 2-1-6 of Olivier Jonkers from Dams Racing would find himself grass cutting very early. Then Mateo Dankovic would put a move on the inside of Christopher El-Faghali, who then had to quickly counter-attack the advances of one Kasper Schormans, with Dave Stevens in close proximity. Krik Knorren was also in the mix in the 262 entry. Heading down into turn number 12, it was a case of Schormans was trying to get past El-Faghali, and then over his back bumper went the 292 of Dave Stevens, thereby breaking the 240's exhaust on the spot. And with the baffles broken, the exhaust nearly hanging off, he would end up retiring on lap number 3, ending the opportunity for Kasper Schormans to have a 3-race win victory and put him at the top of the intermediate rankings after the heats. Archie Clark would also feature quite prominently in this race, as Dave Stevens mounted a comeback, as Hamza Al-Fayez from Jordan would also showcase his skills in the last race of heat stay for him. Christopher El-Faghali would then also embroil himself into a battle with Krik Knorren over second position, which would wage on for quite a few laps, with the pair making a couple of bits of sidewall contact going down the back straightaway. Then with Dave Stevens getting in front of El-Faghali, Hamza Al-Fayez would then throw his weight through into the inside of El-Faghali through turn number 10. Tino Sidler would also make his presence felt in this race, making his move up the inside of El-Faghali, going through turn number 12, with Archie Clark chancing fate and the curbing through turn 12, but still held on at that point. El Faghali would then make sure he got past Tino Sidler, and Archie Clark saw his window of opportunity get even bigger as the Lebanese driver made his way through on the Swiss. Hamza Al-Fayez would also make further in-gains as he would move up the inside of Taze Stevens and take a position as he was looking for his first top 3 finish of the weekend. Stevens would then counter-attack a little bit later on through turn number 2, even though Hamza Al-Fayez tried to stand his ground. Hamza Al-Fayez would then go on a bit of an attack and then have a little bit of a touch with the right rear of Taze Stevens, allowing him the opportunity to possibly get one up on the Dutch driver, and it would end up being the case that Hamza Al-Fayez again would go through on the inside at turn number 12, giving Taze Stevens no room to react, and the pair bump side walls once again. Stevens would then later run wide just a few moments later, as Christopher El Faghali would then make his way up to 4th position. But Matej Nedeljkovic joins Kasper Schormans as a 2-time race winner today on Heats Day. Now it's time for our last junior Rotax heat. Heat number 6, it's race 22 of today. It's groups B and C. Let's have a look at your starting grid. Mika van der Pavert leads the way from pole position ahead of Timo Jungling. Armand Hamilton and Thomas Behrman round out row 2 with Boluets and Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Row number 3. Tom Strele and Thomas Min-Spearing round out row 4 with Boris Maximov and Josh Graham rounding out the top 10. Ollie Wise, Ryan Bulguino, Luke Honda, and we've got Thomas Rudokas, Nemanja Jovanovic, Oskar Guccio, Vitti Väinänen, August Raber, Knut Nielsen, Roman Kitzinger, Jules Afriel, Jake Minton, Max Sudurski, and Santeri Laitinen rounding out the 24-strong grid. So far in Junior Rotax, we've had Mateo Denkovic pick up 2 wins, Kasper Schormans pick up 2 wins, and as well as that, one for Christopher L. Fagali. So we will have a 4th name taking a victory this afternoon. But the big question is, folks, who is it going to be? It's like saying pick a card, any card, and see what happens. See what hand you get if you're playing blackjack. So another 7 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap for Junior Rotax to conclude. We'll have 3 more races after this one. The 3rd and final heat for DD2 Masters, DD2 and Masters, plus the last 2 Senior Rotax heats. As 24 drivers make their way out of the final corner. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final Junior Rotax heat today gets underway. It is a good start by Mika van der Pavert. Someone getting a little bit squirrely going through on the inside, heading into turn number 2. But everyone making sure that they get through at this moment. Everyone trying to avoid each other, keep out of harm's way. And they get through thus far. Armand Hamilton now up into 2nd position, as it's 2-3 abreast towards the back end of the field. Just spotted August Raber for XL Motorsport in the 229. Keeping out of trouble. But Thomas Behrman, and was that Timo Jungling coming together, and Behrman comes across the circuit. Oh, dearie me. It was 2 into 1, do not go. And Thomas Behrman having an absolute scare and a half. I think that might have been possibly if he came in to contact with one of the drivers. Now, at that point, he was quite close to Timo Jungling. And it was. He came into contact with Timo Jungling coming out of turn number 8. And now we have Mika van der Pavert back in the race lead ahead of Armand Hamilton. Boluet up into 3rd place. Alberto Kiko Fracassi in 4th. Timo Jungling is still running in 5th, but a big way off. He's got the 284. That is Thomas Min-Spearing. Not too far behind him. And it's Boris Maximov. Joshua Graham rounds out the top 8 with Ryan Bulguino, and Luke Kornder from Germany rounds out the top 10. Thomas Behrman, though, has just gone through sector number 2, and he is on pace. He's just done a 23.4, same as Van der Pavert. He's gone slightly slower by 8 1/1000ths in sector 2. But with 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer remaining, plus an additional lap, it's going to take a Herculean effort from Thomas Behrman. Now, I didn't see whether there was a third cast involved because Tom Strehler is all the way down and there has been a penalty given. Roman Kitzinger gets a 5-second time penalty. The first driver all weekend long to break the formation with all four wheels out of the tram lines. Armand Hamilton, representing Hungary by way of Australia, leads the way ahead of Mika van der Pavert. Neither of them have won a race so far this weekend, but Alberto Kiko Fracassi is on a mission. Alberto has neither won a race today, so there is a new winner. But it's going to be a case of who wants it the most. Youngling now factoring in as he gets through on Boulouette through turn number 3. So, bit of a send there. That is from the 284 of Thomas Min-Spearing from Argenti Motorsports. He makes it through to get into 5th place. Thomas based out of Winscombe, 13 years of age. As Van der Pavert retakes second position off of Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Now there is Joshua Graham up the inside of Thomas Min-Spearing. That's to take 6th position across the line. Hamilton has nearly a 2.5 of a second advantage. Ahead of Van der Pavert, Fracassi, Youngling, Graham, Spearing, Loet, Borguino. Swiderski has come right up the order and he's up to 9th. He started at the back end of it, so Max Swiderski, the 297 from the Netherlands, also is proud of his Polish heritage, courtesy of his father's side of the family, Piotr. And Luke Cornder, Jake Menton now round out the top 11. Boz Maximov, the 230 from the Netherlands, rounds out the top 12 places. Ollie Wise and Thomas Rudokas both past Oscar Gouchot from France. And Thomas Behrman is about to make up his first positional gain after the incident earlier on in the race. Van der Pavert drops down. He's going to drop down another position. He's currently 5th. Is he going to be 6th by turn number 3? Not quite. But he's getting a bag full of pressure from behind. Swiderski also fancies his chances because he's right behind the 272 of Francis Ryan Bourguignon. Thomas Min-Spearing trying to get through on Mika van der Pavert through the exit of turn number 7. The 286 holding his ground. As the leaders make their way through out of turn number 11. Armand Hamilton still leads. Now it is Timo Youngling in second. Joshua Graham now gets past Alberto Kiko Fracassi for 3rd place. The race to become the 4th different winner today is well and truly on. And now Youngling up the inside to take the race lead. Up into the air goes the front axle of Alberto Kiko Fracassi. Armand Hamilton takes 3rd away from Joshua Graham through turn number 4. Van der Pavert and Thomas Min-Spearing are there. Van der Pavert looking to go up the inside of Graham, going on to through turn number 6. But Graham holds his ground now into turn 7. And it's getting a bit rough out there as Max Swiderski runs wide, going through into turn number 8. But Timo Youngling hits the front. Fracassi now trying to get past him. 27 seconds on the timer remains, plus an additional lap. And now the fight is on. Armand Hamilton looking up the inside of his Strawberry Racing teammate. Joshua Graham looking to get through as well. 2 laps to go. Youngling still leads. Fracassi, Hamilton, and it's sideways for Boulouette. Sideways for Boulouette through turn number 2. Disaster for the youngster from Belgium. And Timo Youngling still at this moment is holding on. Van der Pavert up the inside of Graham, and his rear axle bumps up and down in the air. Min-Spearing to the inside of Graham. There is Bourguignon. There is Swiderski. And now Van der Pava has got, I think that is that Joshua Graham to his outside, Min Spearing to his inside. He was nearly the SP Motorsport meeting. Genk Motorsport sandwich, and Joshua Graham locks up the back axle, goes sideways, and that puts him out of contention for the victory. But now it's the three-driver brawl that's going to take place right here, right now, as Timo Jungling leads them onto the final lap. Armand Hamilton second, Alberto Kiko Fracassi in third. Ryan Bourguignon and Max Swiderski are outside bets. But with the way this race has gone, don't count your chickens before they hatch, folks. Fracassi goes to the outside of turn 6 on Armand Hamilton. There is Bourguignon. There is Swiderski. And Fracassi's going to be hung out to dry going into turn 7. Could lose that big time here. Oh, and bumps over the curbs, bumps over the front bumper of Ryan Bourguignon. And there is... That's Boloet. Boloet's come back from that sideways moment at turn 2 just a handful of moments ago. And he's in the mix for at least a P3 finish. But the final race winner in Junior Rotax here at Heat Day on the opening round of the season. It's the 265. Timo Jungling wins at Genk. Second, it's Armand Hamilton. Third is Ryan Bourguignon. Fourth, it is Boloet from Belgium. And Alberto Kiko Fracassi rounds out the top 5. Mika van der Pava finishes 7th ahead of Max Swiderski, Tom Seller, and Joshua Graham rounds out the top 10. Santeri Leitonen, Luke Korda, Thomas Behrmann, Oscar Gudshow, August Reber, Knut Nielsen, Thomas Rudokas, Thomas Min Spearing, Jules Avril, Nemanja Jovanovic rounds out the top 20. Vitti Väinänen and Roman Kitzinger round out the 22 that finished all 9 racing laps, with Jake Minton and Boris Maximov unfortunately retiring on lap number 5. So far, there were 3 different winners from 5 different races, and a new name, whoever it was going to be, would have to fight for it in the final Junior Rotax Heat of the day. As the lights went out, it was Mika van der Pava that led the field into turns 1 and 2. Timo Jungling and Thomas Behrmann keeping to the outside, trying to keep out of harm's way, using the runoff area very strategically. But that moment there cost Thomas Behrmann the opportunity to possibly go for the race victory, coming on ending up backwards and into the approach into turn number 9. Several drivers making their way, getting out of the way. But then the fight was fast, it was frantic, it was dramatic, as the likes of Van der Pava, Kiko Fracassi, Timo Jungling and Boloet would be in the mix. Joshua Graham would also factor into this as well, managing to get through on the Belgium through turn 6, along with teammate Thomas Min Spearing in the 284. Armand Hamilton would take the lead, and Alberto Kiko Fracassi would send one up the inside through on Mika van der Pava, and that gave the opportunity for Timo Jungling to get through and take 3rd. It was a cat and mouse game at the front end of the field as Joshua Graham made good his intentions by getting past Armand Hamilton to take 3rd position. But then Timo Jungling would make his intentions clear by overtaking Alberto Kiko Fracassi, whose front axle bumped up and down in the air as they exited out of turn number 2. Armand Hamilton would make his way past Joshua Graham, going through turn number 3. But then everything started to concertina as everyone was scrabbling for real estate with at least 8 karts in contention for the race victory. Timo Jungling, however, kept his head nice and clear and just concentrated on what happened. It was sideways for Boloet with a handful of laps remaining, but still, he was still to shine. Joshua Graham had a lock-up of the brakes, especially on the right rear, pitching the rear end of his 298R Genk Motorsport kart into the side of his teammate Thomas Min Spearing. But Timo Jungling took the win in the final Junior Rotax Heat, with Armand Hamilton and Alberto Kiko Fracassi rounding out parts of the top 4. Time for Heat 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Here is your starting grid. So, David Outlechner, once again, will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Denmark's Rasmus Vendelbo. Martin van Leeuwen, along with Outlechner, have picked up a win apiece in DD2 here today. He starts on the inside of row 2 and will be joined by Denmark's Carl Gustav Borgaard. It's the Netherlands and Denmark on row number 3, with Enzo Bol joined by Martin Henkel Mortensen. The Czech Republic and Finland on row 4 with Jakob Bezel and Axel Sarniala. Jules Cousin from France and Latvia's Patrick Knowles-Lockmellis ran out the top 10. Dennis Thum will again start from the inside of row number 6, and he'll be joined by Austria's Manuel Tenschert. Nicolas Guillaume and Maxime Sicherko, row number 7. Willi Villainen and Christophe Capitan, row number 8. Philip Moitzi from Austria, Victor Frostbay and Yannick Nielsen, both from Denmark, with Nicolas Picot from France rounding out the top 20. Sebastian Schul, Peder Bezel, Leonardo Baccaglini, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Martina Stankiewicz, Karl Klebor, Michael Becker, Jere Kokalainen, Igor Mukin, Tony Hogg, Kamil Kubera and Maxim Dirix will round out the 32-strong grid, with Lucas Pernod out after having his appendix removed earlier on today, but good to see that he's still watching. Good knowledge by watching what the opponents are doing, Lucas, so get well soon, buddy. So 10 minutes plus an additional lap. So far today, it's been 1 win for David Outlechner and 1 win for Martin van Leeuwen. Who will get 2 out of 3? So far in DD2 Masters, fortune has favoured France's Christophe Capitan in the 5.99. Despite the fact that Dennis Thum has had the pace to be at the sharp end of the field. He demonstrated that last weekend in DD2 Masters at the BNL Karting Series. So 32 drivers will start to line up in the customary rolling start formation. The red lights on the gantry, as they are keeping us waiting. The revs now start to rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? The final DD2 and Masters Heat gets underway. And I think Axel Sarniala might be infracting, might get a penalty for breaking the formation slightly early. Wasn't 100% sure if he did go before the lights went out, but they are all making their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. Michael Becker losing a lot of positions. He's still running on the same chassis that he raced with in the BNL Karting Series last weekend. And he's round in 30th position at the moment, so lost a lot of places at the start of the grid from 27th. He's lost 3 positions. But at the front of the field, it's David Outlechner. But Enzo Bol is now up into second. He got past Martin van Leeuwen very, very early, as there was a move from Jakob Bezel. And that was on the 451 of Jules Cousin from France. But Enzo Bol now has the race lead after the opening lap. Now David Outlechner fires straight back at the youngster from the Netherlands, through into turns 1 and 2. So at the moment, it is Outlechner from Bol, from Van Leeuwen and Sarniala at the end of that quartet. And then it's Jakob Bezel, Jules Cousin. Dennis Thum, however, has rocketed up from 11th to 7th. Drivers now making their way down into turn number 7. It's getting a bit close between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, as Enzo Bol is leading that train. But Outlechner has got about a 2 to 3 kart length advantage. And that was very, very close indeed. But there was a change for position. Jules Cousin past Jakob Bezel. That's for 5th place. Dennis Thum is there. And I thought as much. Axel Sarniala has just been pinged for a 5-second time penalty for breaking the formation with all 4 wheels out of the tram lines, as Enzo Bol loses out 2nd position to Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. So Sarniala has got to get a move on. And behind them, there is the train led by Jules Cousin from France in the 451. And that is a launch up the inside of the 529 of Kamil Kubera by Igor Mukin, representing Cyprus. 7 minutes and 28 seconds plus an additional lap on the clock still to go. And Altleichner is trying to pull away early. Saniala gets on with the task at hand to get as far up the order as possible and try and pull a gap. But that's easier said than done in this ultra-competitive field. Saniala up to P3. There's a 5-second time penalty hanging over him for completely breaking the formation before the lights went out. So all 32 drivers that started the race are carrying on. Maxim Dirix already up from last on the grid to 22nd position. Running out the top 10, it is Martin Henkel Mortensen from Denmark in the 4:27. Dennis Thum has just got Rasmus Vendelbo up the inside, and they're going side wall to side wall down the start-finish straight. They even bump wheels, and Vendelbo gets through. Now keep your eyes behind, because you've got Jakob Bezel and Patrick Snolzlok-Mellis and Martin Henkel Mortensen. A quintet of drivers separated by next to nothing. Oh, and that was a bit of a bump from behind on Jakob Bezel by Patrick Snolzlok-Mellis, and that has allowed Martin Henkel Mortensen to get through on the Czech Republic driver. Coming out of turn number 6. Nearly afforded the opportunity that Lok-Mellis could have opened the door for Mortensen going down the Europolan into turn 7. And now 2 Sodi karts going side pod to side pod. That was Philip Moitzi on Jakob Bezel. As now David Altleichner has got the cavalry coming in his general direction. And there has been a 5-second penalty heading the way of the 4:22 of Peter Bezel. And Peter Bezel at the moment is currently down in 15th position. That is going to knock him out of the top 20. But Altleichner at the moment is hanging on to the race lead. With 4 minutes and 30 seconds still to go on the timer, Altleichner still leads, but Saniala lunges up the inside, takes the race lead. Altleichner instantly counter-attacks and then allows the opportunity for Martin van Leeuwen to get through on him for P2. The way things are looking, with the 5-second time penalty, Axel Saniala will end up 15th. The way things are going, if it ends as it does now. Altleichner looks up the inside of van Leeuwen going through into turn 7 on the braking zone. Enzo Bol is waiting in the wings, so at the moment the de facto race leader is the driver in 2nd position. That is Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. David Altleichner in 2nd, Enzo Bol in 3rd, but on the road at the moment, Axel Saniala, despite having broken the tram lines, as Enzo Bol up the inside of Altleichner. That's for P3 on the road. 3 minutes and 35 seconds still to go, and Altleichner looks to thread the eye of the needle. Going into turns 1 and 2. And there is still a lengthy train coming out of turn number 6. But we still have 3 minutes to go on the clock. Dennis Thum, however, has got himself into 6th position, which invariably will end up being 5th. As all send up the inside, that was Patrick Snolzlok-Mellis on Dennis Thum. And then a little bit further back, that was more than likely Peter Bezel on Jules Cousin. Cousin has dropped out of the top 5. Saniala leads, but Van Leeuwen decides now is the time to go up the inside of the 20-year-old from Espoo in Finland. and take the race lead. Enzo Bol and David Outleichner still battling for P3 on the road as it stands. More moves happening up and down the order. Oh, that was a bit of a moment there. One wheel on the grass and in the dust for Jules Cousin, as that was Peter Bezel to his immediate right-hand side coming out of turn number 6. So all 32 drivers at this moment are still running with 1 minute and 45 still to go. Jules Cousin has up the inside and past. That is Carl Gustav Borgard. As now David Outleichner gets through at turn 2 on Enzo Bol for 3rd place. The way things are happening at the moment, Axel Saniala could still find himself in the top 10 at the end of it all, because he is currently not that far behind Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands. And at the moment, with a 5-second time penalty, that would put him down to 10th position. Just under 60 seconds to go in the final heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Van Leeuwen leads overall. Dennis Toom leads in Masters in 7th position. Now Outleichner sends it up the inside of Saniala. He doesn't want to settle for 2nd. He's wanting to go for the win. Enzo Bol will not hang around either. Down the Europlan once again. We're on lap number 11 of this race, and Van Leeuwen has started to stretch a slight lead over David Outleichner in the latter stages. Saniala looks over his right shoulder and sees that there's more than just Enzo Bol behind him. One more lap remains. Van Leeuwen will put himself in the prime position for tomorrow's pre-final. He goes on to the final lap of this race and of today for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Dennis Toom still leads DD2 Masters in 7th position overall. Axel Saniala finds himself down in 4th position, a second off of the race leader after 11 laps of competitive action here at Karting Genk. And he will more than likely end up in 9th position when it's all said and done. Our leader now makes his way down into the 10th corner for the final time, as defence happening from Rasmus van der Bo in front of Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis. One win for Outleichner, who's going to finish runner-up again. But out of the final corner, Martin van Leeuwen from the Netherlands will take the win in the final heat of the day. Dennis Toom wins DD2 Masters 7th overall, breaking the winning streak of Christophe Capitain, who will finish a lot further down the order, more than likely 15th. But Martin van Leeuwen takes a 2nd win in a row, and that, with his 2nd place in the opening heat, provisionally by my calculations, puts him at the top of the rankings for DD2 after today. David Outleichner, a win and 2 seconds will put him alongside in the front row. Enzo Bol takes 3rd. Axel Saniala will finish down in 10th position. Well, 9th position after it's all said and done, finishing fractionally ahead of Ville Villainen. But then you also have the likes of Rasmus van der Bo 5th, Patrick Snolls-Lockmelis, Dennis Toom in 7th, winning DD2 Masters. Martin Henkel-Mollison rounds off the day with a top 8 finish, ahead of Jakob Bezel, Ville Villainen, Philip Moitzi, Peter Bezel, Yannick Nielsen, Carl Gustav Borgard, Christophe Capitain, Nicolas Picot, Manuel Tenchet, Maxim Sechurko, Maxim Dirix finishing 19th, making up 13 positions from last on the grid. Ahead of Victor Frostbay, Leonardo Baccaglini, Jules Cousin, Sebastian Schul, Nicolas Guillaume, Martinas Stankiewicz, Michael Becker, Karl Klebor, Ilias Kaliakmanis, Igor Mukin, Jere Kokalainen, Camille Mubera and Tony Hogg being the last of the full 32 starters on this grid, completing 12 laps. So the third and final DD2 and DD2 Masters race would see who would be top of the pops, so to speak, top of the rankings, after two intense competitive races earlier on today. The final handshakes, the final words of wisdom being given to the drivers ahead of their racing. Even Martina Stankiewicz was doing some aerobic warm-up on the pre-grid, and he wasn't the only one. But they kept us waiting long enough, and straight away Axel Saniala broke formation before the red lights went out, thereby copping a 5-second time penalty with all four wheels out of the tram lines as the field hurtled their way into turn numbers 1 and 2. David Altlechner would initially take the lead, but quickly the youngster Enzo Boll would make good his intentions and spring to the front of the field early in the race. But then some battling happening up and down the order with the likes of Jakob Bezel and also Jules Cousin saw some great overtaking occur. Axel Saniala, despite the 5-second time penalty, would surge his way towards the sharp end of the grid, as Dennis Thulm, despite being in DD2 Masters, was on the pace of the sharp end of the field in DD2. Saniala would then go past David Altlechner into turn 2 before the halfway point of the race, and Altlechner would try and counter-attack, but Martin van Leeuwen was there waiting in the wings to pick up the pieces. And even with that, Enzo Boll would get past David Altlechner for what was third on the road, but also would end up being second after the checkered flag would fall. Van Leeuwen then decided it was his time to lead the field and knew that there was a 5-second penalty coming Axel Saniala's way. Some other great overtaking from the likes of Carl Gustav Borgard with this move up the inside of Jules Cousin into turn number 12, getting past the 599 of two-time heat winner today, Christophe Capitan. But Martin van Leeuwen books his place on provisional pole position for tomorrow's pre-final, with Dennis Thulm breaking Christophe Capitan's win streak in DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the grid for our penultimate race of Heat State. It's race 24 and it is Senior Rotax. Let's have a look at your starting grid. It's Groups A versus B. Jaden Teen and Tommy van der Stroys are on the front row. Lachlan Robinson and Miska Kaskinen, row 2. Matthew Higgins and Petra Babishkova, row 3. Mario Sidler and Mark Kimber, row 4, with Caden McQueen and Rafael Renhofer rounding out the top 10. Maxence Bouvier, Christophe Sala, William Hoogstrand, Lawrence Herboz, Andrei Petrovic, Mitch Hainert, Vincent van Kerkhoff and Jamie Perilli, Sam Bergstein and Martin Gaiskens ran out the top 20. Completing the 31-strong grid, Mr. Rashid Ghanem, Tom Vuaul, Miro Halika, Paul Hamburg, Jaden Pope, Zach Scowler, Alexander Savinkov, Loris Goisman, Magic Himera, Jules Roussel and Marco Drittenpreis. And we've already had one fall by the wayside. That is Vincent van Kerkhoffen. His day has been one to forget, as the 358 already out before we've gone onto the official formation lap. So the red lights are on the gantry, 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. It's Jaden Teen and Tommy van der Stroys on the front row. Now these were the two fastest drivers in time qualifying, and now we go revs up, lights are out, we are underway. Jaden Teen leads the field into turns 1 and 2. Tommy van der Stroys has got Miska Kaskinen to his outside, Lachlan Robinson initially to his inside as they make their way through turn number 3 on the opening tour of the race. Van der Stroys already has 2 wins and a little bit of a lunge from one of the Sodi carts, possibly Rafael Renhofer through into turn 6, and someone takes good avoiding action as a direct result. But oh dearie me, it's all gone horribly wrong. Up into the air, bouncing up into the air was William Hoogstrand, and there are carts all over the place. And there is the 3, right, I'm just trying to catch the numbers, one of which was a PS competition cart. Could have been Tom Vuaul and Rashid Ghanem on the outskirts of turn number 6. There are also another couple of carts that have been compromised as a direct result. 1 lap completed, Jaden Teen leads, but Tommy van der Stroy is looking to take a 3rd win, and he was 2nd in qualifying. Him and Kai Hillatz are the only 2 drivers so far this weekend that have picked up 2 wins apiece. And if it goes to count back on the ranking after the heats, Tommy van der Stroys, if he does pick up 3 wins, and so does Hillatz, then on the benefit of the doubt, van der Stroys will be the leader on the ranking after the heats, and he's in front with over a minute and a half of this penultimate senior Rotax race completed. 3rd, it's Mido Halika, then it's Matthew Higgins, then it's Mark Kimber. Lachlan Robinson rounds out the top 6, move up the inside of Higgins, courtesy of Kimber. That's the change for P4. Lachlan Robinson puts in the fastest lap of the race, 56.341, and then Petra Babishkova down in 7th. And we have had a massive rate of attrition. We've gone down from 31 drivers to 24 out of the race. Rafael Renhofer, Maxence Bouvier, Jamie Perilli, and there's more dramas. Dramas for van der Stroys as Kaskinen rides over the right-hand side of him, and van der Stroys drops to 6th. Jaden Teen now inherits the race lead. So Rashid Ghanem, Tom Vuaul, Alexander Savinkov, 2 DNFs in 2 successive heats, and Vincent van Kerkhoven didn't even get going before we went on to the formation lap. So Van der Sloijs has to start fighting back. He's got 5 targets in front of him, and he's got to get past every single one as Kaskinen looks up the inside of Robinson, and he goes grass tracking. Now Van der Sloijs is right in his wheel tracks. And there's a lot of rubber collected as now Mark Kimber goes for the race lead. Mark Kimber takes the lead. Matty Higgins looking to take a second win of the day. Now Kimber up that's Higgins up the inside of Jaden Teen. Teen now down to 3rd place. Lachlan Robinson in 4th. Miska Kaskinen 5th. Tommy Van der Sloijs in 6th. So after 4 laps of this 1,360 metre circuit, it is Mark Kimber from Birmingham in the UK that leads the way, ahead of Matthew Higgins from Trafalgar in Wales, ahead of Jaden Thien from the Netherlands. Lachlan Robinson now still in 4th. Has there been a change for 5th? Yes, there has. Oh, dearie me. And that is the 903 that pulls into the pits. That is Miro Halika. So down to 23 drivers we go. A real shame for the Finn from RS Competition. Drama with him and Nicky Gauci earlier on in their 2nd heat. Now Jaden Teen sends one up the inside of Matthew Higgins through turn number 9 to take back 2nd position. Kimber, however, is starting to stretch an advantage over Jaden Teen. There is Petra Babičková, currently running in 7th position. Not too far behind them. In 8th is Caden McQueen from the United Kingdom, these days based out of Milton Keynes. Not too far outside of Wilton Mill that hosted the Rotax O-Plate earlier on this year. Halfway through our penultimate senior Rotax heat. And Tommy Van der Sloijs currently sitting in 5th position. Needs to make some inroads now. Needs to start pushing as best he can. As Robinson looking up the inside, gets through on Matthew Higgins for P3 through turn number 9. Kimber being as metronomic as always. Mario Sidler, the fastest driver out there. And where is Mario at the moment? Down in 21st, 55.466 seconds is his fastest lap. But now, Tommy Van der Sloijs is starting to wind up the wick. He's still in 5th. He's just put in a 55.339 second lap time, putting him within 2/10 of Matthew Higgins, who still holds on to 4th position. Top 5 were covered by just under 9/10 after the opening 6 laps of the race. So the battle for 1st position is between this quintet of drivers. So now Tommy Van der Sloijs up into 4th place, ahead of Matthew Higgins as Kimber leads them across the line to complete lap number 7. As Jaden Thien look for the inside move on Mark Kimber going into turn number 2. They nearly had, I think they had a slight touch. And now what that has done is that the gap has expanded between 1st and 2nd as Robinson up the inside for 2nd position. And so has gone Tommy Van der Sloijs and Matthew Higgins. So Jaden Teen finds himself down in 5th position. So Robinson leading the charge to try and catch up with Mark Kimber with 2 minutes and 50 seconds still to go on the clock. A little bit further back down the order, the likes of William Helgstrand. Andrej Petrovic is now coming through, and oh dearie me, that was Mario Sidler, who's on the escape road off of the Europalan. And now Jaden Teen trying to get back into the fight, and there is Petra Babičková up the inside, over the curbs, and Petra Babičková gets 2 for the price of 1. It was 3 wide coming across the start-finish line, and she's got through on the pair of them. Petra Babičková now up into 4th place. Van der Sar is looking up the inside very briefly through turn 4 on Lachlan Robinson. They've got to work together, and there is Mario Sidler, unfortunately out of the race. Nearly a third of the field have retired from this race itself, as up the inside of Petra Babičková goes Jaden Teen, and Matthew Higgins also gets through. Caden McQueen not too far away either. We've also had a 5-second time penalty given to Lawrence Herboz for causing a collision. Van der Sar is keeping pace with Lachlan Robinson. Robinson was slightly slower by just over a tenth. Jaden Teen swings to the outside, trying to get opportunistic at the best of times. There's the 380 from the Netherlands. As now Tommy van der Sar look towards the inside. Robinson's pointing forward. Teen's pointing forward. And Babičková towards the outside of Matthew Higgins. Katie McQueen goes to her outside, heading into turn number 3. So Tommy van der Sar is exercising some damage limitation with just over a minute remaining. Now we've lost. Oh, and now the move is happening. Now as Van der Sar got through, he has. But what has happened to Robinson? He's dropped down to the back of that train behind Katie McQueen, because Jaden Teen was opportunistic, got through on Van der Sar. Van der Sar is losing 1 position now, 2. Could be 3 with Petra Babičková. Katie McQueen got through on the 303 from the Czech Republic, as Mark Kimber has got an unassailable lead right now. That gap is now 4.3 seconds. And Van der Sar finds himself in 4th position ahead of Katie McQueen. Petra Babičková rounds out the top 6. Lachlan Robinson down into 7th position, having been in 2nd for a considerable amount of time. As a bit of a bump over the curbing, that was Mitch Haynert, the 354 from TB Kart Netherlands. As now the timer will expire as our race leader makes his way down to turn number 10 for what is the penultimate time here in this 9th race, Senior Rotax A and B. Kimber now will see the final lap board. He will become another different winner here today. That'll make it 7 from 9. Jaden Teen holds on to 2nd position. Matthew Higgins 3rd. Tommy van der Sar in 4th. Katie McQueen in 5th. Petra Babičková, Lachlan Robinson. Good work by Christoph Saller to get through the storm that's emerged around this circuit, especially with quite a few retirements, 10 in total, with Martin Geiskens and Sam Bergstein rounding out the top 10. As Kimber makes his way through into the right-hander at turn 10 for the final time on lap number 12. Tommy van der Sar tried his utmost, but now he has to go into tomorrow. He's got to wait to see what happens in the final race, because Kimber takes the win. 2nd goes to Jaden Teen. 3rd, it is Matty Higgins. 4th, Tommy van der Sar. 5th, Katie McQueen. Petra Babičková, Lachlan Robinson, Christoph Saller, Martin Geiskens and Jaden Pope round out the top 10. Sam Bergstein, Mitch Haynert, Jules Roussel, Loris Goisman, William Helgstrand complete the top 15. And the 21 finishers rounded out by Zach Scowler, Lawrence Herboz, Paul Hamburg, Miska Kaskinen finishing 19th ahead of Magic Muhammada, with Marco Drittenpreis rounding out the 21 that finished all 12 laps. On lap 7 we lost Mario Sidler. Lap 5 we lost Andrej Petrovic. Lap 3 we lost Miro Halika. Before the start we even lost Vincent van Kerkhoffen, but on the opening lap we lost Rafael Renhofer, Maxence Bouvier, Jamie Pirelli, Rashid Ghanem, Tom Vuaou and the UK's Alexander Savinkov. The scene was set for the penultimate heat of senior Rotax. 80% of the races have been completed thus far. And we would see whether one driver would definitely make an impact in his first weekend as a senior in European competition through the main season. Other drivers were in the mix, a handful of them, maybe even quite a few. The lights went out as the revs geared us up for the race start, and Jaden Teen led the field in, followed by Tommy van der Soys, with the likes of Miska Kaskinen and Lachlan Robinson trying to get towards the sharp end of the field very early to start to control things. Vincent van Kerkhoffen had a bit of a moment before we'd even gotten started, and then this multi-car incident meant that multiple drivers, 6 of which retired on the spot. Tom Vouault mounting the front right of Rashid Ghanim's Cosmic chassis meant the pair were out on the spot. Tommy van der Soys would lead at one point, but then Jaden Teen decided, well, I'm going to go for broke, and then this contact here compromised not just Mido Halika, who finished way down the order, but Tommy van der Soys lost out big time, losing 5 positions in the process. Once again, Miska Kaskinen having the scars of war on the left side pod, went grass hopping through the final corner whilst battling away. Jamie Perrelli could only reserve himself to stand at the sidelines and watch again. Also, Mido Halika from Finland with RS Competition would have a Nassau Panoescu to the left-hand side, and his race abruptly ended. At the front of the field, Mark Kimber stormed to the lead of the race, followed by the likes of Jaden Teen, Matthew Higgins, Lachlan Robinson. And whilst Kimber was trying to make a breakaway, everyone else was scrapping behind, especially with the likes of this move from Petra Babičková, getting 2 for the price of 1, getting past both Jaden Teen and also Matthew Higgins in the process, putting himself up to 4th. An off-track excursion meant that Lachlan Robinson would move his way, will end up moving down into 7th position, which is where the 326 from KR Sport would eventually end up, as Matthew Higgins decided to go on the offensive, as did Petra Babičková, who slightly banged wheels with Tommy van der Soys. But Mark Kimber became the 7th different winner out of 9 different races so far. But there is one more chapter still to write today here at Karting Genk. Now it is time for our 25th and final heat. It is Senior Rotax. Heat 10, Group C versus E. Here is your starting grid. On the front row from pole position, it's the UK's Ethan Jeff Hall, joined by Italy's Elia Papasena on the front row. Kai Hilets from Belgium will have Austin Lee alongside him on row 2. Hungary's Zsombor Kovács will be joined by Fahim Mega on row 3. Colin Vajny from Poland and the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, will be on row 4. The Netherlands' Devian Ross and Matteo Pianizzola from Italy round out the top 10. Anja Levar and Lotus Tween, row number 6. Row 7, it's Dion van Verven and Kai Hunter. Arthur Horbat, Sebastian Bach, Kaz Boshaus, Paul Falk-Women. Leon Zelenko and Mika Barthélemy complete the top 20. Looks like Anja Levar has not managed to make it onto the circuit, so if she is, she might be in the repair area. Rafael Jesus, Luca Schlegel, Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort, William Christensen, Andrea Kostic, Baptiste Schneider, Niki Gauci, Felipe Falk, Stephanie Hobeker and Ralph van der Pavert round out the 30-strong grid. So by my calculations at the moment, provisionally, Tommy van der Stroys has a total of 2 wins and a 4th place finish. What Kai Hilets needs to do is finish in the top 3, and he is the leader at the ranking after heats. Both he and van der Stroys have picked up 2 victories. The last race saw that Mark Kimber provisionally took that victory. Now, the fact that we still have wonderful Saturday sunshine, we've had that all day long here at Karting Genk. It's been the perfect conditions for racing. A little bit of wind in the air, but now the drivers are ready. They are primed and prepared. So it's going to be down to Ethan Jeff Hall and Italy's Elia Papasena to control the pace. Hilets in 3rd and Austin Lee from Germany alongside. Red lights on the starting gantry. The field makes its way out of turn 12 at a crawl, but now the revs start to rise. Here we go. Lights are out. The final Senior Rotax heat of the day is ongoing. A good start by Ethan Jeff Hall. Kai Hilets has made his way up into 2nd. Elia Papasena holding on to 3rd place. A little bit of drama in the background, but everyone safely makes it through. But Hilets is not hanging about. He wants that race lead quickly and start to build a gap. 3 wide coming out of turn number 6. As Ethan Jeff Hall can feel the pressure of Kai Hilets from behind. A little bit wide there. That was from one of the Kraft Motorsport karts. I think that might, I'm not too sure who that was, but someone is slowing. That looks to be Zsombor Kovács. Zsombor Kovács is out of the race. Yellow flags off of the exit of turn 8. It is the Hungarian. He is out. He looks at the engine, and that is it. His race is done and dusted. And now Lewis Gilbert frantically pointing in Kai Hilets' direction, going, come on, man, get on with it. And now up the inside, that's Austin Lee through on Elia Papasena. Papasena now down to 5th position. But Hilets is waiting to see what happens now. Because, Lewis Gilbert to his immediate right-hand side. Gilbert gets through. Hilets down to 3rd position. So Hilets does not need to go for the victory, but he cannot afford to tie on points with Tommy van der Stroys. Van der Stroys was 2nd overall in qualifying. Hilets was 8th as Austin Lee looks up the inside through turn 10. Hilets keeps a stern defence, and now Ethan Jeff Hall makes a mistake. Ethan Jeff Hall has made a mistake, and Hilets is trying to keep round the outside of him through the final corner. He's going to get 2nd as they cross the line. Gilbert leads. Hilets in 2nd. Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd. Austin Lee in 4th position. And now Elia Papasena factoring in. We've got yellow flags at Marshall Post 1. There are 3 karts off of the circuit. one of which looks to be from this, looks to be Andrea Kostic, and another one looks to be from RS Competition. So Anya Levar did not take the start. Zsombor Kovac out on the opening lap with technical problems. The Hungarian's day comes to a premature end. But Gilbert now striding away into the distance from Gilas. And it's Austin Lee now up into third place. Elia Papasena up into fourth. Ethan Jeffhall now down in fifth, ahead of Fahin Mega. Devian Hust, Matteo Pianezzola and Kai Gilas is close to being in fourth position, but he stays in third. Austin Lee got through on him through turn number 2, and Gilas had to position himself correctly to stay in that third spot. Elia Papasena looking alongside him. They are nearly side pod to sidewall, and Gilas is going to lose not just one position but 2. Down to fifth goes the 374 from Belgium, and right behind him from the Netherlands he's got Devian Hust. He's also, that is one of the JJ Racing drivers. That's Fahin Mega not too far behind either. The main thing is, Gilas has got to keep calm and do exactly what he needs to. Austin Lee sweeps to the outside of Lewis Gilbert. Switches to the inside, bit of a mistake there. Austin Lee all over the place. Coming out of the final corner, the front wheels touch the inside grass of turn 12, and that nearly speared him off the track of the process. Ethan Jeffhall now trying to go round the outside of Elia Papasena through turn 4. They rub sidewalls. Who's going to make it through at turn 5? It's the Italian. And Kai Gilas has ended up a bit further down the order. And I now make it that Kai Gilas is now in 10th. A big development, not just for Tommy van der Soys, but also now for Kai Gilas. But Lewis Gilbert leads the way. Austin Lee, after that monster scare through turn 12, he's not going to make the same mistake twice. He's in second position. Third, it is Elia Papasena, Ethan Jeffhall, Fahin Mega, Arthur Robin, Matteo Pianezzola, Devian Hust, Kai Hunter, Brandon Klein Nagelvoort up into 10th, Dion van Verven 11th, Kai Gilas 12th. Rafael Jesus, all drama there, and that was the 356 of Matteo Pianezzola over the back bumper of Fahin Mega. Luckily enough, Fahin Mega's exhaust did not get taken off in the process. The desperation is setting in for some drivers because some of them know that they will not be in the top 30. And if they're between 31st and 66th, they've got a fight in the second chance final at 10:50 tomorrow morning. Sometimes the risk versus reward strategy does not always pay off. So Gilas now finds himself in 11th position. Slight mistake there from Elia Papasena as Ethan Jeffhall goes round the outside of the Italian through turn 4. Is he going to keep it through turn 5 into 6? He is. That was great work by Ethan Jeffhall on the Italian. And now they've got Arthur Robin, they've got Devian Ross, and there is... Oh my goodness me, do not tell me you're going to do that, Kai Hunter, you absolute charlatan. 3 karts before even going round the outside at turn 7. That is ridiculous. Everyone was bunching up and Hunter just went for it and made it work. And that's put him 4th. He was 7th at the beginning of the previous lap. He was down outside of the top 10 just before that as well. With 3 minutes and 22, the playbook has been ripped apart on this one and thrown in the trash. But now the battle for the race lead is going to be between Lewis Gilbert and Austin Lee. But Kai Gilas is staging a comeback. And we've got now a 5-second time penalty for the 3:06 of Baptiste Schneider for causing a collision. So Gillet's now past Dion van Verven for 9th place. So if he gets past Kai Hunter, he will be the intermediate ranking after heats leader. 2.5 minutes plus an additional lap. Another position gained. He's got past Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort. Gillet's up to 8th and charging forward. The two leaders line astern. A 10th apart were Lewis Gilbert and Austin Lee. And when you consider that with just over 2 minutes to go, the top 8 drivers were covered by 2.5 seconds. Gillet's now trying to go on the offensive on Elia Papacena. Looks up the inside, gets through on the Italian at turn 7. That's 7th. Now he's got Devian Horst, Arthur Robin, Ethan Jeff Hall and Kai Hunter just in front. There was a moment there for Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort going through into turn 10, courtesy of Dion van Verven, I believe. Now Devian Ross looking up the inside, and Gillet's is going to try and slingshot past the 345. He's not wanting to give that position. And you know what? Gillet says, well, you're basically holding me up. I'm going to get through. He does. Now that is 6th position for Gillet's. Robin looks over his right shoulder and goes, right. I know exactly who I've got behind me. So 60 seconds on the timer plus an additional lap. Lewis Gilbert still leads the way. Austin Lee in 2nd, Kai Hunter in 3rd, Ethan Jeff Hall, Arthur Robin and Kai Gillet ran out the top 6. Then it's Devian Horst, Elia Papacena, Dion van Verven and Ralph van der Peve he's taken a page out of the playbook of his brother from last weekend. He started last, he's now 10th. 2 more laps to go. And Van der Pavert is the fastest driver out there. Now it's Gillet's, 55.4. He'll have seen that timer and he'll have gone, right, I've got 2 laps. I've got 2 laps to make this work. And now he switches to the outside to get the undercut on Arthur Robin. This could be at least 5th by turn 7. It is going to be 5th by turn 7. Timer has now expired. 1 more lap to go, so we've got about 1,800 metres of racing to conclude the day's action. Lewis Gilbert still holds the fractional lead ahead of Austin Lee. Now Gillet's was looking up the inside of Ethan Jeff Hall, but Kai Hunter's just accidentally opened the door for the 397 to get through. Ethan Jeff Hall up to 3rd, Hunter up to down to 4th. Gillet's now still in 5th. As we go onto the final lap of the final heat of today. Now into turn 6. No opportunity there for Gillet's to get through on Hunter for 4th position. That would tie him on points, but on countback, Van der Soys will be effectively the provisional intermediate ranking after heats leader. Leaders now coming through the exit of turn 9 on the run down to turn 10 for the final time. Gillet's is now having to start to defend from Arthur Robin. But the pride of Scotland, Lewis Gilbert, comes out of the final corner and he becomes the 8th different winner today. Lewis Gilbert takes the win by just under 0.2 of a second. It's 3rd for Ethan Jeff Hall. 4th for Kai Hunter. Kai Gillet's 5th position after that comeback, having dropped outside of the top 10. Arthur Robin, Devian Horst, Elia Papacena, Dion van Verven, Ralph van der Peve with one of the drives of the day so far. Started last, finished 10th. Mika Barthélemy, Felipe Falk, William Christensen, Paul Fouquemin, Matteo Pianezzola, Sebastian Bach, Baptiste Schneider, Farin Mega, Colin Vajny and Andrea Kostic ran out the top 20. Niki Gauci, Rafael Jesus, Stephanie Hobecker, Lukas Schlegel, Lotus Tveen, Leon Zelenko, Baptiste Schneider, and Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort round out the 27 that finished. On lap 7, we lost Kazboz's house. Zombor Kovac broke down with technical issues on the opening lap through turn 9, and Anya Levar did not make it to the start. So, up until this point, we were waiting to see if something magical was going to happen with one driver taking 3 race victories. Things got off to a very good start for the likes of Ethan Jeffall, Kai Gielitz and Elia Papacena as the field made their way through turns 3, 4 and 5. Zombor Kovac would suffer heartache on the exit of turn number 8 as his kart would come to an abrupt halt. Drama for other drivers, including the 321 of Andrea Kostic going through into turn 2 on the second lap. But Lewis Gilbert would hit the front of the field as Kai Gielitz would have some struggles of his own. Austin Lee would make it up to second position as Ethan Jeffall put on a masterclass on how to put it around the outside at turn number 4, with the first attempt not making it 100% the way through into turn 5. However, there were dramas to be had, and there were also battles up and down the order, especially this moment for the 356 of Matteo Pianezzola going over the back of Farin Mega, and thank goodness not dislodging the German's exhaust on the back end of his Esprit chassis in the process. Austin Lee would also try and fight his way past Lewis Gilbert, but that was to no avail as the Scotsman put up a stern defence. Whilst that was all happening, Ethan Jeffall made his way through on Elia Papacena to take 3rd position, along with Artur Robin, Devian Ross, and also the forever forward-charging Kai Hunter. But at this particular moment in time, there was one moment that solidified Kai Hunter's pace, which was going around the outside of 3 individuals on the approach into turn 7 off of the Europlan and making up 3 places for the price of 1. That meant that Artur Robin, amongst others, would be behind the British driver, who would then make his move for 3rd position on the inside of turn 12 on Ethan Jeffall, with Artur Robin trying to get through at the same corner. Hunter would hold on as Kai Gielitz would try and stage a comeback to get himself to at least 3rd position in this race, as he was touted for a potential race victory, making it 3 from 3. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort came into contact with Dion van Verven, as a few others behind were also scrapping over the leftovers on the table. But Gielitz was making steady progress, but time was not on his side. He managed to get past Artur Robin for what would be eventually 5th position. Lewis Gilbert became the 8th different winner today, with 2 wins and a 4th, putting Tommy van der Stroys at the provisional ranking after Heat's lead, with Kai Gielitz taking home 2 wins and a 5th. I haven't really got much to say apart from the fact that that was a very, very busy day in the office. 8 different winners in senior Rotax. We had 4 different winners in juniors. We also have some of the ranking after heats concluded for tomorrow. So tomorrow we will start the action at 10:30 tomorrow morning with the first of 2 second chance heats for juniors and for seniors. Then at 11:20 we'll get underway with the first of our pre-finals, starting with E20 Junior, Senior and Masters, with the action finally concluded with DD2 and DD2 Masters final taking place at 15:40 local time. A few thank yous. Firstly, a thank you to the crew at Team MKG, the marshalling team here. Race control, timekeeping, scrutineering, organisation, and everyone that is here at the circuit that has made this a very, very action-packed and very, very exciting race day. Tomorrow, we go into finals day for the first round of 4 for 2023. Until tomorrow morning, thank you for watching and good night.